food stayed fresh over weeks or even months. Bayonets prized open lids, and jellied chickens and joints of lamb were hacked into portions so that men's faces, already blackened by powder smoke, were now smeared with grease. Sharpe accepted a leg of chicken and found it delicious. He ordered 24 of the tins put aside for Fredrickson's riflemen. And in the centre 2 wagons, strapped down by a 3-inch cable and covered by a double wrapping of tarpaulin, was powder. Barrels of black powder that were destined for the mortars at Bayonne, and coils of quick-match to be cut into shell fuses. "Lieutenant Minver?" "Sir?" "These wagons, drag them to the bridge. I want the powder packed in the roadway." It would not be a scientifically controlled explosion, as Hogan so long ago had taught Sharpe to devise, but it might seriously weaken the new stone structure with its proud carved urns, and the purpose of Sharpe's incursion was to slow the French supplies. A blown bridge, demanding a detour through an old town, would cause a temper-fraying delay. "Unpack all the other wagon loads round it." That would take at least 2 hours. In the meantime, captured spades dug graves in the cold soil of the water meadows. A French cavalryman, wearing the odd plaited pigtails at his temples, the cadenet, was buried first. French prisoners did the work for the 22 dead Frenchmen, while the Marines dug graves for their 3 dead. "Congratulations, sir," Palmer said. "Your men did well, Captain." Sharpe meant it. He had been impressed by the steadiness of the Marines, and by their swiftness to reload muskets. Those qualities won battles, and battles changed history. Patrick Harper, a tin chicken in one hand, brought Sharpe a leather bag taken from the abandoned carriage. "That's all frog scribble, sir." Sharpe looked through the papers and suspected they were just the kind of thing Michael Hogan prayed for. Hogan might be dead now, but the papers would be a goldmine to whoever had succeeded to his job. "Guard them, Patrick." Harper had also helped himself to a fine silver-traced pistol that had been discarded in the carriage. The sun, pale to a silver disk by new cloud and mist, was low. A cold wind, the first wind since Sharpe had spared Killick's life, sighed chill over the graves. A scream came from the farm, and a cheer went up from the Marines searching the last wagon as they found wine bottles packed in sawdust. A corporal brought a bottle to Sharpe. "Sir?" "Thank you, Corporal." Sharpe held the bottle out to Harper, who obligingly struck the neck with the blade of his sword bayonet. The scream sounded again. A girl's scream. Sharpe dropped the wine and put his heels back. Prisoners twisted aside as the horse plunged down the bank, jumped a shallow ditch. Then Sharpe reined the beast right, ducked under a bare-branched apple tree, and twisted left. Pounding feet sounded behind him, but all Sharpe could see was a man running away, running towards the river, and Sharpe put his heels back again. The man was a Marine. He was clutching his red jacket loose in one hand and holding up his unbuttoned breeches with his other. He looked over his shoulder, saw Sharpe, and dodged to his right. "Stop!" The man did not stop, but ducked through a gap in the thorn hedge that tore his jacket from his grasp. He abandoned it and began running across the field. Sharpe forced his horse at the gap, kicked it through, and drew his sword. The man was stumbling, flailing for balance on the tussocks of the meadow. Then the flat of the heavy sword swept down in a clumsy curve, took him on the side of the head. He fell, uncut by the blade, and Sharpe circled the horse back to the fallen man. It was all because of the farm girl, the green-eyed, pale, shivering girl whom the man had dragged into the scanty hay store and attacked. She was now sitting trembling with the scraps of her torn clothing drawn around her thin body. She asked for it," the Marine, taken back to the dung-stinking farmyard, said. "Shut your face!" Harper had appointed himself master-at-arms. "She wouldn't be bloody screaming, and you wouldn't be bloody running, would you?" "Fetch her some clothes," Sharpe snarled at one of the Marines who had formed a circle about the prisoner. "Captain Palmer, you warned this man?" Palmer, pale-faced, nodded. "Well?" Sharpe insisted on a verbal acknowledgement. "Aye, aye, sir." Palmer swallowed. "But the girl wasn't raped, sir." "You mean she screamed too loudly? But you know what the orders are, don't you?" This question was addressed to all the Marines, who stared with undisguised hostility at the rifle officer who threatened to hang one of their own comrades. There was silence as Sharpe rammed his sword home. "Now, back to your duties, all of you!" He jumped off the horse. Captain Palmer, a Marine sergeant, Harper, and Sharpe stayed with the prisoner. The story came slowly at first, then quickly. It had been attempted rape. The girl, the Marine said, had encouraged him. but her screams and the bruises and scratches on her thin arms told a different story. "Matthew Robinson's a steady man, sir." Palmer walked with Sharpe to the end of the farmyard. Sharpe could see that Mimber's rifleman had managed to get the first powder wagon to the end of the bridge, but, faced with the slope of the roadway, could get it no further. They were now rolling the powder barrels to the crown of the arch. "You know what the standing orders are," Sharpe said bleakly. "It won't happen again, sir." Palmer sounded contrite. "I know damn well it won't happen again." Sharpe, hating the necessity of the moment, snapped the words. "That's why we're hanging the bastard." "I mean, we don't need Robinson's death as an example, sir," Palmer pleaded. "I'm not doing it as an example." Sharpe turned and gestured towards the farmer and his wife. "I'm doing it for them. If the French people think we're savages, Palmer, then they'll fight us. You know what it's like having guerrilleros up your backside when you fight? Every wagon we send up from the coast will have to be guarded by a battalion, every one. That's how we beat the French out of Spain, Captain, not just by hammering the bastards in battle, but because half their armies were guarding wagons against Spanish peasants like them." Again he pointed to the French couple. "The girl wasn't harmed, sir," Palmer said stubbornly. "And we've proved by our action here that we can offer protection." "And the story is spread about," Sharpe said, "that a man can rape a girl and his officers will condone it." Palmer stood his ground. "If Robinson was one of your men, sir, one of your riflemen, would you—" "Yes," Sharpe said. "I knew instantly that if he was Palmer, and Bampfylde was the officer demanding the hanging, then Sharpe would fight just like Palmer for the life of his man. God damn it, but years before, Sharpe had even defended the most useless man in his like company in just this same situation." Palmer saw Sharpe's hesitation. "Robinson fought damn well, sir. Doesn't your field marshal mitigate punishment for bravery in the field?" Wellington had been known to cancel a half-dozen hangings because the prisoners' battalions had fought well. Sharpe swore, hating the decision. "Orders are orders, Mr. Palmer. Just as I believe we're ordered to hang privateers and deserters, sir." Palmer said it bluntly, daring Sharpe's wrath. "Damn your insolence." Sharpe said it without conviction, almost as a sop to the weakness he was showing. "You will apologize to the girl and to her parents. Give them this." He took 2 of the forged silver 10-franc pieces from his pouch. "Thank you, sir." Palmer beamed as he took the coins. "I'm not done with him," Sharpe warned. "RSM Harper?" Harper pretended not to notice his restoration to regimental sergeant major. "Sir?" "Take Marine Robinson and the girl's father round the back of the barn. I want you at the bridge in 10 minutes. "Do I need a rope, sir?" "No, but give the father his chance." God damn it, Sharpe thought. But he'd broken orders again. First he spared a damned American, now a Marine. And what was the point of orders if sentimentality weakened a man into disregarding them? "Thank you, sir," Palmer said again. "You won't thank me when you see what Patrick Harper can do to a man. You'll be carrying Robinson home. Better than burying him, sir." The incident put Sharpe into a sour mood, worsened by the feeling that he'd shown weakness. Twice now he'd backed out of an execution, and he wondered if it was because he'd taken a respectable wife. Old soldiers claimed that marriage did weaken a man, and Sharpe suspected they were right. His foul mood was not helped by the agonizing slowness with which the powder was being crammed between the bridge's balustrades. Lieutenant Fitch had ordered the tollkeeper and his wife out of their house, and the woman, who had earlier threatened Sharpe with her blunderbuss, was now weeping for the loss of her home. Her husband, stumping on his wooden leg, was dragging belongings out to the road. The sound of Frederickson's rifle fire had finished, and Sharpe saw the company marching back towards the bridge. That meant the French had gone altogether, though he knew Sweep William would have left pickets to guard against their return. Using the Marines to help, the riflemen hastened the setting of the explosives. The other supplies, destined for Sue's army, were heaped about the powder barrels. Frederickson sounded his whistle to pull in the pickets, while a squad of Mimver's men pushed the townspeople further away from the bridge. It was getting dark, and Sharpe wanted to be moving. "Sir!" Patrick Harper, who had silently reappeared at the bridge, pointed northwards. "Sir!" 2 horsemen had appeared. They had not come by the road, but instead, perhaps forewarned by the retreating infantry, had made a wide detour through the fields. Now, with white handkerchiefs skewered to their sword tips as makeshift flags of truce, they galloped their horses towards the bridge. They were good horses, corn-fed, and with strong hindquarters. Both took the soft, plunging ground like thoroughbreds, and were scarcely blowing as they were curbed beside Sharpe, who waved down the cautious rifles of Frederickson's newly arrived company. The Comte de Macaire, dressed in his Chasseur Britannique uniform beneath his pale cloak, nodded cautiously at Sharpe. The other rider was a slim, middle-aged man in civilian clothes. He had a face of such startling and pleasant honesty that Sharpe's weariness and self-disgust seemed to vanish like frost beneath the rising sun. The man was so calm and self-composed that Sharpe instinctively smiled in response to his greeting, which consisted of mild astonishment at the evidence of carnage on the road, and a frank expression of admiration for Sharpe's success. The man was French, but spoke good English, and his loyalty was proclaimed by the white cockades that he wore, not only on his brown cloak, but also on his bicorn hat. "I am Jules Favier, assistant to the mayor of Bordeaux." He spoke as he climbed from the saddle. "And I am at your service, Major." The Comte de Macaire stayed on horseback. His thin face, reddened by the cold, seemed nervous. "Bordeaux has risen, Major." Sharpe stared up at the Comte. Risen? This was the news Sharpe most feared, the spur into what Elphinstone had described as madness. "Risen for the king," Favier said happily. "The Bonapartists have been ejected." Favier, contentment suffusing his honest, cold-chapped face, smiled. "The rising ended when the garrison came over to our side. The white flag of Bourbon flies. The defences are manned by subjects of His Most Christian Majesty, King Louis XVIII, whom God bless." "Indeed," Sharpe said. The news explained why the Comte de Macaire could wear an enemy's uniform deep in France, but the news meant much, much more. If it was true that the third city of France had rebelled against Bonaparte, and persuaded its garrison troops to forsake their imperial allegiance, then Sharpe was hearing of the end of this war. Wigram and Bamfile would be proved right. Sharpe knew he should feel an elation, a great soaring of spirit that all the sacrifices had been worthwhile, and that 21 years of relentless savagery had been brought to peace by Napoleon's fall. But he could raise nothing more than a grim smile to meet Favier's enthusiasm. "We have come," de Macaire said, "for your help." He spoke lamely, almost as if what he said gave him embarrassment. Favier took a paper from his saddlebag. "If you will accept this, monsieur, on behalf of the Provisional and Royalist Government of Bordeaux." He handed the paper to Sharpe, then gave a small bow. The paper was entirely in French and was decorated with an elaborate seal. Sharpe saw that his name had been spelt wrong, without its final E. "What is it?" "You have no French?" Favier sounded politely surprised. "Monsieur, it is a commission that appoints you a Major General in the forces of His Most Catholic Majesty, King Louis XVIII of France, whom God bless." "God bless him," Sharpe said automatically. "A Major General?" "Indeed." De Macaire spoke from his saddle. It had been Ducos's idea that a soldier as ambitious as Sharpe could not resist such a lure. Sharpe was wondering what Wellington would make of the appointment, and imagined that aristocrat's grim amusement that a one-time private should be offered such a rank. He began, but Favier interrupted him. "Our citizens have taken Bordeaux, monsieur, but their confidence needs the presence of an ally, especially an ally as famous and redoubtable as yourself." Favier softened his flattery with an honest smile. "And once it is known that the Allied troops are in the city, then the whole countryside will rise with us." Favier spoke with an enthusiasm and confidence that was entirely lacking in the Comte. Sharpe thought of the local mayor who had already tried to surrender. Doubtless France was filled with men and women eager to disavow their Napoleonic past and declare for the winning side, but Sharpe was equally sure that Napoleon's fanatical supporters were not so ready for surrender. The nearest Allied forces to Bordeaux, besides Sharpe, were 100 miles away, and there was Marshal Soult with a French army screening their advance. "I don't," Sharpe said, "have orders from my general that would allow me to help you." He held the commission out to Favier. "You have orders," de Macaire said coldly, "to give me every assistance." Favier seemed upset by de Macaire's hostile tone. He smiled at Sharpe. "Your field marshal, I think, would admire a soldier who grasped the moment." "Maybe." "And you have a reputation, monsieur, as a man not afraid of great risks." Sharpe said nothing. He had been secretly charged by Elphinstone with scotching Bampfylde's high hopes. One part of Sharpe, that part which had so often dared impossible things, drew him towards Bordeaux. But the soldier within him could imagine his men besieged in that city, and surrounded by a population that, with a brigade of Soult's veterans pressing close, might well decide that their change of allegiance had been premature. "I cannot, sir." He held out the commission again. "I'm sorry." A look of disappointment, suggesting personal hurt, crossed Favier's face. "I understand, Major, that your expedition is commanded by Captain Bampfylde of His Britannic Majesty's Navy." Sharpe paused, thinking that on land Bampfylde held an equal rank to himself, but merely by boarding the Vengeance, Bampfylde magically arose to become the equivalent of a full colonel, and so, in that knowledge, Sharpe reluctantly nodded. "He does command, yes." Favier shrugged. "Would it offend you, Major, if the Comte and I sought to countermand your refusal by seeking Captain Bampfylde's approval?" "I can't stop you," Sharpe said ungraciously, "but I must tell you that I'm starting the return march within an hour. I expect to be at Arcachon this time tomorrow." The Comte de Macaire, as though eager to be on his way, had turned his horse away from Sharpe. Favier, leaving the forged commission in Sharpe's hand, collected his horse's reins and pulled himself into the saddle. "I hope to meet you in the morning, Major, with orders that will reverse your march. God save King Louis! God save him!" Sharpe watched as the two Frenchmen put their horses to the ford. As they threaded the boulders, Favier twisted in his saddle to give a parting wave, then put his heels back. "What did they want?" Frederickson, unashamedly curious, asked Sharpe. "To make me into a Major General," Sharpe said. He tore the commission into shreds of paper and tossed them into the River Lair. "They said Bordeaux's risen and declared itself a fat Louis." Sharpe watched the horsemen disappear in the dusk. The two men evidently knew a cross-country route to Arcachon, for they disdained the riverbank up which Sharpe had marched the night before. "They wanted us to go there." "So bloody Bampfylde's right." Frederickson uttered the suspicions that Sharpe feared to face. But Sharpe was wondering why the Comte de Macaire had left most of the talking to the mayor's assistant. Aristocrats didn't usually defer to bureaucrats, and why, if there were French troops on this road, even defeated French troops, had Macaire been so confident as to wear his Chasseur Britannique uniform? "I think they were lying," Sharpe said, "and I'm not going near Bordeaux." Sweet William shrugged. "Perhaps the war's over, sir." "Maybe." A cold wind suddenly gusted over the scattered remnants of the French convoy. Tiny flames had been lit in the carriage lamps of the coach in which the two Frenchwomen were safely sheltered. "But we'll still blow the goddamn bridge," Sharpe said, "because no one's told us not to." It was almost dark when the small force of riflemen and marines was at last assembled in the river meadow. They were weighed down with plunder, with joints of the dead oxen, with captured wine illicitly stuffed into packs, and with enemy weaponry that all soldiers delighted to keep, but inevitably threw away as soon as the marching became heavy and tedious. Most of the surviving French horses had been rounded up, bridled, and were being used to carry packs or wounded men, among whom was Marine Matthew Robinson, whose face looked as if it had received the full recoil of a 12-pounder field gun. The French prisoners, their braces and belts and bootlaces cut, had been released on the river's far bank. Sharpe looked around for the last time. The captured quick-fuse snaked from the explosives, past the toll-house, down the bank, through the rickety fence, and reached the centre of the meadow. The townsfolk were far back, the prisoners a half-mile up the road, and only the stupid oxen were close to the gunpowder. Sharpe nodded to Mimber. "Light it." Flint struck on steel, half-charred linen kindling was blown to life, and the flame was lowered to the fuse. "Wait! Wait!" A dozen Marines were shouting suddenly. Mimver looked to Sharpe, who nodded, and the flame was blown out. Men were staring northeast across the river, and in the twilight Sharpe saw a small, slim figure, clothed in white, running frantically towards the bridge. It was the girl, green-eyed and slender, who had been scratched and punched when Robinson tried to rape her. Desperately, her skirts catching the sudden wind like moth wings, she scrambled over the bridge's parapet, past the powder, then jumped down into the meadow. She ran on, past Sharpe, past Frederickson's company, who had formed the rearguard, running to the man with the battered face who had forced her into the bar and torn at her clothes. "Jesus Christ!" Sharpe said. The girl was holding one of Robinson's hands, staring up at him, speaking in fast French, but the expression on her face was one of adoration. Captain Palmer, as astonished as Sharpe, laughed. "Strange things, women." He watched the girl pulling herself up to share Robinson's saddle. "An unmarried girl, sir, wants nothing but a husband." "And once she's got one," Sharpe said sourly, "she wants everything. It would have been better for both of them if I'd hanged the bastard." He looked at Mimber. "Light it, Lieutenant." Flint struck steel again. The flame flickered to illuminate the fuse laying in the grass. Then the powder caught, sparked, and fizzed its swift way towards the bridge. "March!" Sharpe turned to his heavily laden force and pointed the way home. "March!" "It's a hulk, sir." Lieutenant Tom Martin of the Brigstoop Cavalier twisted his bicorn hat in both his hands. "A hulk?" Bampfylde frowned. They were in Commandant Lasson's old quarters, where, because of a lack of firewood, Bampfylde's steward warmed his master with volumes taken at random from the shelves. The books were in French, which made them unreadable, so both the steward and his master considered that no great harm was being done. Martin dropped his hat and showed Captain Bampfylde where on the chart the Thuella had been found. The schooner was ashore at the end of the tidal creek that led to the village of Goujon. "She's dismasted, sir, aground and derelict." "You fired at her?" "Aye, sir." Martin, when at last the damned fog had cleared, had spotted the Thuella far across the shoals. The tide was low and still falling, so the most he could do was fire at long range. 2 or 3 shots had crashed into the Thuella's timbers, but at that range and with such small-caliber guns as the Cavalier carried, the damage was slight. "Derelict, you say?" Bampfylde asked. "Bottomed, emptied, stripped, scorched, dismasted and smoking." Martin delivered the gloomy words in hope that they would be sufficient. The glass was falling ominously, and all the experienced sailors wanted to be at sea before the storm struck. But if Captain Bampfylde believed that the Thuella was salvageable, then he might be tempted to stay at Arcachon, and God alone knew what damage a storm could wreak on a brig in those enclosed waters. "Smoking?" "Looked as if the Jonathans tried to fire her, sir. Must be damp wood, though, 'cause she hadn't burned through." "You could," Bampfylde said sourly, "have sent a party to burn her properly, Mr. Martin. That would have made sure of her." "They've made a battery ashore, sir, mounted all her guns to face the water." Thomas Martin sensed that perhaps he should have informed Captain Bampfylde of that salient fact earlier. "They didn't return fast, sir, but we saw them." Damn Sharpe, Bampfylde thought. The Thuella existed. Her crew had made themselves a fortress on land, and it would take 2 days to extirpate that nest of pirates. Bampfylde might not have the 2 days. The weather was surly, threatening a Biscay storm. For 2 days fog had shrouded the bay, and now, when at last the fog lifted, all prudent seamen were advising Bampfylde to give his squadron sea-room. "Can they refloat her?" "No, sir. Looks to me as if they've ripped out what's good and abandoned the rest." Captain Cornelius Killick would have loved to hear that statement, for he'd worked hard to give just that impression. He'd careened the schooner hard over, streaked her timbers and copper with pitch to suggest scorch marks, and lit smoking fires of damp grass to suggest smouldering embers deep in an abandoned hold. "And they've cut away her figurehead," Martin added hopefully. "Ah!" That nugget of information pleased Bampfylde. No sailor would take away a figurehead if a ship still had life in her. "It sounds as if she's done for. Doubtless the storm will finish her off." "Indeed, sir." Martin, dismissed, shuffled from the room. The storm, not the Thuella, was Bampfylde's chief worry. The still air was being stirred now by a strangely warm wind, and every look at the weather-glass confirmed that the mercury shrank inside its 4-foot tube. The continued existence of the American privateer, even if grounded and abandoned, was a nuisance. But it was palliated by Bampfylde's success in having found 2 splendid French brigs that were both now his prizes and already on their way to England. The Chasse-Marais had gone south. The fort was garrisoned by Marines, and apart from the Americans, Captain Bampfylde could count his job well done. All that was needed now was for de Macaire to confirm that Bordeaux was ready to surrender. But the Comte de Macaire had not returned, and Bampfylde dared not sail until the news from Bordeaux was received. If de Macaire did not return till Thursday, then the storm would be on the flotilla, and it would take seamanship of genius to claw off this shoal coast. But at least, if he must wait till Thursday, Bamfal could send the remaining Marines by longboat to attack the Americans across the Goujon Shoals. That thought made Bamfal frown. Palmer should have searched the village of Goujon. So where was the damned captain of Marines? Captured? Lost in the fog? Damn the bloody man. Damn and damn again. Bamfal stared at the chart. If the two brigs covered Killick's land battery with gunfire, then the Marines could go in with powder barrels, pitch blende, and Chinese lights to torch the Thuela down to charred ribs, if the weather held. If. He climbed to the ramparts of the Teste de Bouche, where warm rain came ominous and heavy to aggravate his fear. An east wind, he thought, would be best. That would take his ships well offshore to the wide seas, where they would be safest in a hard blow. But a west wind would destroy him, and no amount of boastful dispatches would forgive a captain who lost his 74 on a lee shore. Bamfal paused to stare northwards, where tiny lights flickered in a village. If de Macaire came in the morning, then Bamfal would leave a strong garrison in the fort, sail his flotilla out to weather the storm at sea, then return to lead the advance on a rebellious Bordeaux. The storm might delay that glorious moment for 2 days, but it would also finish off the wounded American schooner. Yet, in the ominous night of falling Mercury, Captain Bamfal's hopes of glory were mercilessly dashed. Lieutenant Ford woke the captain at 3:30. "Sir?" Bamfal, struggling out of a dream, noticed that the wind was stronger, gusting as it had before the fog had come down. "What is it?" "The Comte de Macaire, sir, with a man from the mayor's office in Bordeaux. They say their news is urgent." Urgent or not, Bamfal insisted on dressing properly, and it was a half-hour before, in the finery of a naval captain, he greeted the two Frenchmen. Both Favier and de Macaire showed the tiredness of men who had ridden good horses half to death, who were weary in every bone and soaked to the skin. Their news sent a shiver through Captain Bamfal. "Major Sharpe is taken," de Macaire spoke first. "Taken?" Bamfal could only repeat the word. "The Bonapartists," Favier picked up the tale, "knew of your coming here, Captain. A brigade was deployed. It was delayed, but it will be here by tomorrow midday." "A brigade?" Bamfal, who had gone to sleep congratulating himself on the coming success of this expedition, stared at the kindly-faced Favier. "A French brigade?" Favier wondered what other kind this plump young man expected. "Naturally, monsieur. They have defeated Major Sharpe, the Marines who are with him, and now come to capture your good self." Bamfal was overwhelmed. "Marines?" He seemed only capable of snatching single words from the disastrous flood of news. "Marines, Captain," Favier said sympathetically. So that was where Palmer had got to, swanning off with the rifles. Bamfal made a note to tear out Captain Palmer's guts and wrap them round his neck, except that Palmer was a prisoner now, or dead. "Coming here? A brigade?" Favier nodded. "We warn you at some risk to ourselves, Captain. Bordeaux was in ferment, you understand, and our mayor would support the return of King Louis. But, alas," Favier shrugged, "the tyrant's heel is again upon our necks, and we must, as ever, submit." Bamfal, as his daydreams of glory collapsed, stared at the Comte de Macaire. "But you said Bordeaux had no fighting troops." "They do now," de Macaire said grimly. "And Sharpe's captured?" Bamfal snatched at another scrap in the fuddling flood. "All dead. There was appalling slaughter." Favier frowned. "General Calavet's men are veterans of Russia, Captain, and such fiends are pitiless. They think nothing of drinking their enemy's blood. I could tell you stories." Favier shrugged, as though the stories were too awful for a naval captain's ears. "And they're coming here?" "Indeed." De Macaire wondered how many times it must be said before this fool believed them. "By midday tomorrow." He repeated the lie. He doubted whether Calvet's troops could reach Arcachon in the next 48 hours, but Ducos wanted Sharpe's escape route cut, and the urgency of fear might hasten Bamfal's evacuation. Bamfal stared aghast at the two Frenchmen. His hopes, fed by Colonel Wigram, of leading a successful landing that would lance into Bordeaux were evaporating. But for the moment Bamfal had other, more pressing worries. He twisted round to tap the glass, and the column of mercury sank perceptibly. "You'll come with us, of course?" Jules Favier, a colonel in the French army, and one of Ducos's most trusted men, felt a sudden leap of exultation. It had worked. "I cannot, monsieur. I have a family in Bordeaux. Should I leave, then I fear for their fate." "Of course." Bampfylde imagined warriors hardened by the Russian carnage slashing into the fortress. "I have no business here." De Macaire desperately wanted to stay in France, but Ducos had insisted he return to the British army to leak news of whatever scheme replaced the landing at Arcachon. "So I will sail with you, Captain." Bampfylde tapped the glass again, as if to confirm the bad news. There would be a storm, a ship-killing storm, but this welter of news had severed his last need to stay at Arcachon. He looked at the Comte. "We leave on the morning tide." Favier's tiredness was suddenly washed away. Ducos's daring scheme had been more successful than Favier had dared hope, and, thanks to a growling wind and a falling glass, and thanks to some well-told lies, a rifleman would be marooned in France, and the trapjaws would clash home on Sharpe. Chapter 12. Jules Favier slept. It no longer mattered whether Sharpe was turned back towards Bordeaux or continued on to the coast. Either way, the rifleman was stranded, and the British plan to end the war by a killing stroke into the belly of France was defeated. A wind rose as Favier slept. It shrieked over the ramparts, dying sometimes to a low moan, then gusting again to a fearsome frenzy. The waters of the Channel, normally too enclosed to be stirred by anything other than a fretting tide, were whipped to whitecaps in the dawn's first light. The flotilla's smaller craft snubbed at their anchors, while, out beyond the Cape, the Vengeance's great bellying bows shuddered through the waters in towering wind-lashed sprays of white. Boat after boat rode into the Channel. Supplies were taken from the fort, stripping it of food and wine. 2 Marines were sent to corral a cow, which they did with difficulty, and the poor beast was prodded back to the fort, where it was shot, messily butchered, and the bloody cuts of its carcass were crammed into barrels for seamen's meat. The flagpole was cut down, and the Marines and sailors were ordered to use the garrison's deep well as a latrine, so that the brackish water would be fouled. 2 seamen, hulking men with muscles hardened by years of service, took axes to the fort's main gates and reduced them to splintered balks that were then fired. The drawbridge was hauled up close to the burning gates, so that it too would be reduced to ashes. The Vengeance's sailing master, one eye on the glass and the other on the low scurrying clouds that sometimes spat heavy rain onto the burning timbers of the gate, counselled speed. But Bampfylde was determined to do this task properly. The Comte de Macaire's news meant that no landing could be made at Arcachon. Therefore the fort would be abandoned, but not before it had been made untenable for the French. The Teste de Bouche would be slighted. Men were ordered to the ramparts, where they hammered iron spikes into the touch-holes of the huge 36-pounder guns. The spikes were sawn through and filed flat, so that no pincers could gain sufficient purchase to draw them free. Teams of seamen, using tackles, blocks, and ropes from the Cavalier, eased the vast gun barrels from their slides and tipped them in tumbling crashes into the Channel. The 24-pounders, like the 6 field guns that should have been delivered to Baltimore, were likewise spiked, turned off their carriages, and jettisoned into the flooded ditch. The 12-pounder carriages were rammed into the burning gate. Then Chinese lights, signalling confections of nitre, sulphur, antimony, and orpiment, were tossed among the carriages to encourage the blaze. Those Marines who had remained at the Teste de Bouche were the first men to leave the slighted fortress. They were rowed to the brig, and on their way tipped muskets from the fort's armoury into the corroding seawater. The Comte de Macaire, after an emotional farewell to the newly woken Favier, went to the Scylla. By 10 in the morning, only a handful of sailors were left ashore. Quick fuses were laid into the fort's magazines, while another was taken to a stack of powder barrels that had been piled in the kitchens beneath the barracks block. The spare rifle ammunition, left by Sharpe to await his return, was piled onto that stack. Jules Favier, who had taken his horse safely beyond the drawbridge before the destruction began, shook Bampfylde's hand. "God save King George, Captain." "God bless King Louis." Favier used a naval ladder to descend the western battlements, then picked his way through the sand to where his horse was tethered. He waved a last time to Captain Bampfylde, who, surrounded by his acolytes, walked to his waiting boat. The lieutenant paused, turned to the fuse's end, and Favier saw the snap of light as flint struck steel. There was a pause as Farr ate up the worsted quick match that had been soaked with a liquid solution of meal powder, spirits of wine, and isinglass. Bampfylde was being rowed through choppy waves towards the Cavalier. Spits of rain pitted the sand, while gulls, wheeling effortlessly, rode the strong wind that blew from the hills towards the sea. Favier mounted his horse. The quick match, hissing sparks, darted into an embrasure of the Teste de Bouche. The first brig had hoisted its anchor and was already, under sails blown to a flat hardness, beating towards the channel's mouth. The Scylla, Amélie, and Vengeance, sails reefed, were already hull down. Captain Bampfylde climbed the Cavalier's tumble-home. The brig's sidesmen twittered their pipes, the anchor was lifted, and Lieutenant Martin ordered sheets hauled tight. He was to take Captain Bampfylde to the Vengeance, and it would be a pretty piece of seamanship to transfer the captain in this weather. Bampfylde, grinning with anticipation like a raw midshipman, stood at the rail of the Cavalier's small quarterdeck. "It should be a pitcher, Ford." "Indeed it should, sir." Ford opened his watch and saw that it was still an hour short of midday, the time when the French brigade should arrive. Now they would come to find a fortress destroyed. The two men waited. The rain striking the Cavalier's vast driver sail made a rapping tattoo that was matched by the quiver of Bampfylde's excited fingers. Lieutenant Ford was nervous. "Perhaps, sir, the rain's—" But even as he spoke, the fuse-born fire bit home. A lance of light, white and sharp and straight as a blade, pierced into the low cloud from the very centre of the Teste de Bouche. It was followed by smoke, roiling, greasy smoke, shot through with red flames that spat outwards in sudden, angry dashes. Then came the noise, the rolling, grumbling, hammering sound of the powder magazines exploding. And in the noise came another roar, as the explosives in the barracks caught the fire, and Captain Bampfylde clapped his hands with delight as stones, tiles, and timbers shattered upwards. The single flame vanished, to be replaced by a horror of dirty smoke that carried ashes made sodden by the rain far out to sea. A few flames flickered bright above the unscathed ramparts, then, dampened by the squalls, disappeared. Bampfylde, pleased with his work, smiled. "French nation is deprived of one fortress, Ford. That is a consolation to us." "Indeed, sir." Bampfylde turned. "I shall use your cabin, Mr. Martin. Pray send me some coffee, or, failing that, tea." "Aye, aye, sir." The brigs turned where the shoals marked the limit of Cap Ferrat, and were swallowed in the rising sea and the squalls of rain. The coast was left deserted, its fort empty and shattered, and the squadron was gone. Sharpe's last sight of the bridge over the Lair was of the powder billowing flame and smoke outwards, of stones from the balustrade making vast splashes in the shallow water, of the toll-keeper's windows smashing inwards, and of 4 toppling stone urns. The bridge still stood, but it was weakened, and no artilleryman would dare take the weight of guns over that stone roadway until a competent engineer, fond of life, volunteered to stand beneath the blackened arch as the guns trundled overhead. The riflemen and marines bivouacked after a mere 5 miles, leaving the riverbank to go to an enormous house standing in a vast garden of lawns and lakes. The house remained shut despite all the hammering on its doors, and though Sharpe saw dark figures, silhouetted by candlelight, who folded shutters on the upper floor, no one appeared to inquire who the soldiers were. A carved escutcheon over the main door suggested that the house had been, and maybe still was, the residence of aristocrats. There was a barn at the house's rear that was more than an adequate bivouac. There was straw, kindling for fires, and blessed shelter against the rain that had started to sweep in great gust-borne swathes over the garden. Sharpe ate tinned chicken, with the cheese Jane had packed for him, and washed both down with wine taken from the ambush convoy. Fredrickson squatted beside him at the end of the barn that had been designated officers' territory. "She said," Fredrickson told Sharpe, "that she didn't mean to scream. She's called Lucille. She's rather fetching, don't you think?" "She's not ugly," Sharpe allowed. He watched the pale girl who sat shyly with her man at the barn's far end. "But Robinson's a Marine. Marines can't take wives onto ships." "She says he's paid for her, 20 francs. Fredrickson sucked a wingbone clean. "That's a very fair price for a bride in these parts." "I paid that," Sharpe protested. "I suppose she's yours, then," Fredrickson laughed. What's he going to do, kiss her goodbye at Arcachon? Does she know he's a Marine? I told her, Fredrickson said. Sharpe shrugged. Any troops marching through the countryside seemed to end with a tale of women, but it was one thing to be a soldier rooted on land, and quite another to be a Marine who could offer a wife no home. Can they ship her to England? Sharpe asked Palmer. No. Palmer was cleaning the vent of his pistol. Anyway, Robinson's already married, got a wife and 2 nippers in Portsmouth. He blew dust away from the touch-hole. I suppose when he's finished with her, Fredrickson said, she'd better go to one of my men. We can smuggle her onto the Amelie. No one demurred. It was a normal enough solution to a routine problem, and there were always men willing to take on a discarded or widowed woman. Sharpe remembered, after Badajoz, meeting a weeping woman who'd just lost her husband in the dreadful slaughter of that fight. She didn't weep for the loss, but because she'd precipitately accepted another man in marriage and then been asked for the same favour by a sergeant who would have been a much better catch. Sharpe slept 7 hours, waking to the pre-dawn darkness and the hiss of rain on the wooden roof. Sergeants stirred sleepers awake with boot toe-caps, and the first flames flickered to boil water. Sharpe went outside and stood against the barn wall, where Fredrickson companionably joined him. "He's gone," Sweet William said. Sharpe yawned. "Who's gone?" "Marine Robinson. He buggered off with his Lucille, another of Cupid's walking wounded." "Bloody hell!" Palmer's not best pleased. Fredrickson buttoned his breeches. "Did the pickets see anything?" "They say not." Fredrickson walked with Sharpe to a fire where Sergeant Harper was stewing tea. "Morning, Sergeant. It's my guess," Fredrickson looked back to Sharpe, "that the pickets were asked to look the other way." "The Marines had provided the guard last night." "Or he gave them a canter on the filly," Harper said. "I've known that a good few times." "You should write your memoirs," Fredrickson said cheerfully. He looked into the wet landscape where Robinson had disappeared. "Oh, we'll not see him again." Nor did they. Love had struck as callous in its target as a musket ball fired at a battalion, and a man ran for freedom, while Sharpe marched his force into the rain-smeared dawn, going to the ships, going to his own woman, whom he had married with as little forethought as Marine Robinson had shown in his desertion, and going home. At first Sharpe thought a ship must have burned at its moorings. Then he thought it a rick fire. Then he assumed Bamfowl must have torched the village. Finally, in the half-gale that blew his straggling force along the embanked road of the marshes, he saw that there were no masts in the channel, and that the smoke, grey and hazy in the evening light, came from the fortress. "Jesus wept," Fredrickson said. "God save Ireland!" Patrick Harper stared at the gaping hole that had been the entrance to the fort. "Were they captured?" "Frogs would still be here." Sharpe turned to stare at the village, at the trees to the south, but nothing moved in the landscape. A few villagers stood watching them, but nothing more. "They've gone." Palmer spoke with horror in his voice. It was a nightmare. It took minutes to establish that there truly were no ships, not one, that not a single mast reared above a sand dune, that no brig lay up channel, and no frigate beat the stormy waters off the Cape. They had been abandoned. The gate of the fort was a smoking wreckage tangled with the charred remains of gun carriages. The drawbridge was dangling chains scorched by fire, and grey-edged blackened beams that had fallen into a ditch to lay across the 12-pounder gun barrels that were half sunk in muddy water. 2 of the Marines splashed over the ditch, and one heaved the other up to the stone platform, to which the drawbridge had been hinged. The 2 men disappeared into the fort and came back with the beams that had been intended to be the gallows from which the Americans would hang. The timbers were long enough to bridge the ditch, and by that precarious means, and with the horses abandoned to a meadow, Sharpe and his men went into the Teste de Bouche. Its granite walls still stood, and the offices were untouched, but precious little else remained. There were no guns. There was no powder. The arched doorways to the magazines were blasted black. The barracks were a heap of damp ashes. Fredrickson, suspicious that the brass-banded well bucket had been left in place, smelt the water. "Fouled." Sharpe went to the highest rampart and stared with his telescope to see. The ocean was an empty, heaving grey mass, whipped to white flecks by the wind. empty. The broken, charred, damp trail of a burned quick match showed where the fuse had been laid. He swore uselessly. "We never saw those frogs again," Harper said. Macaro. Sharpe spoke the nickname aloud, recalling his suspicions that the tall aristocrat had been nervous at their last meeting. Not that it mattered now. The bleak truth was that with less than 200 men, and with no more ammunition than those men carried in their pouches, he was marooned on the French coast 100 miles from safety. His riflemen could march that in 4 days, but could the Marines? And what of the wounded? And if they were caught, Sharpe knew they would be finished. Even the poorly mounted French cavalry would make short work of 170 men. Those men slumped in the courtyard, made even more miserable by the buffet of wind and rain. "Captain Palmer?" Sharpe's voice bellowed through the squall. "I want billets found for everyone. Clear out the galleries, send a squad to cut firewood." He would make them busy. Men could make a new gangway over the ditch, and other men were sent to cut down pines that would barricade the gaping archway. Such forestry would be slow work with bayonets, but better than no work at all. Other men dragged 2 of the 12-pounder barrels from the ditch and dropped them into 2 of the carriages that had merely been scorched rather than burned. The big guns, the ship-killers tipped into the shallow waters at the channel's edge, were too heavy to tackle. "Lieutenant Fitch, search every damn room in the place. Bring every cartridge, ball, or powder barrel to the ready magazine." Some men were set to cooking. Others went to the ramparts where they kept watch in the twilight. The wind raged at them. The rain slopped in bucketfuls from stone walls. But fires burnt in galleries bored deep inside stone ramparts, and ox meat cooked in iron pots dragged from the wreckage of the kitchens. Fredrickson used the limbers to collect barrels from the village that he filled with clean water from the small stream. "We don't know what's happened." Sharpe spoke to the officers in Lassan's old quarters that still had a few books left on the shelves. "So it's no use speculating. Bamford's gone, we're here." "And who is in Bordeaux?" Fredrickson asked slowly. "God only knows. If it's Boney's men, then we have to assume they'll hear of us and come after us. If the city really has declared for Louis, then they'll help us. I want 2 of your best men, William, to ride that way in the morning. Let us stay out of trouble, observe, and come back by nightfall with any news. And I want you to question the villagers tomorrow." "Yes, sir." Sharpe looked at Palmer. "You take your men to all the local villages tomorrow, and to Arcachon. Search every house. Bring every grain of powder and scrap of lead you can find." Palmer nodded. "And the standing orders about not upsetting the populace?" "Write them promissory notes. You'd better bring food, too. Everything you can find." Fredrickson tossed another newly cut piece of pine onto the fire that spluttered with resin. "You think we'll stay here?" "We can't march south, not if the frogs are after us. And I'd rather be behind walls than in open country. Besides, if the Navy does come back for us, then we'd better be where they can find us." That seemed the likeliest answer to Sharpe, that this weather had driven the ships offshore, and that as soon as the sea was calmer and the wind more gentle, the great sails would appear again. Yet second thoughts suggested otherwise. Why had Bamford slighted the fort? Why had he not left a handful of Marines in place? And why no letter nailed to a door? Those questions indicated to Sharpe that Captain Horace Bamford had run. He had abandoned his jejune plans for invading France and scuttled away. The more Sharpe thought about it, the less likely it seemed that the sails of Bamford's flotilla would reappear. "And if we do stay here, gentlemen, then we may have to fight for it." Fitch and Mimver looked somewhat pale, while Fredrickson gave a slow smile, then a chuckle, and finally made the sign of the cross on his faded green jacket. "As Patrick Harper would say, God save Ireland." "Shouldn't we have a flag, sir?" Mimver asked. "A flag?" "In case a naval ship happens past her, something they can recognize." "See to it. Cut a new flagpole tomorrow." There was silence for a few seconds. The fire flared bright, then faded again. Lieutenant Fitch smiled nervously. "Perhaps the peace has come. Perhaps the moon will sprout wings and deliver us some artillery," Sharpe said. "But until someone in British uniform tells me to stop fighting, I'm going to hold this place, and you're going to help me do it." "Yes, sir. So get to work." Outside there was a full gale blowing, shrieking over the water and driving rain in stinging blasts. Sharpe and Fredrickson ran to the shelter of one of the small citadels, where they settled back to watch the flicker of movements that betrayed sentries. Both officers had work to do, for they had instinctively come to this place to say what could not be said in open council, "Would you say," Sharpe asked quietly, "that we've got 950 feet of ramparts here?" Fredrickson sucked his cheroot into a bright glow. "I'd say a few feet more. 1,000? That's over 5 feet of wall to every man." Sharpe had been working it out and hating the arithmetic. "If they come, William, and they attack everywhere at once, they'll crucify us." "The Crappos never attack everywhere at once." Fredrickson spoke scornfully. Crappos against the Goddams. That was the soldier slang for French against British. The French had always called the British the Goddams, and Sharpe, like many men in Wellington's army, liked the nickname. There was a reckless touch to it which spoke of French respect for the enemy, a touch entirely lacking in the scornful Crappo or Toad. He took Fredrickson's cheroot and sucked smoke deep into his lungs. "Remember the Gateway of God?" "We won that." Fredrickson took back the proffered cheroot. "So we did," Sharpe said. "I wonder what happened to those Americans." "Buggered off if they've got any sense. Lucky bastards have probably got a whore apiece in Paris." "If we could find a boat tomorrow," Sharpe said speculatively. Fredrickson gave the suggestion short shrift. "In this weather? Can you sail a boat?" "Even if it was flat calm, we'd be up to our asses in water and confusion within minutes." "The Marines might be able to sail." "Webfoot soldiers don't sail," Fredrickson said. "Besides, any boat big enough for us would have been scooped up by Bamford. He's a naval officer, remember? He has a patriotic duty to become rich." Sharpe shrugged in the darkness. "We'll just have to hold this place, won't we? Beat the bastards ragged, and then rip the guts out of Bamford." The last few words were spoken so savagely that even Fredrickson shivered. Sharpe reached up to his scalp and took off the bandage that had been there since the fort had been captured. He tossed the bloody rag into the darkness. "For 2 sous, William, I'd march south tomorrow. Take our goddamn chances." "It's a bare country," Fredrickson said, "with few places to hide, and the wounded would slow us down. So we'll stay." Sharpe was matter-of-fact again. "You'll command the south and east walls, and I'll give you half the Marines as a tow-row company." He meant grenadiers, the shock troops. "Palmer can have Mimver's company and the other Marines for these walls. I want 6 of your best men. I'm taking the same from every company." "You, Harper, and the pick of the bunch?" Fredrickson smiled. "In case there's a tender spot." Sharpe stood. "Try and get some sleep, William. Tomorrow's likely to be a long day, and the last peaceful one for a while. If the folks know we're here, yes." Sharpe slapped the granite wall of the citadel. "Bloody silly place to die, isn't it?" "That'll teach 'em to fight us." "Yes." Sharpe laughed, walked away, then stopped. His voice came out of the darkness. "What does teste de bouche mean, William?" "I don't know. But I know what tete de bouche would mean." It sounded the same to Sharpe. "What?" "Woodenhead. Blockhead. Idiot." "Goddamn." Sharpe was amused, for only a blockhead would find himself in this predicament. Yet in the morning the blockhead must make his goddams ready to fight. And not just fight, but win. Here, on the edge of France, in the dead days of winter, they must take victory from disaster and hold the fort. Chapter 13. Major Pierre Ducos rode his horse along the shabby, damp, dispirited lines of conscripts. A few, precious few veterans stiffened these ranks, but most of the faces were young, pinched, and terrified. No wonder, for yesterday some of these youths had been blooded and savaged, and their tale had spread gloom amongst the rest of the demi-brigade. "The enemy was a battalion strong." A chef de battalion spoke nervously to Ducos. "With skirmishers added." "There were less than 200 men, Colonel." Ducos's voice was pitiless. "You were 600. Dear God, but how Ducos despised soldiers. Brackets and drum-thumpers all, until the enemy knocked the wind out of their bellies, after which they whined that they'd been outnumbered, or that the sun had dazzled them, or that their powder had been damp. God only knew why politicians resorted to soldiers as a final instrument of policy. It was like wagering on a cockfight to decide the fate of empires. "And now, Colonel, you will face those same few enemy with upwards of 2,000 men. You think it will be enough?" Ducos made the inquiry with a mocking solicitousness. "They're behind walls," the colonel spoke nervously. "In a fortress that has been slighted," Ducos said acidly, "and is without cannon and has very little musket ammunition." Pierre Ducos allowed himself a moment's pleasure that Richard Sharpe was stranded and trapped. It would, of course, have been far more elegant if Favier had tricked Sharpe into marching through open countryside towards Bordeaux, but the ploy of the forged Bourbon commission had failed, and Ducos acknowledged that Favier and de Marquet had done well. The squadron of ships was gone, and Sharpe was bereft. A threatened British landing had been averted, and within a few hours Major Richard Sharpe would be surrounded by bayonets and menaced by 2 batteries of artillery. Commandant Henri Lasson also marched with the besieging force, and though the commandant had been disgraced by the loss of his command, restitution had been promised if his intimate knowledge of the Teste de Bouche's defences made General Calvet's recapture of the coastal forts swift. At least, Ducos consoled himself, the general of this demi-brigade knew his business. Calvet was an old soldier of France, a veteran of the Revolutionary Wars, and a hard man risen from the ranks in the hard way. He had made his name in Russia, where, amidst the retreat of the Grand Army, he had held his brigade together. Other men starved, froze, or were hacked to bloody ruin by the Cossacks, but Calvet's men, fearing their general more than the enemy or the weather, held to their ranks. To this day, it was said, Calvet's wife slept on a pillow stuffed with the hair cut from the Cossacks her husband had killed with his own sword. It was a rare flash of imagination in a man known for his direct, straightforward and bloody mode of fighting. General Calvet was a brute, a butcher, a tough man in a bloody profession, and Ducos, if he had believed in a god, would have given thanks that such an instrument was at his hand. Jules Favier, restored to uniform and in high spirits, walked his horse alongside Ducos's mount. "Calvet," he said in mild warning, "has never fought Godams." "Godams," Ducos retorted, "have never fought Calvet." Colonel Favier acknowledged that truth, then looked at the sky. "The seamen said there'd be a storm." "They were wrong," Ducos said. And indeed the weather that all night had grumbled with thunder and blown foul and hard had this morning settled into a gusty, calming mood. Intermittent sunshine glowed on the floodwaters that stretched from overflowing ditches into the fields. Cavalry had gone south across those fields in case Sharpe decided to march to safety down the coast. But Ducos was certain that the riflemen would stay in the fortress and wait in hope for the return of his ships. "Calvet will settle his hash," Ducos said with a rare smile on his pinched scholar's face. The gun wheels rumbled louder than thunder on the plank bridge at Facture. Then the force was on the marshes proper. The Bassin d'Arcachon stretched vast to their right, and the fortress of Teste de Bouche lay a half-day's march in front. Calvet, Ducos, and Retribution were coming for a rifleman. In the night, a stab of lightning, its forked branches wide enough to embrace the whole northern sky, had slashed down to sheen the waters of the bay with a steel-hard light that had glittered and gone. The wind had raged at the fort, but in the dawn that was ragged with clearing cloud, the wind had strangely dropped and the air was suddenly warmer. Patrick Harper, scraping with a blunt razor at the stubble on his face, declared there was even a touch of spring in the February air. "The baby will be 2 months old today, so he will," he declared to Sharpe. "I'm better off if you'd stayed with the battalion," Sharpe growled. "Not at all." Harper was relentlessly cheerful. "The ships will come, sir, so they will." One of the wounded men was put on the western ramparts to watch for those ships, while another was placed on the eastern walls to look for the enemy. 2 of Frederickson's Germans, solid, reliable men, were sent inland on captured cavalry horses to glean what tidings they could. Another, a silent corporal with a flat, hard face, was sent south on the best of the captured horses. "I'm sorry to lose him," Sweet William said, "but if he can make it in 3 days, then we might survive." The man, a volunteer, had been sent to try and thread the enemy lines and carry news of Sharpe's predicament to the British Army. Sharpe doubted if the man would ever be seen again, but the possibility that ships could be sent north on a rescue mission was not to be discarded. The calm, warmer weather raised the men's spirits. Uniforms soaked by the last few days' exertions were hung to dry on ramparts, giving the Teste de Bouche a comfortingly domestic air. Palmer's Marines, stripped to the waist, took axes and billhooks from the villagers and went to the woods where tree after tree was felled and dragged back to the fort for fuel and barricades. Small boats were broken up and their timbers brought within the walls. Every container that could hold water, from rain barrels to cooking pots, was carried to an empty, scorched magazine and stored in safety. It was no time to be careful of French opinion. Houses were searched for food, powder, and weapons. Smoked hams and bacon were brought to the fort, cattle were slaughtered, and winter stores of wheat, pathetically hidden, were dragged in heavy sacks up the sandy road. To one of the merlons, a jutting stone stub between two embrasures, a stripped pine trunk was lashed tight. It had been the tallest tree in the woodlands, and now, at its tapering tip, it carried a crude flag. The flag was not the Union flag, for Minva's men could not find sufficient blue cloth to make such a thing. Instead, it was the flag of England, the Red Cross of St. George made from the sleeves of Marines' uniforms and sewn onto a white field that had previously served as a tablecloth in the house of the customs inspector at Le Moulot. A red cross on white, the flag of the man who had slain the dragon. And though few of Sharpe's men would hold allegiance to England, coming as they did from Germany or Ireland or Scotland or Wales or Spain, the flag was oddly comforting. It streamed in the wind gusts as a signal to an empty sea. The defences were Sharpe's concern. There were 4 ramparts, and at the corners of the fort were higher citadels. Little more than guerites for the shelter of sentries, but the citadels effectively blocked swift movement from one rampart to the next. A soldier wishing to go from the north wall to the east must thread the 2 doorways of the northeast citadel, and to make a swifter passage, Sharpe had walkways of rough pine lashed together, then bridged diagonally across the corners. The courtyard was not square, but made into an irregular shape by the buildings that were sheltered beneath the ramparts. The burned barracks filled the square of the northeastern corner, while the garrison offices and the officers' quarters filled the southwestern. The gap between them was crudely but thickly barricaded with an abatis of untrimmed pine trees. If the enemy penetrated the courtyard, then they would be faced by the thick hedge of bristly pine. Sharpe's greatest worry was ammunition. Lieutenant Fitch, set to count the cartridges left to the Marines, gloomily reported that each man had scarce 30 shots left. The rifleman, who always carried more into battle, had over 60, but the grim total was less than 9,000 cartridges in the fort. A battalion could fire as much in the first 5 minutes of a battle, and Fredrickson, scratching calculations on a bastion with a spare rifle flint, grunted, "I reckon we've got enough for an 80-minute battle. After that we'll be throwing blacking balls at them." "We've got the powder in the horns." Sharpe was speaking of the fine powder that every rifleman carried in a horn. The powder was kept for the special shots, where marksmanship might be spoiled by the coarser powder of cartridges, but Sharpe knew that even if spare bullets could be found, the extra powder would not be sufficient for more than 600 or 700 rounds. So more men were sent out to search for powder. The villagers had duck guns, therefore there must be powder in the countryside, and Sharpe gave the men permission to pull walls down to find hidden supplies. He'd be lucky, he thought, to even double his ammunition supply, so other means of killing Frenchmen must be devised. Lieutenant Fitch had a dozen men sharpening pine stakes that had first been hammered into the bed of the wet ditch. The stakes, whittled to points with knives and bayonets, were hidden beneath the water in those places Sharpe judged the most dangerously exposed to French assaults. Above the stakes, heaped on the ramparts, were piles of masonry that had been loosened by Bamfard's explosions. A building stone dropped from the fire step would kill a man as effectively as any bullet, yet the piled masonry seemed a pathetic weapon to prepare against whatever might come from the east. "Perhaps they won't come," Patrick Harper said. "There aren't supposed to be many troops in this area," Sharpe said hopefully. "I suppose they was ghosts we were fighting 2 days ago," Harper asked innocently. "And perhaps we won't need this bastard." He slapped the breech of one of the 2 12-pounder guns rescued from the ditch. Harper had taken it upon himself to make the guns battle-worthy. Presently there was not enough powder to fire even one cannon, but Harper prayed enough propellant would be scraped up from the local village. Like many an infantryman, he was fascinated by cannon, and wanted desperately to make at least one of these guns capable of firing a shot. With a gentleness that was surprising in such a huge man, and with a tenacity Sharpe had seen before in the Irishman, Harper was using a narrow-bladed awl to dig the iron spike, scrap by bright scrap, out of the vent hole. "Can it be cleared?" Sharpe asked. Harper's pause seemed to suggest that the job might be expedited if officers didn't insist on asking him damn-fool questions. Then he shrugged. "I'll clear the bastard if it takes all day and night, sir." By the afternoon Sharpe fervently hoped that the cannons could be made to work, for Lieutenant Minva had struck gold. Or rather, in the strong room at the back of the customs house at Le Moulot, he had found 8 barrels of black powder. "It's filthy stuff, sir," Minver said dubiously. Sharpe fingered some of the powder in his right hand. It was old. It smelled damp, and it was the worst kind of black powder. That made from the dusty leavings of finer powder and adulterated with ground pit coal. But it was still gunpowder. He put a pinch into the pan of his rifle, snapped the flint onto the frizzen, and the powder fizzed dirtily. "Mix it with the other captured powder. And well done." A laboratory was made in the chapel, where 3 men tore pages from Lasson's remaining books and twisted the paper into crude cartridges that were filled with the coarse powder. They lacked bullets as yet, but Fredrickson had a squad of men ripping the lead from the church at Arcachon, and Sergeant Rossner was stoking a fire in the furnace that had once heated the French shot, and Lieutenant Fitch was the possessor of a pistol that came complete with a mould for bullet-making, which, though slightly smaller in calibre than the muskets or rifles, would still make a usable missile. Some undamaged bullets were raked out of the burned barracks, where Sharpe supposed his spare ammunition had been exploded by Bamfald. More powder still came from Arcachon, and from the villages of Le Teste, Pila, and Demulo. There were leather bags of powder, boxes of powder, and small barrels of powder. There were even musketoons, an ancient matchlock, 6 blunderbusses, 8 duck guns, and a fine duelling pistol that had yet another bullet mould in its wooden case. The men were busy, and, as ever, purposeful activity made them content. When a cheer announced that Patrick Harper had succeeded in making one of the 12-pounders battle-worthy, that contentment soared into a confidence that belied the desperation of their predicament. Harper started on the second 12-pounder gun. "Unless you'd like me to work on one of the big buggers," he asked Sharpe hopefully. Sharpe declined the offer. He didn't have enough men to raise one of the vast 36-pounders from the channel, nor could he spare the powder needed to fire one of the huge guns. Even these smaller field guns, if they could both be fired, would not be used more than once or twice. They were weapons for emergency only. "Sir?" The wounded man watching inland waved to Sharpe. "Visitors, sir." Sharpe ran to the gate, walked across the precarious plank bridge, and saw a tall, long-haired man walking towards the glacis. It was Cornelius Killick, and the sight of the American astonished Sharpe. He had thought Killick would have long gone inland, yet here was the privateer captain looking for all the world as though he merely took an afternoon stroll. Sharpe met the American beyond the glacis. "I thought you'd gone to Paris, Mr. Killick." Killick ignored Sharpe's greeting, staring instead at the work being done to barricade the fort's blackened archway. "You look as if you're expecting trouble, Major." "Maybe. Stranded, are you? A modern Robinson Crusoe?" "Maybe." Killick laughed at Sharpe's evasive answers, then allowed himself to be drawn away from the fort. "I'm doing a bit of repair work myself." "You are?" "I'm putting an Elmwood ass on an oak-built ship." The American grinned. "The Thuella wasn't quite as knocked up as I thought. You want passage, Major Sharpe?" "To America." The thought amused Sharpe. "We make fine whiskey, Major," Killick said persuasively, "and fine women." "If you say so, but I'll refuse just the same." The 2 men walked to the sand dunes by the channel, where the American opened a leather bag and offered Sharpe an oyster. "Ever eaten a raw oyster, Major?" "No." "Perhaps you'd better not. You might accuse me of breaking my promise not to fight Englishmen." Killick laughed, broke a shell open with a clasp knife, and tipped the oyster into his mouth. "So you're in trouble." "I can't deny it." Killick sat, and after a moment's hesitation, Sharpe sat beside him. He suspected the American had come here for some purpose, though Killick was at pains to make the visit seem casual. The purpose could be simply to spy on Sharpe's preparations, but Killick had made no real effort to enter the fort, and seemed content to have Sharpe's attention. The American tossed empty shells onto the sand. "Some of my men, Major, being less civilized than myself, ain't happy with me. All because of my oath, you understand. If we can fight, then we can make money." "Is that why you fight?" Killick shrugged. "It's a business, Major. The Thuella cost my principals 163,000 newfangled dollars. They made a profit, but have you ever known a merchant content with a simple profit? And if my men don't take prizes, my men starve. So they're unhappy." "But alive," Sharpe observed dryly. "There is that," Killick allowed. "But their pride is hurt. They had to squat in Goujon while a British brig put a couple of round shot into their boat, and I wouldn't let them fire back. I'm now being accused of cowardice, lack of patriotism, bastardy, even atheism. Me! Killick's tone suggested that he could more than cope with the grumbles of his crew. I'm sorry. Killick gave Sharpe a long, pensive look. I suppose you wouldn't release me from my promise. Sharpe smiled at the innocence with which the question had been asked. Why on earth should I? I can't think of a good reason, Killick said cheerfully, except that it irks me. Oh, it was fair, I grant you that, and I'll take it again if it would save my excellent hide for another few years, but it irks. This is my only war, Major, and I'm damn good at it, damn good. The statement was not a boast, but a bleak fact, and it reminded Sharpe of that noontide at Saint-Jean-de-Luz when this big, confident man had made a monkey out of the Navy. Killick shrugged. I want to be released from that oath. It keeps me awake at night. It itches like the pox. It irks. The answer's still no. Killick nodded, as though he'd known he could not change Sharpe's mind, but had nevertheless made a dutiful effort. Why did those bastards run out on you? I don't know. The American cocked an eye towards the sky. It might have been the weather. I thought we were in for one hell of a blow, but the damn thing disappeared. Strange weather here, Major. You expecting them back? Maybe. But they haven't come today, my friend, so my bones tell me you're in trouble. Killick gave a slow, friendly grin. You're between the devil and the deep blue sea, aren't you? Maybe. The American laughed. You could always join my crew, Major. Just march your men to Goujon and I'll sign you all on. You want to be an American citizen? Sharpe laughed. The teasing was good-natured and came from a man that Sharpe instinctively liked. If Killick had been British, Sharpe thought, and dressed in a green jacket, he would have made a damn fine rifleman. Perhaps you'd like to sign your men up in the Rifles. I could start you off as a corporal. I've had my belly full of land fighting, Killick said with a rueful honesty. He gave a wistful glance towards the open sea, then looked again at Sharpe. I'll be sorry to see you defeated, Major. I don't intend to be. And I'm mindful, the American continued, as though Sharpe hadn't spoken, that you saved my life. So even if you won't release me from my oath, I reckon I owe you something. Isn't that right, Major? If you say so. Sharpe spoke with the caution of a man wary of an enemy bringing a gift. But this enemy smiled, shucked an oyster, then tossed the shell halves onto the sand in front of Sharpe. They used to collect tons of these things out of the bay, tons. Used to take them to a place at the end of the channel. Killick jerked a thumb north. And burn them, Major, burn them. They stopped a few years back because they couldn't ship the stuff out anymore. But there's a stone barn full of it up there, full of it. Killick smiled. Sharpe frowned, not understanding. Full of what? Major, I may bring you breeches, but I'm damned if I'm going to pull 'em up for you. Killick twisted another oyster apart with his blade, then shrugged. Always think I'm going to find a pearl in these damn things, and I never do. Lasson was pretty astonished you spared our lives, Major. The last sentence was said as casually as his remark about pearls. Lasson? Sharpe asked. He was the commandant here, scrupulous sort of fellow. So why did you, Major? The question was evidently asked seriously, and Sharpe thought carefully about his answer. I find it hard to hang people, even Americans. Killick chuckled. Squeamishness, eh? I was hoping I'd talk my way out of a hanging. All that guff about never hanging a sailorman and still heirs. Killick grinned, pleased with his cleverness. It was all ballyhoo, Major. I just made it up. Sharpe stared at the American. For days Sharpe had believed, with all the force a superstition could command, that by showing mercy to Killick he had saved Jane's life. Now it was ballyhoo. It isn't true. Not a word, Major. Killick was pleased with Sharpe's shock reaction. But I thank you anyway. Sharpe stood. I have work to do. His hopes were sliding into a bleak despair. Good day to you. Killick watched the tall figure walk away. Remember, Major, oyster shells, halfway between here and Goujon, and that ain't ballyhoo. Sharpe went into the fortress. He wanted to speak with no one. Suddenly, all the preparations he had made against siege seemed useless, contemptible, and pathetic. The hay rakes taken from the villagers seemed feeble instruments with which scaling ladders could be knocked aside. The 2 guns made ready by Harper were toys to swat at a monster. The pine abatis was a bauble, no more of an obstacle than a sheep hurdle. Jane was dying. Sharpe could not see beyond that fact. "Sir?" Fredrickson ran up the stone ramp. "Sir?" Sharpe, who'd been sitting in one of the embrasures that faced the channel, looked up. "William?" 2,000 of the buggers, plus 2 batteries of artillery." Fredrickson's mounted riflemen had returned on lathered horses with the grim news. Sharpe looked down again, wondering what purpose the white lines on the rampart, each numbered, had served. "Sir?" Fredrickson frowned. Sharpe's head jerked up again. 2,000, you say?" "At least." Sharpe forced himself to attend to the news. How far?" 3 hours. They'd arrive in darkness. Sharpe spoke softly. Somehow he didn't care if it was 2 or 20,000. "Sir?" Fredrickson was puzzled by Sharpe's mood. "Tell me," Sharpe suddenly stood, "what happens when you burn oyster shells?" "Oyster shells?" Fredrickson frowned at the strange question. "Well, you get quicklime, of course." "Lime?" Sharpe told himself he could not wallow in self-pity. He had men to defend and an enemy to defy. "It blinds people." "That's the stuff," Fredrickson said. "Then we've got 3 hours to fetch some." Sharpe was shaking himself back to normal. He passed on Killick's directions and ordered one of the limbers taken north. 2 hours later, when the light was nothing but a glow above the western horizon, 8 barrels of quicklime were carried into the fortress. Like the powder from the customs house, it was old and damp through too long storage behind the lime kilns, and it clumped in great, dirty white, fist-sized lumps. But Fredrickson took the barrels to the gallery, where the cooking fires were lit, and levered off the barrel tops so that the powder would start to dry. "It's a nasty weapon," he said to Harper. "That's a nasty war." Harper crumbled one of the lumps. "And if the frogs decide not to fight, sir, we can always paint the bloody place white." From the courtyard outside came the sound of stones whispering on steel as the bayonets were sharpened. The job was being done with the obsessiveness of men who knew that careful preparation could fractionally tip the casual scales of life and death in their favor. Sharpe, listening to the hiss of steel, tried to guess what his enemy planned. The French, he decided, would be mostly raw troops. They'd arrive in weary darkness and head for the village that promised shelter and water. Yet their general would know that a surprise night assault could bring him swift victory. If Sharpe was that general, he'd assemble his veterans and send them on a silent march to the north, from whence, while the defenders were distracted by the noise of the troops in the village, those veterans would strike. So Sharpe must strike first. Except that, sitting in the gathering dusk, Sharpe was assailed by bleak and horrid doubts. 170 men, desperately short of ammunition, faced over 10 times their number. The enemy brought guns, while Sharpe only had the 2 12-pounders that were loaded, like the duck guns, with scraps of stone and metal. It was madness to fight here, yet unthinkable to surrender without a fight. Captain Fredrickson, his face smeared black with dampened soot, scraped from the shattered kitchen chimney, crouched beside Sharpe. "I've chosen a dozen men, sir, including Harper." "Good." Sharpe tried to imbue his voice with enthusiasm, but couldn't succeed. "I don't understand, William, why the bastards are fighting us. Why not let us rot here? Why waste men on us?" "Christ knows, sir." Fredrickson obviously didn't care. He only anticipated a rare fight. "You'll want a prisoner, no doubt." "It would be useful, William." Sharpe stared eastwards, but there was still no sign of the approaching French forces. "I wish I could come with you." "You can't, sir." "No." This was one of the sacrifices of command, that Sharpe must delegate. In years past he'd have liked nothing better than to have led a raiding party against the enemy, but now he must stay in the fortress where the nervous garrison could see and take confidence from his calm demeanour. He walked with Fredrickson to the northwest corner of the fort, where, with the aid of a fishing net hung from an embrasure, the riflemen climbed down to the night-shadowed sand. The shining metal of their weapons and uniforms had, like their faces, been blacked. They carried no packs, no canteens, only ammunition, bayonets, and firearms. They were Sharpe's best, and if he lost them tonight, he would lose this battle. When they disappeared into the darkness, Sharpe turned and walked, feeling suddenly lonely, to the eastern ramparts. He waited there, staring inland, until at last the sounds came from the darkness. "Sir?" A marine sentry spoke nervously. "I hear it, lad." Sharpe heard the chink of trace chains, the thump of wheels, the noise of artillery drawn behind horses. He heard, too, the soft thunder made by boots. The French had come. For a long time he couldn't see the enemy. There was no moon, and the land was dark. He heard the noises. He heard the voices raised in sudden orders. Then a flash of lantern light showed. Another, and slowly, dimly, Sharpe made out the darker mass that seemed to mill into the village to the south. The enemy had come, and the second battle of Arcachon was about to begin. Chapter 14. General Calvet sat in a miserable hovel in a miserable village on the miserable edge of an increasingly miserable France. "You say this Sharpe is good?" "Lucky," Ducos said scornfully. "The Emperor," Calvet said, "will tell you a soldier needs luck more than brains. He came up from the ranks?" "Like yourself, General," Ducos replied. "Then he must be good." Calvet rubbed his hands in gleeful anticipation. The general had a broad, scarred face burned with powder stains like dark tattoos. He wore a bushy, black veteran's moustache. "Favier, you fought the English. What are they like?" Favier knew this was a time for truth, not bombast. "Unimaginative in attack, rock-solid in defense, and quick with their muskets, very. But these scoundrels are short of ammunition." The general had heard how the British had scoured the local villages for powder. Calvet sat at a scarred table with a map drawn by Commandant Lasson beside the bread and cheese that was his supper. "So the quicker they are with muskets, the sooner they'll exhaust their powder." Calvet stared at the map. A double ditch, one of them flooded, surrounded 3 sides of the fort, but the fourth side, that which faced the channel, had no flooded ditch. The main bastion stood in the tidal shallows, but the northern half of the western wall was edged with sand as far as the moat's outflow. That was the vulnerable place. The moat's outflow was a sluice gate in a small masonry dam at the fort's northwestern corner. That dam would act as a bridge leading to the rampart's base, and the trick of this attack, Calvet knew, would be to draw the defenders' attention away from that spot. "You'll attack tonight?" Ducos asked eagerly. "Don't be a damned fool, man. That's what he's expecting. He's got his men on alert. They'll have a bad night and I'll make it worse, but I won't attack." Calvet saw the disapproval on Ducos' face, and knowing what sinister power Ducos sometimes wielded with the Emperor, the big general deigned to explain himself. "I've got raw troops, Ducos. Nothing more than bloody farm boys. Have you ever attacked at night? It's chaos. A bloody shambles. If they're repulsed, and they will be, they'll taste defeat, and the new conscript should always be given a victory. It makes him feel invincible. No. We attack tomorrow. The Godams have had no sleep. They'll be nervous as virgins in a grenadier's barracks, and we'll crush them." Calvet leaned back in his chair and smiled about the crowded room. "Tomorrow night we'll have Major Sharpe as our dinner guest." An aide lit a new candle. "If he's alive, sir." "If he's not, we'll eat him." Calvet laughed. "We ate enough men in Russia. Human flesh tastes like skate. Did you know that, Ducos? Next time you eat skate, remember it." "Thank you, sir." Ducos did not smile. "Boiled buttock of corporal, well peppered," Calvet mused. "I've dined on worse. What's the range of their damned rifles?" 200 paces, Favier said, "but they can be a nuisance up to 400. "Then we'll put the howitzers here." Calvet's thumb smeared the pencil marks that showed the village on the map. "I want them bedded down as mortars." "Of course, sir," the artillery colonel said. "And the other guns here." The thumb stabbed down again, leaving a scrap of cheese by the watermill. "Make embrasure in the wall, but don't open fire tonight. Tonight I want muskets up on the glacis. Lots of them.
Keep the bastards worried. I want noise, bang, shouts.
He was looking at one of his battalion colonels.
Pick a different spot every few minutes. Don't make it regular. You know how to do it.
Yes, sir.
Make them use up some of their precious ammunition. But keep clear of this place. Calvé pointed to the dam. I want that left alone.
Yes, sir.
And at dawn I want no one inside, no one.
Calvé stood. He was a huge man with a paunch like a ready barrel of howitzer powder. He stretched his arms, yawned, and turned to the straw mattress that was laid by the fire.
Now I'm sleeping, so get out, wake me at 5.
Yes, sir.
When we do attack,
the general's rumbling voice checked the exodus of uniformed officers.
We do it quickly, efficiently, and right. Any man who lets me down will have to explain himself alone to me.
He raised one clenched fist the size of a small cannonball.
Now, bugger off and keep the bastards hopping.
The waves broke and sucked on the beach at the channel entrance. The wind rattled pine branches and sighed over the ramparts, and the picked men of the best French battalion went to their nighttime task while the others slept. And General Calvé, head on a haversack and boots ready by his bed, snored. "Hold your fire!" Sharpe bellowed the order, heard it echoed by a sergeant, then ran down the southern rampart. 6 or 7 musket shots had cracked from the glasses, the balls hissing uselessly overhead, and 2 Marines and a rifleman had instinctively returned fire. "You don't fire," Sharpe said, "unless you're ordered to fire, or unless the bastards are climbing the wall, you hear?" None of the 3 men replied. Instead, crouching beneath the battlements, they reloaded their weapons. Sharpe sent Fitch around the ramparts with a new warning that no man was to fire. The French, Sharpe guessed, were trying to provoke just such defensive fire to see which parts of the rampart responded most heavily. Let the bastards guess. 60 men were in the old garrison offices, fully armed, but told to catch what sleep they could. When the attack came, and Sharpe didn't expect it till the deadest hours of the night, those men could be on the ramparts in minutes. He crouched in an embrasure. The wind fingered cold on the scabbed blood on his forehead, and the sigh of it in his ears made listening difficult. He thought he heard the scrape of a boot or musket butt on the glasses, but was not sure. Whatever the sound was, it was too small to presage a full attack. Sharpe had crouched beyond a fortress's defences, throat dry and fear rampant, and he knew what sudden commotion was made by a mass of men moving to the escalade. There'd be ladders bumping forward, the chink of equipment, the scrape of hundreds of boots, but he could hear nothing but the wind and see nothing but the blackness. He went to the eastern wall and crouched beside Sergeant Rossner. "Anything?" "Nothing, sir." The German sergeant had his shako upended on the fire step and half filled with cartridges. Beside him was a roped mass of hay. If an attack came, the hay would be lit, then slung far over the walls to illuminate targets. No lights were allowed in the courtyard or on the walls of the Teste de Bouche, for such lights could only silhouette the defenders for the convenience of French marksmen. Sharpe moved on, crouching to talk with men, offering them wine from his canteen, always giving the same message. There was nothing to fear from random shots, or from the shouts that sometimes sounded in the darkness. The French were trying to fray the defenders' nerves, and Sharpe would have done the same. Once there was the sound of massed feet, shouts, and a fusillade of musketry that flattened on the walls, but no dark shapes appeared beyond the glacis slip. Jeers and insults came from the darkness, more shots, but Sharpe's men, once the first fear had subsided, learned to ignore the sounds. In Commandant Lasson's old quarters, 2 Marines, one who had been a surgeon's mate, and another who had trained in the butcher's trade, laid out carpenter's tools, shaving razors and sewing kits on a table. They had no clamps. Instead there was a cauldron of boiling pitch with which to cauterize a stump. They had no camphorated wine, nor any solution of lead acetate. So instead they had a barrel of salt water to wash wounds, and a pot filled with spiderwebs that could be stuffed into deep cuts. Patrick Harper, the big Irishman, had recommended maggots for cleaning wounds, but the dignity of their new-fetched professional pride would not allow the 2 Marines to accept the nostrum. They listened to the shots in the night, sipped the brandy that was supposed to dull wounded men's pain, and wondered when the first wounded would be brought for their attention. Captain Palmer, trying to sleep where the 60 men were held in reserve, knew that there would be small rest tonight. Musket shots and sudden shouts came faint to the old officers, but not so faint that they didn't cause men to stir and reach for their muskets or rifles. "I wish the bastards would come," one Marine muttered, and Palmer held the same belief. Better to get it over, he thought, than this damned waiting. A Spanish rifleman on the southern wall sent for Sharpe. "Can you hear, senor?" The man spoke in Spanish. Sharpe listened. Faint but unmistakable came the sound of picks and spades thudding into earth, then the ring of a crowbar on stone. "They're making a battery," he replied in Spanish. "In the village?" The rifleman made it half a guess and half a question. Sharpe listened again. "I'd say so." "They'll be in range, then." The Spaniard slapped the woodwork of his rifle. "Long range," Sharpe said dubiously. "Not for Taylor," the Spaniard said. The American's marksmanship was a legend to Frederickson's men. But Taylor this night was in the darkness, gone with Harper and Frederickson, gone to spread terror among the men who tried to keep a garrison awake with clamour, gone to the kill. Not a man made a sound. They lay flat to let their eyes adjust to the darkness. The sky was not so dark as the land. There was no moon, but a spread of stars showed between patches of cloud, and that lighter sky might betray a silhouette from ground level, and so the riflemen lay, bellies on the sand, unmoving. They were the best. Each man was a veteran, each had fought in more battles than could be casually recalled, and each had killed and gone past that point where a man found astonishment in the act of giving death to another human being. William Frederickson, whose passion was for the architecture of the past, and who was as well educated as any man in Wellington's army, saw death as a regrettable but inevitable necessity of his trade. If wars could be won without death, Frederickson would have been content, but so far mankind had devised no such process. And war, he believed, was necessary. To Frederickson, the enemy was the embodiment of Napoleon's imperial ambitions, the foe of all that he held most dear. And while he was not so foolish, nor so blind, as to be unaware of their humanity, it was nevertheless a humanity that had been pointed in his direction with orders to kill. It was therefore necessary to kill more swiftly and more efficiently than the enemy. Thomas Taylor, Frederickson's American, reckoned death as commonplace as a meal or a woman. It was part of being alive. From his youngest days he'd only known cruelty, pain, sickness, poverty, and death, and he saw nothing strange in any of those things. If it had made him heartless, it had also given him a pride in surviving in the valley of the shadow. He could kill with a rifle, a knife, a saw bayonet, or his bare hands, and he was good with all of them. He was a man of great resentment and small remorse. He resented a fate that had driven him from his own land, that had doomed him to an army he didn't love, but his pride would not let him be a bad soldier. For Patrick Harper, killing was a soldier's trade, and an act that provoked equal measures of regret and pride. By nature the Irishman was a gentle, pacific man, but there was a rage in him that could be touched by battle and turn him into a warrior as fearsome as any celebrated in Celtic song. Only battle seemed to touch that rage. Sometimes, thinking of the men he'd killed, and whose faces he'd seen show the last emotion of life, Harper might wish the blow withdrawn, the bayonet unthrust, or the trigger unpulled. But it was always too late. Other times, when he looked about the men he led, he was proud that he was of the best, that his deeds were celebrated, and that his name was never spoken with disdain. He loved the men he fought alongside, and their deaths hurt him, so he fought for them like a demon. He was a soldier, and he was a good one. And now he lay in the sand and was aware of the green jackets lying to his left and right, and of the small sounds that came from the dunes ahead. For an hour or more the French had been sniping at the fort, teasing the defenders, but always from a safe distance. They had done it to the southern and eastern ramparts, and now dark figures showed in the dead ground to the north where Frederickson's men lay. Sweet William clicked his tongue softly, held a hand up so that it was silhouetted on the dark sky, and slowly gestured further north. 13 shadows moved in the sand. They had blackened faces, blackened hands, and darkened weapons. Their rifles were slung taut across their backs, for Frederickson, knowing the value of fear driven into an enemy's heart, wanted this night's killing to be silent. They would use blades, not bullets, and the 13 men moved with a skilled silence that presages death. Each rifleman had spent time in daylight on this very ground, and, though the dunes looked different under the night's cloak, the remembered knowledge was an advantage not given to their enemies. A squad of 10 Frenchmen gathered under the fold of a dune that edged onto the sawgrass of the glacis. They were one of 6 such parties abroad this night, and they were enjoying their work. No danger seemed to threaten them, not even random musket fire from the dark ramparts that showed above the glacis. For the first hour of their excursion, treading into unknown darkness, they'd gone cautiously and nervously, but the night's innocent silence had lulled their fears and made them bold. 50 yards to their left, Lieutenant Pierlot's squad suddenly yelled like savages and blasted shots at the fort. The men in the shelter of the dune grinned. Their own officer whispered that they could rest a moment, and one sergeant made a cave about his head with his greatcoat, and under its hooding darkness struck a flint on steel, blew tinder to life, and lit his short pipe. 5 yards away, unseen, Thomas Taylor eased himself along the sand on his elbows. In his right hand, blackened with a ball of boot-blacking, was a 23-inch sword bayonet that had been honed and sharpened to a razor's fineness. The French officer, a captain of skirmishers, clambered to the top of the dune, careless of the small noises made by the cascading sand. Lieutenant Pierlot was making enough racket to wake the dead, and the small laughter and low voices of his own squad caused the captain no concern. He stared at the fortress and thought he saw a figure move on the ramparts. At night the eyes played tricks, and he stared at the place where he thought he had seen movement, and decided he was wrong. He hoped the British would surrender swiftly. The captain, who had a fiancée in Reims and a mistress in Bordeaux, did not relish dying for the Emperor in a useless escalade on this shabby fortress. Pierlot's men fired a volley, and the noise slammed over the dunes in 2 waves, the first from the muskets and the second the echo from the fortress wall. The squad shouted insults, rattled their ramrods in hot barrels, and the captain knew there was no point in his own men startling the enemy until Pierlot's men quit their entertainment. He slid down the sand, calling to his men to relax, but suddenly his feet were seized, tugged hard, and the captain slithered down the dunes, sprawling and flailing, until a boot slammed into his belly and a knee dropped onto his chest, and a voice was hissing in fluent French that unless he kept very silent the knife at his throat would cut through to his spine. The captain kept very silent. He could see nothing, but he could hear grunts and scuffles. One of his men's muskets banged into the air, and in the muzzle's red flash the captain had a glimpse of black shapes rising and falling, of blades dripping, and suddenly the smell of raw blood was in his nostrils. Flesh sucked on steel, a blade grated on bone as it was withdrawn. Men breathed heavily, then there was a respite from the sound of butchery. 1. Fredrickson, kneeling on the captain, whispered the word into the sudden silence. 2. Harper hissed. 3. Said a German from Mainz who kept account of the Frenchmen he killed in battle. 4. Thomas Taylor. 5. A youth who was reputed to have stabbed his mother in Bedford, then fled to the army before the law could catch him. 6. A Spaniard recruited in Salamanca to swell ranks depleted by war. The numbers went to 13. All Fredrickson's men were present, none was wounded, and of the enemy, only the French captain was alive. That captain, feeling he'd shown insufficient valor this night, pushed his hand down to his belt where a pistol was holstered. The knife pressed on his throat. "Don't move," the voice said. The captain froze. Fredrickson ran his free hand over the captain's body, found pistol and sword, and drew both free. He pushed the pistol into his jacket, then used his knife to cut the Frenchman's small ammunition pouch free. The rifleman was slashing at the dead men's cartouches. French musket balls, being fractionally smaller than the British issue, could be used by the Marines and riflemen in their weapons, whereas captured British ball was useless to the French. "RSM Harper?" Fredrickson backed away from his captive. "Take the bugger back." Sweet William, careless of the conventions of this war, first tied a gag about the officer's mouth. "Tommy? John, go with Mr. Harper." Fredrickson was careful to give Harper the honorific due to a regimental sergeant-major. It took 20 minutes before the French officer was hauled by a loop of rope to the battlements on the western face, followed by 9 precious cartouches of ready ammunition, and it was another 10 minutes before Harper and his escort were back with Fredrickson. They made themselves known with the harsh call of a nightjar, were answered in kind, then went on to the east, where more Frenchmen waited in the darkness. "He says, sir," Lieutenant Fitch was acting as interpreter, "that there won't be an attack tonight." "He does he?" Sharpe kept his eyes on the captured French officer, who shook in the corner of the room. Sharpe did not blame the man. The French captain had been brought to the makeshift surgery to answer questions, and the man doubtless believed the ranks of pincers, saws, probes, and razors were to be used on him. Each slow, burping bubble of the simmering pitch made Captain Meillerain shudder. "Ask him who's in command," Sharpe ordered. He half listened to the ensuing conversation as he probed through Meillerain's belongings. There was a fine watch with a chased silver lid that told Sharpe it was 3:15 in the morning. There was a bundle of letters tied in a green ribbon, all written from Reims and signed Jeannette. There was a miniature painting enclosed in a leather wallet, and presumably of the same Jeannette, who simpered artfully at the beholder. There was a handkerchief, a clasp knife, 3 walnuts, an unwashed fork and spoon, a flask of brandy, a pencil stub, and a small leather-clad diary that contained sketches of the countryside and a clumsy, heavy-jowled, pencil-drawn portrait of a girl called Marie. In the same page was a slip of pasteboard, on which was glued some dried flowers and signed, evidently with love, by the same Marie. "Calvé," Fitch said. "A general." "Never heard of him." "Ask him if Bordeaux has risen for the king." The question elicited an indignant, long answer that translated simply as, "No." Sharpe was not surprised by the answer, but he probed further. "Ask him if there was any trouble in the city recently." Captain Meillerain, prompted by a particularly rich burst of bubbling from the cauldron of pitch, said there'd been some bread riots at Christmas, but no political trouble, except the usual grumbling of merchants made poor by the blockade. And no, the garrison had not rebelled, and no, he didn't think the population was ready to rebel against the Emperor. He seemed to think about the last answer, shrugged, then repeated it. Sharpe listened to the translation and began to understand the treachery of the Comte de Macaire. Hogan, in his feverish babbling, had used the man's name, together with the name of Pierre Ducos, and now Sharpe suspected he was a victim of the clever Frenchman's scheming. Or was he? In these last few hours, alone with his thoughts, Sharpe had begun to suspect a deeper, more secret scheme. Why would Wellington allow men like Wigram and Bamfal to harbour grandiose schemes of invasion? Neither staff colonels nor naval captains had the authority to authorize such adventures. Yet neither man had been slapped down except by Elphinstone, who was of their own rank. Wellington, or the admiral of the Biscay squadron, could have ordered the two men to stop their scheming, yet they'd been allowed to indulge their dreams of madness. And why had the Comte de Macaire been sent to Bordeaux? Surely the answer was that Wellington wanted the French to believe in an Arcachon landing. General Calvé's presence at Arcachon meant that he couldn't oppose a bridge across the Adour. So the victim was not Sharpe, but the French. Yet de Macaire's treachery had still abandoned Sharpe to this fate in a slighted fortress. Captain Meillerain, fearful because of the boiling pitch, suddenly spoke. "He asks," Fitch translated, "whether he can be exchanged." "For whom?" Sharpe asked. "I haven't taken any of us prisoner." "Give him his belongings back, then lock him in the liquor store." Sharpe returned to the ramparts, and there stood down half of his men, and sent them to get some precious sleep. The captured Captain Meillerain had convinced Sharpe that the enemy he faced, though overwhelming in numbers, was half-trained and incapable of a nighttime escalade. The Frenchman had also convinced Sharpe that he was not caught in a trap, but was an unwitting part of a greater trap. But that was no consolation, for in the morning the French guns would begin their fire, and the time of trial would begin. Frederickson first led his squad eastwards, then south through the tangle of small meadows. He was drawn by a rhythmic clanging sound that came from the direction of the watermill. He paused in the black-shadowed shelter of the byre where Harper had drawn his own tooth. There was the beat of owl wings overhead, then silence again, except for the ring of picks or crowbars on the watermill stones. Frederickson waved his men into hiding, then stared at the mill. There was the faintest glow of light limning the doors and windows, suggesting that men worked inside the big stone building by the light of shielded lanterns. "They're putting guns in there," Harper offered his opinion in a hoarse whisper. "Probably. Artillery placed in the mill would be protected by stone walls from rifle fire, and would be able to rake the southern and eastern flanks of the beleaguered fortress." Frederickson turned towards the village where the bulk of the enemy forces had gone. More half-shielded lights showed among the small buildings, but he could see no movement between the village and the mill. He wondered how many pickets guarded the big stone building that straddled the stream. "Hernandez?" The Spanish rifleman from Salamanca appeared beside Fredrickson. He moved with an uncanny silence, a stealth learnt when he was a guerrillero, and a stealth much prized by Captain Fredrickson. The Spaniard listened to his captain's quick orders, showed a white grin against blackened skin, and went southwards. Hernandez, Fredrickson believed, could have picked the devil's own pockets and got clean away. The other rifleman waited for 20 minutes. A French squad fired from the glacis, shouted insults at the ramparts, but no defender fired back. A dog barked in the village, then yelped as it was kicked into silence. Fredrickson smelt Hernandez before he saw him, or rather he smelt blood, then heard 2 thumps as the Spaniard seemed to materialize out of the shadows. "There are 4 men on the track from the mill to the village," Hernandez whispered, "and there were 2 guarding the bridge." "What?" "Si, senor." Hernandez gestured to the ground and thus explained the curious double thump that had presaged his return. Fredrickson's voice was gentle with reproof. "You didn't cut their heads off, did you, Marcos?" "Si, senor. Now they cannot give the alarm." "That's certainly true." Fredrickson was glad that the darkness cloaked the horrors at his feet. He led his squad south, following the path reconnoitred by Hernandez, a path that led to the small bridge beside the mill. Once at the bridge, they were close enough to see the shapes of men working inside the building. One group of men, using crowbars, sledgehammers and picks, were making loopholes in the thick outer wall of the mill, while others cleared the mill's machinery to leave a space for the guns. "There were 20 French bastards inside," Hernandez whispered. "Guns? I didn't see them." One of the lantern shields was lifted as a man stooped to light a cigar. Fredrickson thought he saw the shape of a French field gun in the recesses of the mill, but it was hard to tell exactly what lay in the deep shadows. But Fredrickson knew that at least 20 men worked inside, and another 4 Frenchmen were close to the mill. Sweet William had 13 men, but his were riflemen. The odds therefore seemed stacked against the French, in which case there was small point in waiting, so Fredrickson, sword drawn, led his men to the attack. General Calvé was not unduly annoyed, he was even amused. "So he's good. That makes him a worthy foe. I'll take another egg." Another rifle crack and another scream betrayed that some fool had shown himself on the northern edge of the village. 400 paces. Calvé looked at Favier. "They have some marksmen," Favier said apologetically. "I've never understood," Calvé broke off a piece of bread with which to mop up his egg yolk, "why the Emperor won't use rifles. I like them." "Slow to load," Favier ventured. "Tell that to the poor bugger who's on his way to the surgeons." Calvé grunted scant thanks as his servant tipped another runny egg from the pan onto the plate. "Where's the bacon?" "The British took it all to the fort." "So they're eating bacon for breakfast and I'm not," Calvé growled, then looked at Duco, who sat in the corner with a pen and notebook. "Tell your master, Duco, that we lost 34 dead, 6 wounded, and had 1 12-pounder scorched. We lost 2 limbers of ammunition. That's not a big loss. I remember a night we got in among the Ivans at Vilna. I had 2 of them on this sword, one behind the other like chickens on a spit, and the one in front was grinning at me and jabbering away in his heathen language. Remember that?" He twisted to look at his aide. "How many guns did we take?" "4, sir." "I thought it was 6. 6 it was," the aide said hastily. 6 guns, the general said happily. "And Sharpe didn't take 1 last night. Not 1. He just scorched a carriage." The mill had burned, but the stone walls were still intact, and the guns were being emplaced behind the finished, scorched embrasure. Calvé acknowledged that the British troops had done well in the night. They had scarred the mill of its work party, exploded the limbers, but they could have done much better. Sharpe, in Calvé's book, had made a mistake. He'd only sent out a small force, and though that force had committed butchery, they'd done not nearly so much damage as a major sortie from the fortress might have achieved. Calvé chuckled. "He thought we were going to pounce, so he kept most of his men at home." The general spooned half the fried egg into his mouth, then went on talking despite the mouthful.
So, we'll just have to surprise this half-clever bugger, won't we?
He wiped egg yolk from his chin with his sleeve, then looked at Favier.
Go and have a talk with this Sharpe. You know what to say.
Of course, sir.
And tell him I'd be obliged for some bacon, the fat sort.
Yes, sir. Favier paused.
He'll probably want some brandy in return. Give it to him. I'll get it back by the end of the day, but I do feel like some fat bacon for lunch. Right, gentlemen.
Calvé slapped the table to show that the pleasantries were over and that the siege proper could begin. Chapter 15. The moment Colonel Favier removed his hat, Sharpe recognized the man who had spoken to him at the bridge over the Lair. Favier smiled.
My general sends his congratulations. Give him my commiserations.
The French corporal, holding the white flag of truce, stood miserably beside Favier's horse, while Favier stared along the ramparts. There was no one but Sharpe to be seen. Favier smiled.
My general informs you that you have acquitted yourself nobly, and that you may march out with all the honors of war.
Favier shouted far louder than was necessary for just Sharpe to hear. He wanted the hidden garrison to listen to this offer.
You will be imprisoned, of course, but treated as honorable and brave opponents. I'll give you my answer, Sharpe said, at midday.
Favier, who knew all the rules of this game, smiled.
If your answer is not forthcoming in 10 minutes, Major, we shall presume that it is a rejection of our most generous terms. In the meantime, may we remove our dead from the north ground? You can send 6 men unarmed and 1 light cart. You should know that Captain Meillerain is our prisoner. Thank you.
Favier calmed his horse that had suddenly skidded sideways on the road that led through the glacis.
And you should know, Major, that your ships believe you to be defeated and captured. They will not return for you.
He waited for a response, but Sharpe said nothing. Favier smiled.
You and your officers are invited to take lunch with General Calvé. I shall give you that answer with the other, Sharpe said. And General Calvé begs a favor of you. He would be appreciative of some fat bacon. He offers this in return.
Favier held up a black, squat bottle.
Brandy.
Sharpe smiled.
Tell the General that we have all the food and drink we need. When you come for your answer, I'll give you the bacon. It's a pity for brave men to die.
Favier was shouting again.
For nothing?
8 minutes later, Sharpe gave Favier the answer that the Frenchman expected, a rejection of the offered terms, and also tossed down a muslin-wrapped leg of bacon that the flag-carrier had to pick up from the broad ledge of the counter-guard. Favier waved a friendly farewell, then turned his horse away. To the north, a small wagon was still picking up the dead left in the dunes by Frederickson's men. Sharpe wanted the French conscripts to see those corpses, and to fear the night. The French could rule the day, but his riflemen could make the environs of the Teste de Bouche into a nightmare. Yet within minutes of Favier's departure, Sharpe had some evidence that the Frenchman had planted some fear into his own men. Lieutenant Fitch, albeit sheepishly, wanted to know whether there was any hope in a fight. "Who rules the waves, Lieutenant?" Sharpe asked. "Britannia?" Sharpe pointed to the sea. "So that's our territory. Any moment, Lieutenant, a ship could appear. When it does, we're safe. How would you feel if we surrendered and a naval squadron appeared an hour later?" The very fact that the question had been asked was cause for worry. Sharpe didn't fear for the morale of his riflemen, but the Marines hadn't been fighting the French so consistently, and bereft of their ships, they felt the flickers of fear that could gnaw into a man's confidence. "We've sent a message south. The Navy patrols this coast. We only have to hold on." "Yes, sir." Yet in truth Sharpe might have shared the tremor of despair that the lieutenant's question had shown. There were no ships in sight, even though the waters beyond Cap Ferrat had settled to a gentle, sun-glittering chop. He waited on the ramparts, wondering what surprises the French general planned, and found himself contemplating the very thing Favier had encouraged, surrender. Sharpe told himself that he was trapped, outnumbered, and with limited supplies of food, water, and ammunition. When one of those things gave out, he was doomed. Yet to be made a prisoner was to be taken far away from this part of France, to be marched north to the grim fortress town of Verdun, and he would be even further from Jane. He had told his men they fought in hope of rescue, but he had lied. Sharpe's troubled thoughts were interrupted by Fredrickson climbing the ramp. "I thought you were sleeping," Sharpe said. "I slept for 3 hours." Fredrickson stared out to sea. These western ramparts were the safest, the only wall not covered by the French forces, and the two officers could lean in a gun embrasure and stare at the waves. "There's something I should have told you," Sharpe said uncertainly. "You have an unnatural passion for my beauty." Fredrickson blew steam from a mug of tea. "I understand it." Sharpe smiled a dutiful appreciation. "Jane." "Ah." Fredrickson, abandoning jest, turned and leant his rump on the stone. "Well?" "She has the fever." Fredrickson's one eye considered Sharpe. "She was well the night before. The symptoms appeared next morning." Fredrickson sighed. "I wish I could express my sorrow properly, sir." "It's not that." Sharpe was embarrassed into incoherence. "I just think I'm fighting here because I can't bear to leave her. If she dies and I'm not there, you understand? If I surrender," he waved feebly towards the north, "I'll be taken away from her." "I understand." Fredrickson took a cheroot from his pocket. He only had 6 left and had rationed himself to 1 a day. He lit it and drew the smoke into his lungs. He watched Sharpe, knowing what Sharpe wanted to hear, but unable and unwilling to express it. He was saved an immediate reply by the presence of 3 riflemen carrying a barrel of lime to one of the citadels. Fredrickson didn't know Jane. He'd met her just once, and he'd discovered a girl of startling prettiness. But that didn't make her special. Many girls, to one degree or another, were pretty. Marine Robinson's green-eyed drab, for whom Robinson risked a deserter's death, would be as pretty as any society girl if she was washed, dressed properly, and taught the monkey antics of the salon. Fredrickson had noted that Jane had a sweet-natured smile and a pleasant, vivacious personality, but such things were the stock in trade of the young woman seeking matrimony. Any father from the middling sort in Britain, and hopeful of marrying his daughter into the better classes, made sure his child was tricked out with such allurements. And as for intelligence, which Jane seemed to have, in Fredrickson's view, the largest part of female humanity so blessed inevitably wasted the gift on cheap novels, gossip, or evangelical religion. So to suffer for such a girl as Sharpe was evidently suffering did not touch a nerve in Fredrickson's soul. He allowed that Jane Sharpe might one day prove to be above the common ruck, might even prove to have a distinction and character that would outlast the fading of her beauty. And doubtless Sharpe saw those possibilities within her. But Fredrickson, not knowing her, did not. To agonize over a wife was therefore beyond Sweet William's comprehension. Indeed, for a soldier to take a wife was beyond his comprehension. Hawes could scratch that itch, and so Fredrickson found he could say nothing that would be of comfort to his friend. Instead, abandoning sympathy, he posed a question. "If you died this morning, God forbid, then I'd take over." "Yes." Sharpe knew that Fredrickson's commission was senior to Palmer's. "Then I," Fredrickson said stonily, "would fight the bastards." "Why?" "Why?" Fredrickson stared at Sharpe with amazement. "Because they're crapo. Because they're slimy frogs. Because as long as they're fighting us, they can't go south and give the peer a headache. Because the English have a God-given duty to rid the world of the French. Because it's what I'm paid to do. Because I've got nothing better to do. Because Napoleon Bonaparte is a foul little worm who grovels in his own excrement. Because no one's ordered me to surrender just because the odds are unhealthy. Because I don't want to live under French rule, and the more of those bastards I kill, the more the rest of them will slowly comprehend that fact. Do you need more?" He watched Sharpe. "If you weren't married, would you surrender?" "No. So being married has weakened you. It does, you know, saps a man." He grinned to show that he didn't want to be taken seriously, even if he had spoken with real conviction. "I'm sorry about Jane, I truly am, but her fight isn't here and you are." "Yes." Sharpe felt ashamed of himself. He wanted to tell Fredrickson about the superstition that had kept him going through the ambush, and how Killick, unwittingly, had taken that strength away from him. But he could say nothing. "I'm sorry." "You need a good fight," Fredrickson said cheerfully. "Nothing like a good fight to raise the spirits. And 2 weeks from now my friend will open a bottle and be embarrassed this conversation ever took place." Yes. Sharpe had expected some sympathy, and had found none. "They came for a parley?" "So I heard. They said that Bampfard was told we'd been defeated. That's why the Navy buggered off." "Clever." Fredrickson blew smoke into the wind. It was de Macaire, Sharpe thought. Perhaps Hogan had known de Macaire was a traitor, but no one else had known. But now Sharpe knew, and he vowed, should he survive this siege, that he would seek the Frenchmen out. Then the first howitzer shell cracked apart, and both men twisted towards the explosion even as the shards of broken shell casing, humming and fizzing from the smoke, spattered about them. A howitzer was merely a short-barreled cannon useful for the firing of exploding shell. The loss of accuracy occasioned by the stunted barrel was compensated by the diameter of the shell's explosion. Their proper use in battle was to lob shells over the heads of friendly troops. Thus, unlike the long-barreled cannons, they were fired at a gentle, upward angle. Yet General Calvé didn't want to use a shallow trajectory. Instead, he wanted his 4 howitzers to fire as mortars, firing almost vertically, so their shells would plummet straight down into the killing confines of the fortress walls. So each 880-pound barrel had to be wrestled from its carriage and laid in a specially made cradle of timbers laid in the gun pits. The timbers were levered and sawn from the village houses, notched to take the howitzers' trunnions, then wedged solid with wooden coins. Now, angling up to the sky, they would arc their shells high over the walls, or so the theory went. The problems, apart from the shifting and settling of the timbers beneath the hammer blows of each shot, were twofold. First, the gunner must precisely gauge the weight of powder that would send the ball neatly into the courtyard of the teste de bouche. A quarter ounce too much would send the shell searing far beyond the enemy. Second, the duration of the ball's flight had to be estimated, and one of the 5 fuses selected as appropriate. It was a science fleshed out with instinct, and the very first guesses of the French artillery colonel were a tribute to his experience. He ordered 5 ounces of powder used, far less than a mortar would take for the same distance, and he selected the middle fuse. The first gun, firing its experimental shot, hammered down into the timbers and squirted a coin loose. But the colonel, watching the tiny trace of smoke from the burning fuse, saw the shell arc sweetly towards the fort, then fall faster and faster to provoke a cracking, dirty-smoked explosion in the very center of the enemy. The shell was a sphere of cast iron filled with powder. When the fuse burned to the powder, the shell exploded, and fragments of iron whistled out to fill a circle 20 yards in diameter, with possible death. The shells dropped almost vertically. "Take cover!" Sharpe shouted through the smoke. 2 men were down, one screaming and clutching his belly, the other motionless. A second shell hit the ramparts, bounced, and trickled down the stone ramp. Sharpe waited for the explosion. A third tore through the rafters of the garrison's offices and exploded on the upper floor. Lieutenant Fitch, shooting out of the door like a rabbit pursued by a ferret, shouted for water. The 4th shell buried itself in the ashes and blackened timber of the burned barracks and vented those relics up and out as it coughed its dark explosion. "We've got 1 dead, sir!" A rifleman pointed to the second shell, which had come to rest on the ramp. No smoke came from the reed which held the fuses, but Sharpe had seen such things explode quite inexplicably. "Stay clear of it!" There was a pause in which Sharpe knew the enemy was realigning the guns and ladling black powder into the swab barrels. Sharpe was furious with himself. For some reason he hadn't anticipated mortar fire, and the shock of it stunned him. "I suppose," Fredrickson said, "we're going to have to endure it for a while." "I imagine so." But the powder laboratory was threatened, as was the surgeon's room, and Sharpe shouted for Lieutenant Mimver to make up a work party to remove both to safer places deep in the stone galleries. 6 men ran with fouled water from the well and handed their buckets into the offices where other men fought the fire. 2 Marines carried the wounded man towards the surgery, while a rifleman dragged the dead man to the side of the yard. Sharpe saw with approval how the dead man's ammunition was rescued. 2 more guns fired, this time with a different sound, and Sharpe whipped round to see that 2 of the enemy's 12-pounder guns, Napoleon's beautiful daughters, were successfully embrasured in the scorched watermill. They were firing heavy canister, presumably to scar the defenders from the ramparts, and the heavy balls thudded on stone or whispered overhead. "Rifles! Watch those bastards!" The gunners, 500 yards away to the southeast, just might show themselves in a window of the mill, though the smoke of their guns provided a sheltering screen against the rifles' aim. Then, in a shattering beat of sound, the 6 other 12-pounders, some inside the mill and the others sheltered by a stone wall that ran alongside the stream race, opened fire. A howitzer shell screamed down, this one exploding 5 yards above the courtyard's cobbles, and a fragment of its casing took the skull-top from one of the men who had crouched for shelter behind the furnace. Bullet-making had been interrupted by the attack, and molten lead, tipped by the shell's blast, poured slow and obscene onto the dead face. Another shell landed on the eastern ramparts and tossed a rifleman down into the courtyard. The next shell overshot, cracking apart in the dry northern ditch, while the last of this second volley, its fuse damp, bounced, span, smoked, and Patrick Harper, magnificently casual as he emerged from a powder gallery, checked the spin with his boot, licked forefinger and thumb, then bent down and plucked the burning fuse free. "Good morning, sir." "Good morning, RSM. Thank you for last night." Harper cocked an ear to the morning sounds. "Doesn't seem to have discouraged the bastard, sir." Sharpe left just a dozen men in the shelter of the citadels, mostly riflemen, and the rest were put deep in the safe galleries of the fort. The officers would have to burn. Sharpe stayed on the ramparts, as did Captain Palmer, but Fredrickson was ordered unwillingly into shelter. The heavy canister balls rattled and scraped on the stones, bounced spinning from the glacis, and tore at the makeshift flag. Once a French gunner showed himself beside the mill. 4 rifles spat, but the man with a derisive gesture leapt to safety. The shells had to be endured. They came with a horrid frequency, no longer spaced in batches of 4, because each French gun, finding its rhythm, fired at its own pace. Sometimes 2 or 3 would land together. Sometimes there would be a pause as long as 30 seconds when no shell landed, but the morning seemed to Sharpe to be an unending thunder. Again and again the explosions cracked and shook and rumbled, and the foul-smelling smoke soured the air, and flames started again in the destroyed barracks to match the flames that shot up above the ramparts from the burning offices. 6 men, led by Mimber, had helped move the makeshift surgery into a ready magazine, while another 6, led by Harper, rescued the laboratory with its precious load of half-made cartridges. A young Marine, crouching beside Sharpe in the dubious safety of the southeast citadel, flinched each time a shell exploded. "Bastards!" he said. "Bastards!" Fragments of shell casing scrabbled on stone. One fragment came through the citadel door and dropped, still smoking, at Sharpe's feet. "Bastards!" the Marine said. A shell hit the citadel roof, making a noise like the ringing crack of a sledgehammer, and Sharpe heard the shells scrape as it slid down the stone roof towards the ditch, and he knew if it exploded outside the loopholes, the iron would side this casement clean, like a butcher's cleaver swept at waist level. But the shells splashed harmlessly into the ditch. "Bastards!" the Marine said. The fortress shook with the explosions. The air thumped with them. The cobbles were scorched by them. One of Harper's cannons, so lovingly restored, was blown from its carriage. A corpse, hit in the belly by an exploding shell, spattered flesh and blood on the walls. One of Sharpe's walkways, circumventing the citadels, was lifted from its place and dropped into the barracks rubble. Another, at the southwestern corner, was burned by the flames that climbed from Lasson's offices. The 12-pounders, seeing no movement on the walls, changed to solid shot, and the hammer blows rang like harsh bells throughout the testé de bouche. At 500 yards, over open sight, the gunners couldn't miss. Their iron shot skimmed the glacis to crack into the ramparts, and the stones laid with poor mortar began to shift. "Bastards!" The Marine's knuckles, gripping the stock of his heavy musket, were white. "What's your name?" Sharpe asked. The Marine, who looked about 16 years old, blinked. "Moore, sir." "Where are you from?" "Exminster, sir." "Where's that?" Sharpe was peering through the loophole, watching for an attack. But when the boy didn't reply, he turned to him. "Well?" "You're Exeter, sir, in Devon." "Farmers?" "Father's Republican, sir, the Stowy Arms." 2 shells exploded, filling the air with smoke, thunder, and the hot breath of flame. A Marine Moore, for once, did not swear. "One day," Sharpe said, "you and I will drink some pots of ale at your Stowy Arms in Exminster, and no one will believe the tales we tell."
The boy grinned.
Yes, sir. Is it a good alehouse? The best, sir.
And the ale?
Rare stuff, sir. Better than the muck you get here.
French beer, Major Richard Sharpe said authoritatively, is pissed by virgins. He saw the boy grin as he was supposed to, and slapped his shoulder. You, Marie Moore, look through that hole. You see anything move, sing out. Understand?
Yes, sir.
I'm relying on you. Sharpe, hiding his own terror that was quite as keen as Moore's, stepped out of the citadel's shelter. He straightened his jacket and sword, then walked down the southern rampart. He saw the destruction in the courtyard, heard a round-shot shiver a merlin not 6 paces away, but walked on calmly. Men sheltering in the archways opening from the courtyard or crouching in the rampart citadels should see him now. He must look calm in the face of this terror. He must let them know that the shells and shot, however loud, were not the end of the earth. He remembered how he, as a younger soldier, had watched his officers and sergeants, and how he believed that if they could take the murderous sounds, then so could he. He stood at the midpoint of the rampart and stared south. He felt all the old symptoms of fear. His heart thumped in his ribcage. His belly seemed to be sinking. His throat was dry. He felt a muscle trembling in his thigh that he could not still, and sweat, though it was a cold day, pricked at his skin. He told himself he shouldn't move from the spot until he'd counted to 20, then decided that a brave man would count to 60. He did this so his men would see him, not because he thought it safe. A round shot glanced off the cordon of the parapet, and Sharpe knew the 12-pounders, barrels heated, were firing higher. The mortars, he noticed, were both less frequent and less accurate, and he guessed the wooden beds had shifted in the sandy soil. He reached 50 in his count, decided he was deliberately hurrying the numbers, so made himself start again from 40. "Sir! Mr. Sharpe!" It was Moore. The boy was pointing southeast, inland, and Sharpe, staring at that direction, saw the mass of men who'd been drawn up behind the village, and who now, drums beating and colours held high, emerged into plain view. The mortars, Sharpe realized with surprise, had stopped firing. He looked towards the field guns, and those weapons, all 8 of them, were silent. Their gun smoke drifted over the meadows. He noticed that there was a touch of spring in the air, and something beautiful in the way the sun glittered on the water. Sharpe turned. "Captain Fredrickson, to your places, all of you!" He blew his whistle, watched as men debouched at a run from the stone tunnels, then turned back to see what his enemy might do. The assault was coming. General Calvé, a flitch of fat bacon in one hand and a watch in the other, grinned. "You think they'll have manned the ramparts by now, Favier?" "I'm sure, sir." "Give the signal, then. I'll go back to lunch." Favier nodded to the trumpeter, who made the call, and the infantry immediately sat down. The gunners, who'd been hammering coins into the shaken howitzer beds, leapt back as the port fires were lit, and as the barrels thudded down again. "Lie down!" Sharpe was furious. He'd fallen for a trick like a raw officer fresh out of school, and he'd brought his men into the open, just as the French had wanted him to do. And now the shells were wobbling at the top of their arc, spiralling smoke, then were plunging towards the fort. "Lie down!" The field guns fired, the shells exploded, and a nightmare of fire and banging and skull-splitting shrieks and flame and whistling fragments began again. A solid shot, striking an embrasure, drove stone scraps into a man's eyes. A shell, landing on the western wall between 2 Marines, took the belly of one and left the other unscathed but screaming. "They did that neatly," Fredrickson said. "And I fell for it," Sharpe said with bitter self-disgust. Fredrickson peered through an embrasure. The French infantry lay by the millstream as though on a holiday. "They'll attack the gate when they do come." "I imagine so. Confident bastards, letting us know." Both officers ducked as a round shot shivered dust and dry mortar from the stones above them. The great masonry block had been shifted a full inch by the blow. Sharpe stared at the far rampart. "Lieutenant Minver!" "Sir?" "Get some bread and cold meat sent round." Minver, somewhat aghast at being ordered to brave the courtyard where most of the shells exploded, nodded. Sharpe would leave his men exposed, for he had no way of telling just when the attack of massed infantry would start forward. They'd come from the southeast, and the howitzers could keep firing until the French were actually at the ramparts. The field guns, firing very close to the line of advance, would have to cease fire long before the attack struck home. Sharpe wanted them to come. He wanted to hear the old trousers,
the drummer's pas de charge. He wanted to hear the screams of attacking men, the banging of muskets, for that would be preferable to this helpless waiting. He suddenly wanted to echo young Moore and swear uselessly at the gunners who sweated and fired, and swabbed and fired again. Harper, waiting on the western wall with Sharpe's picked squad, went to the screaming Marine and slapped him into silence. "And shovel that mess over the side, lad." He gestured at the spilled guts of the dead man. "You don't want flies there, do you?" "Flies in winter? Don't be cheeky, lad, do it!" One of the Marines with Harper seemed untroubled by the shelling. He drew a stone along the foredge of a cutlass, doing it again and again in search of the perfect cutting blade. Another, leaning against the abandoned timber slide of one of Lasson's guns, read a small book with evident fascination. From time to time he looked up, saw that his services were not yet required, and went back to the book. Captain Palmer, staring north and east from his allotted station, thought he saw movement in the dunes, but when he examined the place with his spyglass, he saw only sand and grass. For a half-hour more the bombardment continued. Screaming shells blasted apart in black ruin. Flames roared from the rafters that collapsed in a shower of sparks into the ruins of the offices, and iron shards spat dirty death into the corners of the garrison. Men shivered. They stared at stone an inch before their face. They cursed the French, their officers, their luck, the whole rotten world that had brought them to this eye of a man-made hell, until at last, at long, long last, the trumpets sounded thin through the thunder's noise, and the far cheer betrayed that a mass of men moved towards the attack, and the men in the fort, men in red and green, and men with drawn and dirtied faces, prepared themselves to fight. Chapter 16. Two Marines from Sharpe's squad, judging the intervals between the fall of howitzer shells, darted around the courtyard to retrieve those shells that hadn't exploded. There were 6. The fuses of 2 had failed to ignite in the howitzer barrels. 2 had half-burned fuses, while 2 had simply failed to explode. The 4 with usable fuses were carried to the bastion above the gatehouse, where Lieutenant Fitch licked nervous lips and fingered the hilt of his pistol. Bread and cold meat had been distributed, but most men found it hard to chew or swallow the food. As the French column came closer, and the threat of its drums louder, the bread was abandoned beside the upturned shakos that served as cartridge holders. A shell, landing in the flooded ditch, fountained water onto an embrasure. A man laughed nervously. A sparrow, made bold by winter hunger, pecked at one of the discarded lumps of bread, then flew off. Marine Moore, for the 20th time, lifted the pan lid to check that his musket was primed. For the 20th time it was. The French drums sounded clearly inside the fort, punctuated only by the fire of the big guns. Between the rattled passages of drumbeats, there was a pause filled by hundreds of voices. "Vive l'Empereur!" "Funny thing to hear for the first time?" Fitch said. "I've heard it more times than I can remember," Sharpe said truthfully, "and we beat the buggers every time." He looked at the column. A great mass of men that advanced implacably over the sandy esplanade. It had been French columns like this, so huge and seemingly so irresistible, that had terrified half the nations of Europe into surrender. But it was also a formation that was designed to contain half-trained troops, who could therefore be scared and blooded into defeat. French skirmishers were deploying on the glacis, and one of them put a bullet within 6 inches of Sharpe's face. A rifle cracked, and Sharpe saw the Frenchman slide back behind his mist of musket smoke. Sharpe had drawn all his riflemen to the southern or eastern walls. He waited till the enemy was 200 paces away, then filled his lungs. "Rifles! Fire!" More than 100 rifles spat fire. Perhaps a dozen men in the leading rank of the French column keeled over. Immediately, with a shiver, the column stepped over the bodies. A slow ripple seemed to move down the column as the succeeding ranks negotiated the dead and wounded. Riflemen concentrated on reloading, working with fast practiced hands, ramming ball and wad and powder down clean barrels, aiming again, firing again, reloading again. At 100 paces, Sharpe blew 2 blasts on his whistle. Those riflemen whose places were on the other ramparts ran back to their stations. The field guns stopped firing. It seemed oddly quiet. The drumming and shouting still continued, but the ear-hammering percussion of the 12-pounders was over. The howitzers, firing still, made a more muffled coughing sound. A wounded man under the razor screamed from the surgery tunnel, and a Marine, for no apparent reason, vomited. At this range, Sharpe walked down the line of Marines and kept his voice as matter-of-fact as a drill sergeant. Aim 2 feet above the target. He glanced at the enemy. Take aim! The red-coated men pushed their muskets over the embrasure. Fire! Reload! A Frenchman crawled across the sand of the glacis, trailing blood. A Marine, hit by a skirmisher's musket ball, spun backwards, teetered on the edge of the far step, then fell into the burning branches of the pine abatis. Fire! A howitzer shell cracked on the far step beside Sharpe and span into the courtyard, where its explosion made a ball of filthy smoke shot through with red flames. Fire! Lieutenant Fitch shouted. He pointed his pistol at a French officer not 50 yards away and pulled the trigger. The gun rammed a shock up his arm and blotted his view with smoke. A Marine's musket hang-fired, and he threw the gun into the courtyard and picked up the weapon of a dead man. The ammunition left in the pouch of the corpse, who had fallen to the burning abatis, began to explode. The riflemen, knowing that survival depended on the speed of their work, no longer rammed shots home, but tap-loaded their guns by rapping the butts on the rampart, then firing the weapon into the gap between the glacis shoulders. Musket balls and rifle bullets spat into the enemy, but still the column came forward. Sharpe, who had seen it so often before, was again amazed at how much punishment a French column would endure. 3 of the Marines, issued with civilian blunderbusses taken from the surrounding villages, poured their fire into the column's head. The shape of the attack was clear now. At the front of the column, the French general had put raw recruits, musket fodder, boys whose deaths would not damage the Empire, and he'd invited the British to slaughter them. Now, pushed by officers and sergeants, the survivors of those conscripts spread along the counterguard, or sheltered in the dry ditch, and banged their muskets at the smoke-wreathed wall above them. Behind were the veterans. 20 or more men carried great fascines of rope branches, great mattresses of timber that sheltered them from bullet strike, and which would be thrown into the ditch where the drawbridge should have been. Behind them, moustached faces grim, came the grenadiers, the assault troops. Frederickson had lit a candle sheltered in a lantern. He used the spill to take the flame from the candle to the first unexploded mortar shell. He watched the fuse hiss, waited till the fire had burned into the hole bored in the casing, then with a grunt heaved it over the edge. Fire! Lieutenant Fitch, his pistol reloaded, wasted the bullet into a fascine. The shell bounced on the road, disappeared beneath the leading rank, then exploded. A hole seemed to be punched in the men carrying the great bundles, but as soon as the smoke cleared, the hole filled, and a French sergeant kicked dead men and discarded bundles into the ditch. "Patrick, the gate!" Sharpe had waited till the last moment, believing that the volume of fire from the walls would hold the column's head back, and now he wondered if he'd waited too long. He had meant to attack with his own squad, but he preferred now to control this fight from the ramparts, and he knew that any attack headed by Harper would be driven home with a professional savagery. "Fire!" Frederickson shouted, and a score of bullets thudded downward. Some spurted dust from the road, one span a Frenchman clear round, but the rest seemed to be soaked up in the surging, pushing mass that strained to reach the shelter of the archway. That arch was blocked by pine trees, but the barricade had been knocked about by round shot, and the leading attackers, throwing their fascines down and jumping onto their uncertain footing, could see footholds among the branches. One man toppled from the makeshift bridge and fell onto the hidden spikes. His screams were cut off as water flowed into his mouth. Another mortar shell was thrown to explode on the roadway. The air was hissing with bullets, endless with the noise of muskets firing and the rattle of ramrods. "Now!" Sharpe shouted at Sergeant Rossner. The sergeant, hiding beneath the ramparts at the southeastern corner of the fort, had a wooden baker's peel, which he dug into a barrel of lime. He scooped shovel-load after shovel-load of the white powder over the edge. "Fire!" Frederickson shouted. Lieutenant Fitch, aiming his pistol, was shot in the chest and thumped back, astonishment on his face and blood on his crossbelt. He couldn't say what he wanted to say. Instead he began to gasp for breath, each exhalation a terrible, pitiful moan. "Leave him!" Sharpe bellowed at a Marine. This was no time to rescue wounded men. This was a time to fight, or else they'd all be wounded.
The whole barrel, Sergeant!
Rosner stooped, lifted the barrel and tipped it over the rampart. 2 bullets struck it, but the powder spumed and fell, was caught by the wind, and Sharpe saw it like musket smoke drifting onto the assault troops, some of whom, safely over the moat, were dragging with their hands at the branches in the archway.
Fire!
Harper bellowed the order to his squad and pulled the trigger of his 7-barrel gun. Bullets tore through pine and threw men backwards.
Spike the bastards!
Harper dropped the gun and unslung his rifle. He rammed its bayonet forward between 2 branches and twisted the blade in a Frenchman's arm. Attackers were coughing, screaming, and clutching at their eyes as the line drifted amongst the grenadiers.
Fire!
Sharpe yelled, and a score of muskets hammered down into the crowd below. The conscripts on the counterguard fired at the fort, but most fired high. Some balls struck. A Marine corporal hit in the shoulder went on loading his musket despite the pain.
"You've got them beat!"
Fredrickson hurled a 3rd shell that exploded among half-blinded men.
"Now kill the bastards! Kill them!"
Men loaded as fast as cut, grazed hands would work. Bullet after bullet spat down into the French mass that was still pushed forward by the rear ranks. Sharpe fired his own rifle down into the chaos.
"Cheer, you buggers! Let them know they've lost! Cheer!"
Lieutenant Fitch, blood filling his mouth, tried to cheer, and died instead.
"Fire!"
Fredrickson shouted over the cheer. The area about the gate was flames and smoke and bullets heavy with death. Men screaming, men blinded, men bleeding, men crawling.
"Fire!"
Men stumbled, the pain in their eyes like fire, to fall from the makeshift causeway onto the spikes. Blood drifted on the muddy waters.
"Fire!"
Harper's men, the lodgment beneath the archway cleared, knelt with reloaded weapons and poured bullets at point-blank range into defeated men.
"Fire, you bastards! Fire!"
Harper was keening with the joy of battle, lost in it, reveling in it, spitting hatred at men he'd never met, men he would drink with on a summer's day, if life had been different, but men who now folded over his bullets and shed bright blood onto a blood-soaked road.
"Fire!"
The last shell was thrown far to explode, where the roadway narrowed between the glacis shoulders, and the men at the column's rear, at last sensing that the front ranks had recoiled in screaming agony, faltered.
"Fire!"
Rifles spat at conscripts on the counterguard. Farm boys who 5 weeks before had never seen an army musket now choked their blood onto sand.
"Cheer! Cheer!"
Men whose mouths were dry with gritty powder raised a cheer.
"Keep firing! Drive them back!"
Men's faces were black with powder. Their nails bled where they'd dragged at cartridges, levered stiff frisons and torn on flints. Their teeth showing skull-white in the powder-dark faces grinned as if in rictus. Breath came short. The whole world now was a few smoky yards, stinking of fire, in which a man rammed and loaded, fired and killed, rammed and loaded, and other men screamed, and some men crawled bleeding along the ramparts, and another man slipped and spilled brains and swore because his musket fell into the courtyard. The French inched back. The bullets cracked at them, thudded into flesh, and still the bullets came. No troops fired muskets faster, and no troops had been given such a target.
"Fire!"
Sharpe, his rifle reloaded, pulled the trigger. The smoke of his men's weapons obscured individuals, but he knew where the enemy was, and his bullet twitched the smoke as it flashed through. Harper, no more enemy visible, shouted for his men to hold their fire. He hauled a pine tree aside, crouched, then beckoned to Taylor. "Ammunition!" They went to the edge of the ditch, found the men they'd killed, and cut their cartridge bags away. They tossed the bags through the archway, then went back and re-blocked the arch. There'd been no time to run the one remaining cannon into a firing position, and Harper, regretting the lost chance, went to check that the quick fuse still led through the cleared vent hole to the charge. It was safe, and, reassured, he began the laborious process of recharging the 7-barrel gun. A French officer, galloping his horse across the esplanade to see why the attack had faltered, was seen by 2 riflemen from the southwestern bastion. They both fired. Man and horse shuddered. Blood spat to sand. Then the wounded horse, screaming and tossing, dragged its dead master in a great circle towards the column's rear. "Fire!" Fredrickson shouted, and more heavy bullets tore into the smoke and drove the column further back. The drums hesitated. A single rattle sounded defiance, then was silent. "Hold your fire!" "Hold it!" Sharpe could see the enemy going, running, and though he wished he could have fired till the last enemy was out of sight, he had ammunition to conserve. "Hold your fire! Hold your fire!" He felt the wild elation of a battle won, of an enemy broken. The space before the fort's gate was foul with dead and wounded men, and smeared with a great white smudge of lime that was mixed with blood. "Cease firing!" At which point, Calvet's real attack burst onto the northwestern corner of the Teste de Bouche. Black clouds were coming from the north. Captain Palmer had watched them, had seen the grey blur of rain beneath them, and judged that by this night the Teste de Bouche would once again be crouching beneath dirty weather. Biscay, he thought, was living up to its reputation for sudden storms and uneasy calms. Then the attack had struck at the fort's gate. Men on the northern rampart turned to watch. It seemed to them that a cauldron boiled round the gate, a cauldron that billowed smoke into the sky. The musketry had fused into a single sustained crackle. Screams punctuated it. The smell of rotten eggs, powder smoke stench came over the courtyard. Palmer saw Fitch struck, saw him fall, imagined him dying. Blood flowing from the lieutenant's mouth trickled to the far step's edge, then with obscene slowness ran down the inner wall. Palmer watched Harper's group sprint across the courtyard, trampling the useless burned abattis, and fire like men possessed into the darkness of the arch. The fort stank of blood and smoke, the soldiers' smell. Palmer, grateful that the coughing shells no longer fell into the fort, turned back towards the north. Gulls fought above the Channel's beach a quarter-mile away. The rain seemed no closer. Beneath the diving, screaming gulls, 2 men in a rowing boat planted fish traps of woven willow. The noise and carnage at the Teste de Bouche might have been a whole world away for all they seemed to care. The sea was empty. Not one grey sail offered hope. Palmer was thinking of a wife left in Gravesend, of 2 children who went hungry 3 days out of 7, of his hopes for that family when this war ended. An orchard, he thought, far from the sea, and never foul with smoke, would be a fitting place. Somewhere with a small cottage, not too big, but with a room where the children could sleep, another for himself and Betty, and a room where his few books could justify the name of study. A horse, for no gentleman walked where he could ride, and perhaps his father-in-law, who had mightily disapproved of Betty marrying a marine, might lend some money to make the marine into a market gardener. "Sir?" A rifleman close to Palmer stared towards the Channel. "What is it?" "Thought I saw something." Palmer stared, saw nothing, and put it down to gulls fighting by the fish traps. He was sure, thinking about it, that his eldest child's feeble health was due to living in a town. Gravesend was filthy with coal smoke, and in winter the sea fog could lie heavily on a small chest. 2 of Palmer's children had died as infants, and were buried in the pauper's graveyard, for a marine officer had no money to spare on lavish funerals for the barely baptized. An orchard would be a place to grow up, Palmer thought. An orchard heavy with apples and with espaliered pear trees growing against a sun-warmed crinkle-crankle wall. A cheer from the gate made him turn. The men on the ramparts still fired, but the cheer told Palmer that this round was won. God alone knew how, except that the marines and riflemen had loaded and fired in practice frenzy, and the cheer swelled again. And suddenly there was an unnatural silence, because all the muskets had gone quiet, and there was just the wind sighing over cold stone, the crying of the injured, and a sudden startled shout from Palmer's right. He ran. 300 Frenchmen had left the village before dawn and groped their way in the darkness. They'd marched in a great circle, east and north and west, to come, an hour after first light, to the Channel's edge north of the fortress. 100 of the men were new conscripts, brought along to fire their muskets when ordered. The other 200 were among the best in Calvet's force. They were led by a Captain Briquet, whose warlike name, meaning sabre, gave the force an odd confidence. They were guided to their assault by Henri Lasson, who saw in this attack his chance of redemption. Briquet, though a junior officer compared to many in Calvet's force, had a reputation. He was brave, thorough, and a firebrand. His task was to approach the fort once the larger battle began. Under the cover of its noise, and trusting to the distraction offered by its existence, He planned to come close beneath the fort's vulnerable northwestern corner. Lasson had promised the approach could be made unseen because the sand dunes offered hiding, and Lasson had been proved right. Once in place, hidden close to the fortress, a forlorn hope would charge across the masonry bridge of the dam, put ladders to the closest embrasure, and climb. The hope, who expected death, would be led by Briquet, who expected to be a major when the sun went down. The conscripts, under experienced sergeants, would flay the walls left and right of the assault with musket fire. The forlorn hope, gaining the ramparts, would hold a small section, while the other veterans, with more ladders, flooded onto the sand strip between the fort and the channel to place more ladders. Briquet, knowing that the ramparts facing the channel would have the fewest defenders, aimed to take that ball. The stone ramp that Lasson had drawn on his careful plan would then lead into the heart of the Teste de Bouche. 200 men, Briquet said, could capture this fort. It would take, if the first lodgment was successful, no more than 20 minutes. Yet for that lodgment to work, the British sentries must be drawn to look the other way, and in that cause men must die at the main gate. General Calvet had ordered it thus. But Captain Briquet's fear, for he was a man who thirsted for glory, was that the larger attack would pierce the fortress before his forlorn hope could rush the stone dam. The colonel leading the main attack, Briquet knew, was desperate to succeed, and there wasn't a man marching with the drummers who didn't believe that the British would be swept ignominiously aside once the fascines were in place and the moustache stormed over the ditch. Briquet's force, with stealth and care, crept southwards between the dunes and the water. 2 men, ostensibly planting fish traps from a tiny boat, gave warning when faces appeared at the fort's northwestern corner, but their warnings were few. Briquet listened to the turmoil at the gate. Not once did he raise his head to look at the fort, not once did he risk discovery. That could wait for the last moment, the dash over the dam.
"This is as close as we can get unseen,"
Lasson said. The firing at the main gate was dying, and Briquet knew this was the moment, or there would be no moment at all. "Venez!" His feet scrambled for footing in the sand. A sergeant shoved him upwards, and suddenly the fort loomed above him, and Briquet had an impression that no men guarded the ramparts, but he dared not search for the enemy because there was a task to do. He saw the stone dam, exactly as Lasson had described it, and he leapt the small wooden fence that straggled to the sea. Then his boot-nails were loud on the stone that was lightly covered with sand. A musket banged somewhere, then another, but Briquet took no notice. He jumped the rustic cogs of the sluice gear and steadied himself with a hand on the fortress wall. 1! He pointed right. 2! Left. The ladders carried with such care down the channel's edges were dragged forward. There were 4 men to each ladder. 2 planted the rails in the sand, and the others swung the ladders up and over so that the timbers crashed onto the stonework. Briquet shouldered a sergeant aside with a snarl and climbed the first ladder as if the dogs of hell were at his heels. A man appeared above him, startled, but a musket shot from below dissolved the man's face in blood, and Briquet, spattered by the gore, spat as his head cleared the embrasure's lip. He reached up, grasped the top of a merlin, and heaved himself over. He tripped on an empty gun slide, recovered, and already the sergeant was beside him. Briquet drew his sword, the steel whispering at the scabbard's throat. "Follow me." Men poured up the ladders. More men, cheering, followed with new ladders, and Briquet, leading his charge along the western walls, knew that the fort was his. He had achieved surprise. He had gained the wall, and he would be a major by sundown. Captain Palmer saved the north wall. The pine-lash walkway was still in place, circumventing the citadel, and he seized the timbers, grunted, then shoved the heavy pine trunks into the courtyard beneath. Now the only access was through the citadel that was blocked by a barrel of lime. "Fire!" Palmer crammed into the tiny sentry chamber with 5 marines, fired over the barrel at the blue uniforms who'd appeared with such suddenness on the gun platform. "William, stay!" Sharpe needed a man above the gate. If the French, sensing that the defenders were being stripped away by the new threat, attacked again, then it would need a man like Frederickson to hold them. "Marines! Marines!" He shouted the word like a battle cry. Sharpe was running towards the western wall. "Marines!" The Marines, trained for the bloody business of boarding enemy ships, were the troops he needed now. The rifles could defend the gate, but the Marines could show their worth in the close-quarter work. "Marines!" Sharpe threw down his rifle and tugged the heavy cavalry sword from its ungainly scabbard. How in Christ's name had the French sneaked into the fort? A musket ball snicked the wall beside him, fired by a Frenchman on the west wall. Sharpe could see red uniforms bunched at the far citadel, showing that the north wall held. Sharpe's job, and the task of the Marines who ran behind him, was to throw the enemy off the western bastions. The walkway across the corner of the ramparts was gone, burned by the fire. So Sharpe must lead his men through the zigzag of the citadel. The enemy would know it. Their muskets would be waiting for men coming from that narrow doorway, but it was no use dwelling on fear. Sharpe saw a French officer, sword drawn, leading his men in a rush down the western rampart, and Sharpe knew it would be a race to see who reached the citadel first, and he ran harder, ammunition pouch bouncing, then slammed through the door to check his speed by thumping on the inner wall. Frederickson, left with the riflemen, sent a volley at the French who had climbed the ladders. At this range, across the angle of the fort, the rifle fire was deadly. Marines crushed into the citadel, and Sharpe, trusting they would follow him, jumped through the doorway. "Come on!" He emerged into winter sunlight to see a space of 5 empty stone-flagged yards, beyond which, screaming and threatening, the front rank of the French charged at him. The enemy had the impetus here. They were running, and Sharpe had just emerged from the obstacle of the citadel. This was the second of pure naked fear, prompted by the sight of steel. Then Sharpe snarled his challenge and hissed his blade in a glittering arc to check the French rush. "Bayonets!" Sharpe shouted at the 2 men who had followed him onto the ramparts. Other Marines pushed behind, but it was up to Sharpe to clear a space for them. "Now kill them!" He jumped forward to anticipate the French attack. The French officer, a short man with a fierce face, lunged with his sword. The man was flanked by moustached giants with bayonets. The heavy cavalry sword, a butcher's blade, swept one musket aside. The French officer's sword skewered past Sharpe's swerve, and a Marine, instinctively seizing the blade, screamed as Briquet withdrew and cut the Marine's fingers to the joints. Sharpe hit the soldier nearest him with the guard of the sword, then sawed the blade downwards onto the officer. Briquet, sensing the flash of steel, ducked, but a Marine's bayonet thumped on his ribs, and the heavy cavalry sword took him in the side of the neck to end his hopes of glory. A boot kicked at Sharpe's groin and struck his upper thigh. His sword was tangled in the officer's fall, but he ripped it clear and drove it forward with both hands so that the point was in his assailant's throat. A bayonet tried to reach Sharpe from the second French rank. There were men grunting and kicking and slashing around him. He could smell their sweat, their breath, and he needed space. A musket fired, the noise huge, but it was impossible to tell which side had fired the shot. The French, by sheer weight of numbers, were pressing the tiny handful of British backwards. Sharpe had a half-yard of space behind him, stepped back and screamed the war cry as he swung the great sword in a fearsome downward swing. A man ducked. Sharpe twisted his wrist to lunge the sword, stamped forward, and a Frenchman moaned as the big blade gouged at his belly. "Marines! Marines!" One Marine was down, coughing and bleeding, but 2 others forced their way over his body and thrust into the fight with bayonets. 2 more came behind them. This was gutter fighting, something learned in a hard childhood and never taught by drill sergeants. Here men clawed and kicked and smelt the breath of the men they killed. A Marine tripped over Captain Briquet's body, and a French bayonet lunged into his back. Immediately, another Marine, screaming like a banshee, drove his blade into the Frenchman's face. The bodies were like a barricade now, but the Marines kicked them down to the smouldering embers of the burned officers and carried their wet blades forward. Sharpe was using the sword to press men back. He watched the enemy's eyes, and though he didn't know it, he smiled. He lunged, parried, stamped forward, lunged, and every action was now a reflex. 19 years of battle had come to this moment. A musket exploded close to Sharpe, and the bullet thumped at his chest like a prize-fighter's blow. A French lieutenant, blood on his face and jacket, twisted into the enemy's front rank and hissed his slim, flexible blade toward Sharpe's face. Sharpe knocked the blade aside and rammed his own heavier sword at the officer's eyes. "On! On!" They were holding. A dozen Marines were on the rampart now, and the French, the impetus of their first charge checked, were wary of the bayonets. Some of the French, seeing their way blocked, turned to flood into the semicircular bastion where the 36-pounders had stood. Others ran down the stone ramp into the courtyard. Fredrickson had brought a dozen riflemen halfway down the southern rampart, and he drilled them as if they were on the training ground at Shorncliffe. Aim, load, fire, aim, load, fire, and every volley flailed into the French who still swarmed up the ladders onto the battlements. The French on the rampart, hearing a cheer as their comrades spilt down the ramp, gave ground before Sharpe. If the courtyard was taken, then there'd be no need to fight the savage rifleman whose face was black with powder. His eyes glittered against darkened skin, and his teeth were bared. Sharpe sensed that the fight on the rampart was dying, as men on both sides let their fear of cold steel bring them caution. He dared not let it die. He shouted his marines to charge again, trampled over the French lieutenant's body, and stabbed a French sergeant, wrenched the blade free of the clinging flesh, and his marines drove into the newly made gap with blades jabbing at the enemy in quick professional lunges. Shots sounded in the courtyard. There was a scream, then the bellow of a vast gun that told Sharpe Harper was in action. Another volley came from Fredrickson. The rampart stones were slick with blood. A marine slipped, and a tall Frenchman carrying an engineer's axe killed the fallen man with a single blow. The axeman gave the enemy new spirit and drove deep into Sharpe's men. Sharpe knew the fort was lost if the axeman lived. He lunged at the man, and his sword rammed itself between the man's ribs, grated. Then a French hand gripped Sharpe's blade, blood showed at his fingers, but the man held on, tugged, and another man clawed at Sharpe's face. A bayonet stabbed his thigh. Sharpe fell backwards, sword lost in the melee, and a Frenchman's breath was in his face and fingers were at his throat. Sharpe was on his back now, driven there by two Frenchmen. He brought up his knee and clawed his fingers at the man who tried to choke him. The man screamed as Sharpe's fingers closed in his left eye. There was no skill left, no order, just a bitter mass of men who ripped at each other with blades, kicked and clawed and stabbed again. A marine sergeant, shouting an incomprehensible challenge, bayoneted one of Sharpe's assailants and kicked the other in the face. The axeman, choking on blood in his lungs, fell sideways, and two marines grunted as they forced bayonets into his trunk. Somewhere a man sobbed, and another screamed. Sharpe twisted up, and, his sword lost, picked up the wide-bladed axe. The marine sergeant didn't hear Sharpe's thanks, but just drove on with his bloodied bayonet. A Frenchman tripped on a gunslide. An opening appeared, and Sharpe hacked down with the axe-blade, then screamed the challenge to drive the enemy a full 2 paces back. An explosion hammered in the courtyard, a sound that echoed like a drumbeat of hell in the echoing walls of the Teste de Bouche. Smoke billowed. Harper had turned the cannon, then fired it with its charge of stone shards, nails, and lead scraps into the French who came down the stone ramp. The cannon's recoil had thrown it back 5 yards. "Now kill them!" Harper charged. Minver's riflemen on the north wall fired down at the French who were left in the courtyard. Some of the riflemen, wanting loot from the dead, jumped down to risk broken ankles. The long saw bayonets, brass-handled, hunted forward. Sharpe swung the axe underhand, screaming the challenge, and the blade buried itself in a body, wrenched free in a gush of blood, and he went forward again. He saw a movement to his left, ducked, and a man jumping from a ladder tripped on Sharpe's back and sprawled into the marines. One hit him a hammer blow of a musket butt, killing him as clean as a rabbit chopped on the neck. Sharpe turned, protected by the embrasure, and saw the French firing from the dunes. Another man neared the ladder's head, and Sharpe swung the axe into his face, heard the scream, then took an upright of the ladder, pushed it away and sideways, and heard the shouts as the ladder tumbled. "Behind you!" the voice warned him. Sharpe ducked, and a bayonet slid over his back. He drove the axe handle into the Frenchman's belly, then stepped back, reversed the weapon, and brought the head down in a vicious swing to bury it into the man's ribs. The axe stuck there. A French musket, tipped with a bayonet, lay at his feet. It felt unnatural, but it served. He jabbed it forward as he had learned so many years ago. Forward, twist, back, right foot forward, lunge, twist, back. If he shouted orders, he didn't know it. If he screamed with rage, he didn't know it. He just fought to clear a wall of enemy. There was the strange sensation that he'd noticed before in battle, the odd slowing of the world, as though the men around him were puppets under palsied fingers. He alone seemed to be moving fast. A Frenchman, eyes wide with terror, lunged, and it seemed a simple matter to knock the man's musket aside and drive the bayonet into the man's belly, to twist, to draw it free, then stamp the foot forward again. Another Frenchman, to the left, fumbled with his musket's lock, and Sharpe, not knowing if his captured musket was loaded, pulled the trigger and felt not the slightest surprise as it fired to rip a bloody hole in the man's throat. That made a gap. A French sergeant, wise in war, saw Sharpe and lunged, but Sharpe was faster, and his bayonet caught the man's arm, ripped down to bone, and a Marine at Sharpe's shoulder drove his blade into the sergeant's groin. The fork could be lost for all Sharpe knew. He only understood that these blood-slick stones must be fought for, and that the Marines were fighting like men possessed, overbearing the enemy with a ferocity and confidence that put terror into the French who had to fight them, and terror was the first and chief weapon of war. It was terror that brought this murderous rage beneath the Dragon Slayer's banner that was wind-lifted above the fight. A scream, prolonged, rising to a shout that would have chilled the horsemen of the devil, sounded beyond the enemy. Sharpe knew that sound. "Patrick!" Harper, the courtyard cleansed of the enemy, climbed the ramp that twitched with the wounded thrown down by the cannon. He led a charge of bayonets to the ramparts, and the French, assailed on three sides, began to give. Frenchmen, come to the ladder's tops with fear, saw that their fear was justified. They forced their way back down, shouting to the men who waited behind that the enemy was imminent. One ladder, its rungs green, broke to tumble 6 men onto the sand. Riflemen, sent by Frederickson onto the western rampart, cleared the water bastion, and, leaning in its cannon embrasure, enfiladed the ladders. Captain Palmer led more Marines from the north. "Charge!" Sharpe yelled it unnecessarily, for the victory was clear. The Marines had fought half the length of a rampart, and now they carried their blades the rest of the way, and the French, who had seen the redcoats snatch victory from defeat, took to the ladders or jumped into the ditch. Harper had a lunge of his bayonet-tipped rifle deflected into an enemy's thigh, so kept the rifle swinging so that the brass-bound butt smashed the man's jaw. He kicked him aside, ripped the blade into another man, and saw the rampart was empty of opponents. Marines were kneeling in embrasure to fire at the French conscripts. Captain Palmer, sword red with blood, was standing by the flagstaff that had somehow stood with its trophy of table linen and uniform sleeves still flying. "God save Ireland!" Harper, his huge chest heaving for breath, sat on a gunslide. His face spattered with blood, looked up at Sharpe. "Jesus God!" "Close!" Sharpe, breathing like a blown horse, glanced back to the gate, but no trouble threatened there. He looked at the strange musket in his hand and tossed it down. "God!" The French were fleeing north through the dunes. "Hold your fire! Hold your fire!" A rifleman threaded the dead bodies, stepping in blood to bring Sharpe his sword. "Thank you." Sharpe took it. He wanted to smile, but his face seemed frozen in the grimace of fighting. The fort had held. Blood trickled thick in the rampart's gutters. Briquet's men, defeated, ran. The larger attack, beaten to bloody ruin at the gate, was a shambles in retreat. If that attack had lasted 5 minutes longer, just 5 minutes, then the fort would have fallen. Sharpe knew that. He shuddered to think of it, then stared at the bloody, edge-nicked blade of his sword. Jesus! Then the howitzer shells began to fall again. Chapter 17. A man wept and could not be consoled. His right leg was gone at the thigh, taken by a howitzer shell. He wanted his mother, but he would die instead. The other wounded men, shivering in the foul tunnel that led to the makeshift surgery, wished he would stop his blathering. A Marine corporal, his shoulder mangled by a bayonet, read St. John's Gospel aloud, and men wished that he, too, would be silent. The Marines who had volunteered as surgeons wore clothes that were soaked in blood. They cut, tied, and sawed, helped by lightly wounded men who held the badly wounded down while legs or arms were crudely butchered off and arteries tied and raw flesh cauterized with fire because they didn't know if all the blood vessels were safely blocked. The French wounded, under the angry rain of howitzer shells, were carried to the gate, across the crude bridge of fascines, and left on the roadway among their dead colleagues. 10 Marines, protected by 10 riflemen, moved among the carnage beyond the gate and collected enemy ammunition. The French artillery colonel, seeing his own wounded countrymen brought outside the fort, wanted to cease fire, but Calvé snarled at the gunners to continue. The 12-pounders, loaded with heavy canister, tried to flick the ammunition collectors away, but the Marines dodged among the bodies and hurled the enemy pouches back to the archway. Only when they'd retreated did General Calvé order his guns to cease their fire, so the Frenchmen armed with white flags could go forward and rescue the injured. Within the fort, a dozen unwounded French prisoners were herded down to the liquor store to join Captain Meyron. 20 dead Frenchmen were inside the ramparts. One of them, lying in the embers of the burnt buildings, suddenly flipped in the air as the ammunition in his pouch exploded. There was a smell of roast meat to mingle with the stench of blood and powder. Men who saw the sudden jerk and flip of the body laughed, because, they said, it was just like a frog. It was better to laugh than to weep. "I'm sorry, sir," Palmer said again. Sharpe shook his head. "We got rid of them. I should have been watching." Palmer was determined to expose his blame. "Yes, you should." Sharpe had used a bucket of well water to clean his sword. Marines and riflemen pissed into weapons, blocked the muzzles, and sloshed the urine around to scour the powder deposits from the barrels. No one spoke much. Most men, their weapons cleaned, just sat by the embrasures and stared into empty air. Buckets of drinking water were carried to the walls, while smoke drifted from the smouldering fires in the courtyard. The fort was a place of ruin, blood, smoke, ash, and exhaustion, as if the defenders had suffered a defeat instead of winning a victory. "If they got onto the northern wall," Sharpe said to Palmer, "we'd be surrendering our swords by now. You did well to stop them." Sharpe rammed his sword home. He couldn't remember a fight so bitter, or so close, not even at Badajoz. There the horror had been the cannons on the walls, not the infantrymen behind them. "And your Marines," Sharpe said, "fought magnificently." "Thank you, sir." Palmer nodded at Sharpe's chest. "That must have hurt." Sharpe looked down. The small holstered whistle, mounted on his leather crossbelt, was dented flat in its centre. He remembered the bang of the French musket, and knew that had the ball been aimed a fraction either way, it would have pierced his heart. The fight was a blur now, but later the individual moments would come to his half-waking dreams as nightmares. The memory of the moment when the French had driven him to the ground, the memory of the bullet thumping his chest, the sheer fear of that first glimpse of blue-uniformed men on his walls. Those were the incidents that made a man shudder with delayed terror. Sharpe never recalled the moments of triumph after a battle, only those moments of near defeat. Harper, a scrap of dirty paper in one hand, climbed the stone ramp. 17 dead, sir, including Lieutenant Fitch." Sharpe grimaced. "I thought he'd live." "Difficult with a bullet in your bellows." "Yes." Poor Fitch, who was so very proud, Sharpe remembered, of his pistol. "Wounded?" "At least 30 are bad, sir." Harper's voice was bleak. A howitzer shell landed in the courtyard, bounced, and exploded. The shells seemed like small things after the fight. If the French had any sense, Sharpe thought, they'd assault now. They should have men clawing and screaming at the walls, but perhaps the French were as shaken as he was. Rifleman Taylor came up from the courtyard and spat tobacco juice over the ramparts. He jerked her thumb towards Harper's cannon. "It's buggered." "Buggered?" Sharpe asked. "Snap the cap square." The field gun's left trunnion had leapt out of its socket and broken the metal strap that should have held it in place. Doubtless Bamfylde's fire had weakened the cap square, and now the 12-pounder was as good as useless. Sharpe looked at Harper. "See what you can do, Patrick." "I can give Wayne to the lads," Harper suggested bleakly. "Do that." Sharpe walked around the ramparts. French dead, stripped of their equipment, were being heaved onto the sand by the channel. If any of his men had shown the energy, Sharpe would have ordered shallow graves dug, but even their own dead lay unburied. 2 Marines, their faces still masked with powder, wearily hauled an abandoned French ladder through an embrasure and carried it down to the gate, where it would be added to the new barricade. Sharpe threaded the southwest citadel, wondering how he'd ever come through it at the full charge. The French gunners, advised that the wounded had been cleared from the fort's apron, opened fire again. The jets of flame stabbed from the watermill, and the 12-pound shots crashed into the wall to fray the defenders' already shredded nerves. Sharpe found Fredrickson. Thank you, William, for doing my duty. Sweat had trickled through the powder on Frederickson's face to make odd brown rivulets on his sun-baked skin. I'm leaving you in command, Sharpe said, while I go to see the wounded. I'd have that attended to. Frederickson gestured at Sharpe's left thigh, where the blood, started by a French bayonet, had crusted onto the overalls. It doesn't hurt. Sharpe raised his voice so that every man about the gate could hear him. Well done! 2 Marines carrying a body grinned at him. The body, Sharpe saw, was young Moore, the boy from Devon, who had been shot in the forehead and who must have died instantly. Sharpe felt a thickening in his throat and the prick of tears at his eyes, but he swore instead. Moore was luckier than the wounded, who in the foul stone gallery waited for the surgeon's butchery. Sharpe went to give small, bleak comfort to men who were beyond consolation, and whose future was nothing but pain and poverty. The shells still fell, the blood stank, and Sharpe's men waited for the next assault. The remnants of Captain Briquet's force returned to the village. Their faces were bleak, exhausted, and bloodied. A wounded man, using his musket as a crutch, collapsed on the sand. A drummer boy, who had survived the attack on the main gate, and who was not yet 12 years old, wept because his father, a sergeant, had died with Captain Briquet on the fort's western wall. The survivors of Briquet's force told stories of blades and blood, of faces screaming hatred, of a rifleman swinging an axe, of a cannon blasting men into bloody scraps on the ramp, of soldiers gouging and cutting and dying. Surgeons used seawater to wash lime from the eyes of defeated men. No man had been blinded, for reflex had made attackers close their stinging eyes and stumble away from the white cloud. But the use of the quicklime infuriated General Calvet. "They're savages! Savages! Worse than the Russians!" The senior French officers were gathered in the hovel that was Calvet's command post. They stared at the map, avoiding each other's eyes, and were glad when Calvet, seeking a target for his anger, chose Pierre Ducos. "Tell me," Calvet said to Ducos, "exactly why men died today." "They died," Ducos was quite unmoved by the general's fury, "for a victory that France needs." "Victory over what?" Calvet asked scathingly. "A hurdle of goddamn refugees who use quicklime?" He stared belligerently at Ducos. "We agree their plans for a landing are foiled, so why don't I let the Sharpe moulder behind his walls?" No one in the room thought it odd that a general should seek permission from a major, not when the major was Pierre Ducos, with his odd power over the Emperor's affections. "Because," Ducos said, "if Sharpe escapes, he will take evidence with him that would betray the Comte de Macaire." "Then warn de Macaire," Calvet snapped. "Why should men die here for lack of a letter?" Ducos did not reply, implying that Calvet trespassed on forbidden territory. The general banged a big splayed hand on the map in a gesture of irritated frustration. "We should be down south, thumping Wellington, not pissing about with a bloody major. I'll leave a battalion here to pen the bugger in, then we can go south where we're needed." Pierre Ducos smiled thinly. The general spoke good military sense, but Pierre Ducos wanted Richard Sharpe in his power, and thus Ducos now played his final winning card. "Can you suggest, General, the manner in which I explained to the Emperor how a British major with less than 200 men defeated the great Calvet?" Those icy words stung. For a moment it seemed as if Ducos had said too much, but then Calvet gave a shrug of surrender. "I hope you're right, Ducos. I hope the goddams aren't pouring men ashore at the Adour while we're pissing about." He growled with impotent menace, then slapped a hand on the map. "So if it must be done," Calvet said, "then how do we prise this bastard out from his walls? I need a breach." "You can have one, sir." To everyone's surprise, it was Commandant Lasson, returned safely from the failed northern attack, who spoke, and who now told Calvet that he had written no less than 12 times in the last 8 years to the Minister of Marine, responsible for the coastal forts, complaining that the Teste de Bouche's main gateway was in danger of collapse. The stones had shifted so much that the gate pintles were a full inch out of true, and cracks had appeared in the guardroom walls. The ministry, after the fashion of government departments, had done nothing. "The whole gateway can be collapsed," Lasson said. General Calvet believed him. He ordered the 12-pounders to concentrate their fire on the archway, artillery fire to make an avalanche of stone that would spill into the ditch and provide a slope up which attackers could scramble.
That's where our main attack goes in the morning.
Calvé took a lump of charcoal and scrawled a thick arrow on the fortress plan. The arrow pointed at the gateway.
I shall lead that attack,
Calvé growled,
while you,
he gestured at an infantry colonel,
will make a demonstration here.
He scored another arrow that aimed itself at the northern wall.
That'll split their defenders.
Calvé stared at his broad arrow and imagined the archway tumbling its stones into the ditch to make a bridge. He saw his men flooding over that barricade and taking their bayonets to this so-called elite of riflemen and marines.
We'll parade the prisoners through Bordeaux to show what happens to scum who think they can defy France.
I insist, Ducos said, that Major Sharpe is handed over to my department.
You can have the bastard.
Calvé looked back at the map and, with a sudden gesture, extended the larger arrow straight into the courtyard.
Tell the men that the enemy is low on ammunition. Tell them we killed half the bastards today. Tell them there's women and wine inside. Tell them there's a medal each for the first 10 men inside.
Calvé looked at his scribbled arrow and remembered the sheer volume of fire that the Godams had poured into his column. He remembered men screaming, clawing at their eyes, and he remembered the trails of blood across the fort's esplanade. His men would remember just as clearly, and defeated men would be nervous about a renewed attack. Calvé needed something else, some new factor to change the second assault. And with sudden energy he scribbled marks in the sand dunes by the channel.
If we put 2 12s there,
he asked the artillery colonel,
they can rake the breach to the last minute?
The artillery colonel was already doubtful of his gun's ability to bring down an archway in just a few hours. Even huge siege guns, twice the size of his 12-pounders, could take weeks to shatter a well-built rampart, and now Calvé wanted to take 2 of the guns away from the breaching battery. And even if I move 2 guns, sir, how do we protect the crews from the riflemen? Calvé wanted the 2 guns placed within 200 yards of the ramparts. Calvé grunted in acknowledgement. The closest howitzer fired, thumping the hovel with a punch of sound and air, and the beat of the great guns firing jarred a scrap of reed from the thatched roof. It fell onto Calvé's map, landing on the channel.
If I had a ship there, Calvé mused aloud, it would win the day. But I don't have a ship, so your 2-gun crews will have to take their dead and keep firing.
He stared belligerently at the artilleryman.
But you can have a ship.
Ducos spoke softly from his place beside the fire. Calvé swung round to face the small major.
A ship?
There is an American, Ducos said, and he has a ship.
Then fetch him.
Calvé crossed out his new gun positions and drew the outline of a ship around the fleck of straw.
Fetch him, Ducos, and tell our ally he has to fight. Fetch him!
Killick, summoned from Goujon, leant over the general's map table. He saw that Calvé wanted the southern wall bombarded. A ship, moored off the fort's southwestern angle, could fire till the very final second of an assault, long after the 12-pounders in the mill would have been forced into silence for fear of hitting their own attacking column. The Thuela's gunfire, coming at right angles to the line of attack and aimed at the breach, would force the defenders away from that vulnerable point. Such a floating battery, Killick saw, would be a guarantee of victory to demoralized men. The American nodded.
It could be done.
At dawn? Calvé asked. Killick drew on his cigar.
It could be done, but not by me. I've taken an oath not to fight against the British.
There was silence, except for the sudden percussion of a howitzer that shook more dust free from the roof. Killick shrugged.
I'm sorry, gentlemen.
An oath? Ducos' voice was sharp with scorn.
An oath,
Killick repeated.
Major Sharpe spared my life in return for that oath.
The American grinned.
And as the promise wasn't made to a lady, it has to be honored.
Killick's levity stung Ducos.
One does not keep oaths to savages. You of all people should know that.
Is that why you didn't send me the copper sheeting? Killick stared with dislike at Ducos.
Don't lecture me, Major, about keeping promises.
The copper sheeting had never come, but the schooner had been patched with coffin elm and smeared with pitch, The job had been done faster than Cornelius Killick had dared hope. The topmasts had been swayed up on tackles and lashed into place. Tangled shrouds had been sorted, cleated, and winched home. The Thuela, that had given the appearance of a dead and burning ship, lived again. That very morning, as Frenchmen died in a fort's gateway, anchors had been laid in the Goujon Channel, and at high tide the windlasses had hauled the empty hull off the mud. The Thuela had slipped into the water. In just a few seconds, an ungainly and grounded hulk had become a slender craft shivering to the touch of wind and waves. Her figurehead had been bolted into place. Meat and water and flour and bread and wine and biscuit and onions and more wine were taken aboard. The carpenter had sounded the bilges, and though some water was leaking through the repaired hull, he declared the pumps could take care of the seepage. "So, yes," Killick now said, "the Thuela can be moored in the channel tomorrow morning, General, but it can't fire a shot. I've taken an oath." Calvé, eager to harness the Thuela's firepower, smiled. "Major Sharpe forfeited all honor, Captain Killick, when he chose to use quicklime against my troops. You may therefore consider yourself released from any undertakings of honor made with him." Killick, who had already expressed profound disgust at the use of quicklime, now shook his head. "I think I'm the best judge of my own honor, General." "You are a civilian." Pierre Ducos, despite his small size, was endowed with a voice of unusual authority. "And by your own account, Mr. Killick, you have trafficked with the enemy. I presume you do not wish to undergo a long period of questioning at the hands of French authorities." Killick said nothing. The other French officers, even Calvé, were made uneasy by the threat, while Ducos, sensing that he had an advantage over the tall, handsome American, smiled. "If Mr. Killick does not offer some satisfactory explanation of his actions on French soil, then I will use my authority to seek such an explanation." "My explanation," Killick began. Ducos interrupted him. "Your explanations are best given with grape shot at dawn. Do I have your oath, Mr. Killick, that you will be there, or must I investigate you?" The American's quick temper flared. "I was captured, you little bastard, because I volunteered to defend your bloody fort. And you lost not a man killed," Ducos said chillingly, "and you were released within hours. I think those circumstances deserve investigation." Killick looked to Calvé, but saw that the French general was powerless to countermand the thin, bespectacled major. The American shrugged. "I cannot be there at dawn." "Then I will order your arrest," Ducos said. "I can't be there at dawn, you bastard," Killick growled, "because the tide won't serve. I've got 20 miles of shallow water to negotiate, unless you threaten God into a premature high tide." He stared defiance at Ducos, then looked at the map. 1 hour after dawn, no sooner." "But 1 hour after dawn," Ducos was relentless in victory, "you will be moored off the fortress and bombarding the walls with grape shot?" He had seen a flicker of hope on Killick's face, and knew the American was thinking that once on board his ship, Pierre Ducos would be powerless to impose his will. "I want your promise, Mr. Killick, your oath." Ducos had seized a piece of paper, and using the general's charcoal, scrawled big letters that formed a confession that Killick had unlawfully entered into a treaty with the enemy, and a promise that, as recompense, the Thuela would bombard the fortress until surrender or victory ended the morning's engagement. He thrust the paper forward. "Well?" Killick knew that if he didn't sign, Ducos would use his authority to detain him. Liam Doherty would not sail without Killick, and the Thuela would stay in the Bassin, a hostage to Ducos' whim. In the embarrassed silence, the American took the charcoal and scrawled his name. 1 hour after dawn. Ducos, triumphant, witnessed the piece of paper. "You had better make your preparations, Mr. Killick. Should you be tempted to break this oath, I promise you that your name will be known throughout America as that of a man who abandoned his allies and ran away from a fight. It is not pleasant, Mr. Killick, to have one's name remembered forever in the list of traitors. First Benedict Arnold, then Cornelius Killick." For a second, the look on Killick's face persuaded Ducos that he'd said too much. Then the American nodded meekly. Outside the hovel, Killick swore. The guns thumped from their pits, and the first heavy rain drumming from the north began to fall. That rain, the American knew, was likely to last through the night, making rifles or muskets difficult to fire. The French now had the advantage of rain, so why did they need his ship? "What will you do?" Henri Lassalle asked. "Christ knows." Killick threw the remains of his cigar into the mud where it was snatched up by a sentry. The American stared at the low profile of the fort that gouted smoke with each burst of a howitzer shell. "Is it worse to betray an enemy or an ally, Henri?" Henri Lassalle, who hated what Ducos had done, shrugged helplessly. "I don't know." "I suppose I'll have to fire high," Killick said, "and hope Major Sharpe will forgive me." He paused, wondering what carnage was being done inside the cauldron of the fort's walls, where the smoke pulsed from the relentless shells. "The bastard's my enemy, Henri, but I can't help liking the bugger." "I fear that if Major Ducos has his way," Lassalle said, "Major Sharpe will be dead by this time tomorrow." "So I suppose it doesn't matter what I do." The American gazed at the embattled fortress. "You believe in prayer, my friend? Perhaps you'd better pray for my soul." "I already pray for it," Lassalle said. "Because my honor," Killick said softly, "is bargained away. Goodbye, my friend. Till the dawn." So the French had two allies, Rain and an American, and their victory was thus made certain. An hour before midnight the archway shuddered as the facing stones fell into the flooded ditch. Every shot thereafter worked more damage on the gateway, gouging out the rubble filling and tipping the rampart's pavement above the arch. Frederickson, carrying a hooded lantern, climbed the gate's internal staircase to examine the extent of the destruction. He came out disgusted. "It's going to fall. Surbedded work." "Surbedded?" Sharpe asked. "Stone laid against the grain." Frederickson paused as another round shot thudded into the archway. "The stone's cut vertically from the quarry and laid horizontally. It lets the water in. That gate's a shoddy piece of building. They should be ashamed of it." But if the French could not build, they could shoot. Even in the rain-curtained darkness, the French gunners were hitting their target, and Sharpe suspected that dark lanterns must have been placed on the esplanade as aiming marks. Once in a while, the French fired a light ball, a metal, cloth-wrapped cage filled with saltpeter, powder, sulphur, resin, and linseed oil. The balls burned fiercely, hissing in the rain, showing the gunners what damage they had inflicted. That damage was more than sufficient to make Sharpe pull his sentries away from the ramparts by the arch, thus abandoning the gateway to the enemy's artillery. Yet the rain did greater damage than the guns that night. At midnight, when Sharpe was going around the ramparts, a marine sergeant found him. "Captain Frederickson says, can you come, sir?" Frederickson was in the scorched cavern of the fort's second magazine, which had been the least damaged by Bamfald's explosion. A lantern cast a dull, flickering glow on the blackened rear wall, and on the pathetic hoard of powder and made-up cartridges that were Sharpe's final reserve of ammunition. "I'm sorry, sir," Frederickson said. Sharpe swore. Water had seeped through the granite blocks of the magazine's arched ceiling and soaked the powder so that the barrels were now filled with a dark grey, porridge-like sludge, while the homemade cartridges had come apart in a soggy mess of paper, lead, and wet powder. The captured French cartridges were also heavy with water, and Sharpe swore again. Swore foully, uselessly, and savagely. Frederickson fingered the wall over the barrels. "The explosion must have loosened the masonry." "It was dry when we came," Sharpe said. "I checked." "Rain takes time to seep through, sir," Frederickson said. 6 Marines carried the powder to the stone gallery where the cooking fires burnt. There the powder could be spread out, and some of it would be dry by morning, but Sharpe knew that this disaster meant the end of his defiance. It was his own fault. He should have covered the powder with a tarpaulin, but he hadn't thought. There was so much he should have done. He should have foreseen that the enemy had mortars. He should have warned Palmer about the stone dam. He should have made a bigger sortie on the first night. He should have brought Harper's cannons onto the wall, where they would have been safer from the shells. He should have had water ready to fight the fires. He should perhaps never have fought at all. Sharpe sat in the cave of the magazine, and a wave of despair hit him. "We used over half our good ammunition?" "Well over half." Frederickson was as unhappy as Sharpe. He sat opposite, knees drawn up, and the lantern threw the shadows of the 2 riflemen high on the arch of the magazine's ceiling. "We might as well bring the wounded in here now. They'll be more comfortable." "Yes." But neither man moved. "There's some French ammunition in the ready magazines, isn't there?" Sharpe asked. "Only 50 cartridges in each." Sharpe picked up a shard of stone and scratched a square on the magazine floor. He marked the position of the gate on the southern side. "A question," he spoke slowly, is whether they're fooling us with the gate and plan to attack somewhere else or not. They'll come for the gate, Fredrickson said. I think so. Sharpe scratched marks over the gate. We'll put everyone there. Just leave Mimber with a handful of men to guard the other walls. Sharpe clung to the pathetic hope that a British brig, nosing up the enemy coast with the impunity that Nelson's victories had given to the Navy, might see his strange flag. A brig moored in the Channel could fire hell and destruction into an attacking French column. Yet in this weather, with this fitful veering wind and the blotting, seething rain that bounced 4 inches high off the shattered cobbles of the yard, Sharpe knew no brig would come. Your fellow might have reached our lines by now. He was clutching at straws, and he knew it. If he survived, Fredrickson said grimly, and if anyone will take him seriously. And even then the army will have to go on its knees to the Navy and beg them to risk one little boat. Bugger Bampfylde, Sharpe said. I hope he gets the pox. Amen. A 12-pounder ball crashed into the gate, and there was a pause. A cracking sound like a bone breaking, then the grumbling, tumbling, roaring slide as tons of masonry collapsed inwards and downwards. The two officers stared at each other, imagining the stones thumping and sliding into the wet ditch, then settling in a shambolic mound as the dust, started from old mortar, was soaked by the rain. They have a breach, Fredrickson said in a voice which by its very insouciance betrayed apprehension. Sharpe didn't answer. If his men could hold off one more attack, just one, then it would buy time. Time for a ship to find them, time for French fears to settle in. Perhaps, if Calvé was repulsed again, the general would leave the fort alone, content to screen it with a half-battalion of men. The rumble of the subsiding stones faded in the hissing rain. A week ago, there was amusement in Sharpe's voice, men were hoping that Bordeaux would rise. We'd be heroes, William, ending the war with a grand gesture. Someone told lies, Fredrickson said lightly. Everyone lied. Wellington let those buggers believe in a landing so the French would be fooled. The Comte de Macaire was a traitor all along. Sharpe shrugged as though nothing much mattered any more. The Comte de bloody Macaire. They call him Macaro. He's well named, isn't he? Bloody pimp. Fredrickson smiled at Sharpe's rare display of knowledge. But it's really Ducos, Sharpe said. Hogan, in his fever, had said both Ducos and Macaire's names. And this whole deception, that had stranded Sharpe's men so far from any help, stank of Ducos. Ducos? He's just a bastard who I'll kill one day. Sharpe said it in a very matter-of-fact voice, then grimaced because he knew that if this siege was truly Ducos's work, then the Frenchman was very close to victory. It'll be bloody work tomorrow, William. Very. Do the men have the fight in them? Fredrickson paused. Harper's huge voice shouted in the yard, bringing order to the men who'd gone to see the collapsed gatehouse. The rifles do, Fredrickson said. Most of mine are Germans, and they'll never surrender. The Spanish hate the goddamn crappos and just want to kill more of them. I think the Marines will fight to show you they're as good as the rifles. Sharpe gave a half-smile, half-grimace. Well, we can hold one attack, William, but after that? Yes. Fredrickson knew exactly how bad things were, and this damn rain, he thought, would not help. After one attack, Sharpe knew he must think of the unthinkable, of surrender. Pride demanded that they defended the breach at least one time, but French anger might not allow a surrender after that one defence. Sharpe had seen men, their bloodlust goaded beyond endurance, put a captured fortress to the sack. Frenchmen beyond sense would hunt with sharpened bayonets through the stone corridors to take revenge on the defenders. The butchery would be vile. But pride was still pride, and they would fight at least one more time. Sharpe tried to imagine what Wellington might do. He tried to think back over all the sieges he'd fought to see if there was something left undone that he could do. He tried to think of some clever move to unsettle the enemy. He thought of nothing useful. I'll bet their general's telling the poor buggers that we've got 100 women in here. Sharpe laughed. Fredrickson grinned. He'll give every man a half-pint of wine, tell them they can rape every woman inside, then point them at the breach. It never fails. You should have seen us at San Sebastian. I missed that. Sharpe had been in England when the British had captured San Sebastian. Fredrickson smiled. It wasn't pretty. A howitzer shell exploded in the courtyard. You'd think the buggers would run out of ammunition, Sharpe said. It was oddly pleasant to sit here, sharing a friendship's intimacy, knowing that nothing could now be done to diminish the slaughter that would come in the dawn. The French 12-pounders still fired, even though the breach was formed, but now they sprayed the fallen stones with canister to prevent working parties from steepening the face of which their troops would swarm in the morning. "If they capture us," Frederickson said, "perhaps they'll send us to Paris on our way to Verdun. I like to see Paris." The words reminded Sharpe of Jane's wish to see the French capital when the war ended. He thought of his wife dead, of her body taken for a hasty burial. Damn Cornelius Killick, he thought, for taking away his hope. Frederickson unexpectedly broke into song. "Ein Schifflein sah ich fahren." Sharpe recognized the tune that was popular among the Germans who fought in Wellington's army. "Meaning?" Frederickson gave a rueful smile. "I saw a small ship sailing. Pray for a frigate to come in the morning, sir. Think of its broadside raking the Frog camp." Sharpe shook his head. "I don't think God listens to soldiers. He loves them," Frederickson said. "We're the fools of the Lord, the last honest men, creation's scapegoats." Sharpe smiled. In the morning, he thought, they'd give this General Calvé a fight to remember, and afterwards, when it was over, but that didn't bear thinking about. Then suddenly, he stared at his friend. "Ein Schiff?" Sharpe asked. "What was it again?" "Ein Schifflein sah ich fahren," Frederickson said slowly. "I saw a small ship sailing." "God damn it!" Sharpe's helplessness suddenly vanished with the burgeoning of an idea as bright as a shell's explosion. "I'm a fool!" He faced defeat for want of a ship, and a ship existed. Sharpe scrambled to his feet and shouted into the yard for a rope to be fetched. "You're to stay here, William. Prepare for an assault on the gate, you understand? And you? I'm going out. I'll be back by dawn." "Out? Where?" But Sharpe had gone to the ramparts. A rope was fetched so he could climb down to the sand where the French corpses still lay, and so that in a wet night he could make a devil's pact that might bring deliverance to the fools of the Lord. Chapter 18. In the morning the rain fell in a sustained cloudburst. It hammered and seethed and bounced on the fort, and ran from the ramparts to slop in bucketfuls onto the puddled courtyard. It seemed impossible for rain to be so savage, yet it persisted. It drummed on men's shakos, it flooded into the galleries carved into the ramparts, and its noise made even the firing of the 12-pounders seem dull. It was like the rains before the great flood, a deluge. It doused the cooking fires of the French and flooded the hovels where Calvé's men had tried to sleep. It turned the powder and musket pans to gritty mud. The fire rate of the artillery was slowed because each surge bag of powder had to be protected from the rain, and each vent had to be covered until the last second before the port fire was touched. The artillery colonel cursed that the damned British had burned out the mill's roof with their sortie, and cursed again because his howitzers had to give up the unequal struggle when their pits filled with yellow-coloured floodwater. "Bacon for breakfast," Calvé spoke with delighted anticipation. His cooks, working under a roof, fried bacon for the general. The smell tormented those poor souls who huddled against hovel walls and cursed the rain, the mud, the goddams, and the war. The cavalry, who had vainly cast south for Sharpe's force, had been sent north in the dawn. The cavalry sergeant, his cloak plastered wet to his horse's rump, splashed back with news that, because the wind was so small this morning, the Thuella was being towed down the Arcachon Channel by 2 longboats. "Bugger the wind," Calvé said, "and bugger the rain." He stamped through mud to the sand dunes and stared north. Far off, drab, black, and with wet sails dropping from her yards, the big schooner was just visible. "We won't attack," Calvé growled, "till the damn thing's in place." "Perhaps," Favier ventured cautiously, "Captain Killick's guns won't fire in this weather." "Don't be a damned fool. If anyone can make guns fire in the wet, it has to be a sailor, doesn't it?" Calvé took out his glass, wiped the lenses, and stared at the fortress. The gate was a heap of rubble, a mound of wet stone, a causeway to victory. He went back to his bacon with confidence that this morning's business would not take long. The British rifles would be useless in this rain, and their lime would be turned into whitewash. Calvé looked at his orderly, who was putting an edge onto his sword. "Make sure the point's wicked." "Yes, sir." "Won't be a day for the edge, Favier." Calvé knew that wet uniforms resisted a sword cut much better than dry. "It'll be a day for stabbing. In and out, Favier, in and out." Calvé, feeling far better for his breakfast, glanced at the door where Duco had suddenly appeared. "You look damp, Duco, and I ate your bacon." Duco did not care that the general goaded him. Today he would capture Richard Sharpe, and it would be a consolation to Pierre Ducos amidst the tragedies that beset France. "There's a wind stirring." "Splendid." "The schooner should be anchored soon." "God bless our allies," Calvé said. "It might have taken them 20 damned years to join the war, but better late than never." He went to the doorway and saw that the Thuela had indeed used the freshening wind to hasten her progress. A splash of water showed as the forward anchor was let go. "I think," Calvé said as the schooner's gun ports opened, "that we are at last ready." He called for his horse and, from its saddle, saw his wet, dispirited troops forming into their attack column. "We shall give our gallant allies 20 minutes of target practice," Calvé said, "then advance." Duco was staring at the Thuela. "If Killick opens fire at all," he said. The schooner lay silent in the channel. Her wet sails were being furled onto the yards, but otherwise there was no sign of movement on the sleek vessel. "He's not going to fire," Duco said savagely. "Give him time." Calvé also watched the Thuela and imagined the rain seething on the wooden decks. "He's broken his word," Duco said bitterly. Then, quite suddenly, the schooner's battle ensign broke open, and flames stabbed across the water, smoke billowed above the channel, and the Thuela's broadside opened the final attack on the Teste de Bouche. Cornelius Killick's qualms about honour had evidently been settled, and the American had opened fire. The American grapeshot whistled over Sharpe's head. A few balls struck the flag of St. George, but the rest went high above the fortress. Sharpe sat beneath the wet flag, his back against the ramparts. He was weary to the very heart of his bones. He'd returned to the fort a half-hour before sunrise, narrowly evading French cavalry, and now, after yet another night's lack of sleep, he faced a French attack. "Are the frogs moving?" he shouted to Frederickson, who waited beside the breach. "No, sir." Sharpe's wounded men, bloodied bandages soaking in the rain, lay on the western rampart. Marines, faces pale in the wan, wet light, crouched behind granite as a second American broadside spat overhead. Sharpe, huddling low, nodded to Harper. "Now!" The huge Irishman used his saw bayonet to cut the wet ropes which bound the flagpole to the Merlin. He sawed, cursing the tough sisal, but one by one the strands parted, and just after Killick's third broadside, the pole toppled. The flag of St. George, its white tablecloth stained red by dye from the sleeves which had formed the cross, fell. "Cease firing!" Sharpe heard Killick's voice distinct over the water. "Stop muzzles!" Sharpe stood. The American captain, wearing a blue jacket in honor of this day, was already climbing down to one of the Thuela's two longboats. The American crew, grinning by their guns, stared at the fortress, which Richard Sharpe had just surrendered. General Calvé also stared at the fort. The smoke from the American broadsides drifted in the small wind, obscuring the view, but Calvé was sure the British had struck their colours. "Do I keep firing, sir?" The artillery colonel, uniform soaked by rain, splashed through puddles towards the general's horse. "They're not showing a white flag," Pierre Ducos said, "so keep firing. Wait!" Calvé snapped open his glass. He saw figures on the ramparts, but could not tell what happened. "Colonel Favier?" "Sir?" "Go forward with a flag of truce," Calvé ordered, "and find out what the bastards are doing. No, wait." At last Calvé could see something that made sense. Men had come to the southern wall which faced the French, and there they shook out a great cloth to hang down the wet, battered ramparts. The cloth signified that the fortress of Teste de Bouche was no longer held by the British, but had been surrendered to the United States of America. "God damn," Calvé said as he stared at the stars and stripes. "God bloody hell and damn." Cornelius Killick, standing beside Sharpe on the southern ramparts, stared at the great French column that waited beside the village. "If they choose to fight, Major, you know I can't fire on them." "I agree it will be difficult for you." Sharpe opened his glass and stared at the French until the rain bleared the outer lens. He snapped the tube shut. "Do I have your permission, Captain Killick, to put my wounded on board?" You have my permission. Killick spoke solemnly, as if to invest this agreed charade with dignity. You also have my permission to keep your sword that you failed to offer me. Thank you. Sharpe grinned, then turned to the western ramparts. Captain Palmer, you may begin the evacuation. Wounded and baggage first. All the packs of Sharpe's small garrison were heaped next to the wounded men, for he was determined to leave the French nothing. Sharpe's men, sensing that their ordeal was over, relaxed. They knew that Major Sharpe had gone into the night, and the rumour had spread that he'd talked to the Americans, and the Americans had agreed to take them away. The American colours, bright on the fort's outer face, testified to that deliverance. It's all because we didn't hang the buggers, a Marine sergeant opined. We scratched their backsides, now they scratch ours. Rifleman Hernandez, watching the French column, wondered aloud whether he'd now be going to America, and, if so, whether there were Frenchmen there waiting to be killed. William Frederickson assured him that they were not bound for the United States. Frederickson was staring at the French, and saw 3 horsemen suddenly spur forward. He cupped his hands toward Sharpe. "Sir, Crapo's coming." Sharpe did not want the 3 enemy officers to come too close to the fort, so he ran, jumped from the broken ramparts, and sprawled in an ungainly, bruising fall on the jagged summit of the breach. He clambered down the outer stones, then leapt the gap onto the roadway. Frederickson and Killick followed more slowly. Sharpe waited in the narrow cutting that led through the glacis. The road was thick with musket balls that had already half settled into the wet, sandy surface. He held up a hand as the horseman came close. Favier was the leading horseman. Behind Favier was a general, cloak open to show the braid on his jacket, and behind the general was Ducos. Sharpe, warned by Killick that he might see his old enemy, stared with loathing. But he had nothing to say to Ducos. He spoke instead to Colonel Favier. "Good morning, Colonel." "What's the meaning of that?" Favier pointed to the American flag. "It means," Sharpe spoke loud enough for Ducos to hear, "that we've surrendered ourselves to the armed forces of the United States and put ourselves under the protection of her President and Congress." Killick had given him the words last night, and Sharpe saw the flicker of anger that they provoked in Pierre Ducos. There was silence. Frederickson and Killick joined Sharpe. Then the general demanded a translation that Favier provided. Rain dripped from bridles and sword scabbards. Favier looked back at Sharpe. "As allies of America, we will take responsibility for Captain Killick's prisoners." He doffed his hat to Killick. "We congratulate you, Captain." "My pleasure," Killick said. "And my prisoners, I'm taking them aboard." Again there was a pause for the exchange to be translated, and when Favier looked back, his face was angry. "This is the soil of France. If British troops surrender on this soil, then those troops become prisoners of the French government." Sharpe dug his heel into the wet, sandy road. "This is British soil, Favier, captured by my men, held by my men against your best efforts, and now surrendered to the United States. Doubtless you can negotiate with those states for its return." "I think the United States would agree to return it." Killick, amused by the pomposities of the moment, smiled. There was a fall of dislodged stone from the breach, and all 6 men, their attention drawn by the noise, saw the huge figure of Patrick Harper, head bare, standing on the breach's summit. Over his right shoulder, like a dreadful threat, lay the French engineer's axe that Sharpe had used the day before. Favier looked back to Killick. "It seems you do not disarm your prisoners, Mr. Killick." "Captain Killick," Killick corrected Favier. "You have to understand, Colonel, that Major Sharpe has sworn a solemn oath not to take up arms against the United States of America. Therefore I have no need to remove his weapons, nor those of his men." "And France?" Ducos spoke for the first time. "France?" Killick inquired innocently. "It would be normal, Captain Killick, to demand that a captured prisoner should not take up arms against the allies of your country. Or had you forgotten that your country and mine are bound by solemn treaty?" Killick shrugged. "I suppose that in the flush of my victory, Major, I forgot that clause." "Then impose it now." Killick looked at Sharpe, the movement of his head spilling water from the peaks of his bicorn hat. "Well, Major?" "The terms of the surrender," Sharpe said, "cannot be changed." Calvé was demanding a translation. Favier and Ducos jostled each other's words in their eagerness to reveal the perfidy of this surrender. "They're all Anglo-Saxons," Ducos said bitterly. Calvé asked a question in French, was answered by Killick in that language, and Fredrickson smiled. "He asked," he said to Sharpe, "whether Killick's taking us to America. Killick said that was where the Thuella was sailing." "And doubtless," Ducos had edged his horse closer so he could stare down at Sharpe, "you have relieved Captain Killick of his sworn oath not to fight against the British." "Yes," Sharpe said, "I have." That was the Devil's Pact, made in the seething rainstorm of last night. Sharpe had promised that neither he nor his garrison would fight against the United States, and in return Sharpe had relieved Killick of his own irksome oath. The price was this surrender that would make the escape of Sharpe's men possible. Ducos sneered at Sharpe. "And you think a privateer captain honors his promises?" "I honor the promise I made you," Killick said. "I fired till the enemy surrendered." "You have no standing in this matter." Ducos snapped the words. "You are not a military officer, Mr. Killick, you are a pirate." Killick opened his mouth to reply, but Ducos scornfully wheeled his horse away. He spoke to the general, chopping the air with his thin gloved hand to accentuate his words. "I don't think they're impressed," Fredrickson said softly. "I don't give a damn," Sharpe growled. The boats must already be taking the wounded to the Thuella, and the Marines would be following. The longer the French argued, the more men would be saved. Favier looked down sadly at Sharpe. "This is unworthy, Major." "No more so, Colonel, than your own feeble effort to make me march to Bordeaux as a Major General." Favier shrugged. "That was a ruse de guerre, a legitimate maneuver, just as it is legitimate for me to surrender to whom I wish." "To fight again?" Favier smiled. "I think not. This is cynical expediency, Major, not honor." General Calvet was feeling cheated. His men had died in the struggle for this effort, and no cheap surrender would deny them their victory. He looked at Sharpe and asked a question. "He wants to know," Fredrickson said, "whether you truly rose from the ranks." "Yes," Sharpe said. Calvet smiled and spoke again. "He says it will be a pity to kill you," Fredrickson said. Sharpe shrugged his reply, and Calvet spoke harsh, curt words to Favier, who in turn interpreted for Sharpe. "The General informs you, Major Sharpe, that we do not accept your arrangements. You have 1 minute to surrender to us." Favier looked to Killick. "And we advise you to remove your ship from the vicinity of this fortress. If you interfere now, Mr. Killick, you may be sure that the strongest representations will be made to your government. Good day to you." He wheeled his horse to follow Calvet and Ducos back across the esplanade. "Bugger me," Killick said. "Are they going to fight?" "Yes," Sharpe said. "They are." The Marines were clambering up the side of the Thuella, leaving the riflemen alone in the fortress. It would be close, damn close. "Take your flag, Captain," Sharpe said to Killick. The American was watching the French column reform. "There's hundreds of the bastards." "Only 2,000. Sharpe was scraping with a stone at a nick on the foredge of his sword. "I wish—" Killick began instinctively. "You can't," Sharpe said. "This is our fight, and if we don't make it, sail without us. Lieutenant Minver, sir, your men next, get them down to the water. Regimental Sergeant Major?" Harper was inside the fortress at the foot of the breach. "Sir?" "Block it!" Harper waited with a squad of men beside a cheval de frise made from a scorched beam to which had been lashed and nailed 50 captured French bayonets. The blades jutted at all angles to make a savage barricade that Harper with 6 riflemen now struggled to carry to the breach's crest. As they did, so the renewed fire of the 12-pounders struck the breach's outer face. A chip of stone whistled over Harper's head, but he heaved at his end of the beam, bellowed at the riflemen to push, and the great spiked bulwark was slammed into place. Sharpe was on the west wall. Minver's men were climbing down ladders to the sand, while the first of Killick's longboats were pushing away from the Thuella. Sharpe guessed it would take 10 minutes to board Minver's company safely, and another 5 before the longboats would return for the last of the Teste de Bouche's defenders. The tide in the channel swept far too strongly to risk swimming to the safety of the schooner, so Sharpe must fight until the boats could carry all his men away. Killick, carrying his American flag to safety, paused by Sharpe and stared at the French horde. "Do I wish you luck, Major?" "No." Killick seemed torn by his desire to stay and witness what promised to be a rare fight, and his need to hasten the longboats in the rain-flecked channel. "I'll have a bottle of brandy waiting in my cabin, Major." "I'll look forward to it." Sharpe was unable to express his emotions. Instead, awkwardly, he thanked the American for keeping that pact. Killick shrugged. Why thank me? Hell, I get a chance to fight you bastards again. But your government, they'll make trouble because you help me? As long as I make money, Killick said, the American government won't give a damn. The French drums began their sound, then, just as suddenly, stopped. The Americans stared at the column. 2,000 of them, and 50 of you. That's about it. Killick laughed, and his voice was suddenly warm. Hell, Major, I'm glad I'm not one of those poor bastards. I'll have the brandy waiting. Just make sure you come and drink it. He nodded, then walked towards his boats. Sharpe walked to the broken end of the rampart above the breach where half of Frederickson's company was stationed. The other half, with Frederickson himself, was in the courtyard. Harper was still on the breach, jamming captured bayonets among the stones. The rain still crashed down, washing mortar and dust away from the breach and spreading dirty yellow floodwater out of the ditch. The French drums, made soggy by rain, sounded again from the south. A rifleman licked cracked lips. The rain, grey and depressing, blurred the massed French bayonets, above which, glinting gold, Sharpe saw an enemy standard. Such, he thought, was the vision of death in the morning. The French were coming. Commandant Henri Lasson would march, at his own request, in the front rank of the column. He'd written to his mother, apologizing to her that he'd lost the fortress and telling her that she could nevertheless be proud of her son. He'd sent her his rosary and asked that the shining, much-fingered beads be laid to rest in the family's chapel. "They're boarding the schooner," Favier reported to Calvé. The northern attack had been abandoned, and everything would be thrown into this one final storm. Favier thought that was a mistake. The northern attack could have driven itself between the fortress and the water, blocking the garrison's escape, but Calvé was not worried. "The cavalry can play on the beach. Send them an order." Calvé dismounted, then drew his sword that had once impaled 2 Cossacks together like chickens on a spit. The general shrugged off his cloak so that his men could see the gold braid on his jacket, then walked to the column's head and raised his stubby, muscular arms. "Children! Children!" The drummers, hushed by officers, rested their sticks. Calvé's voice reached to the very last rank of the column. "They're colder than you are. They're wetter than you are. They're more frightened than you are. And you're French. In the name of the Emperor, in the name of France, follow!" The drummers hauled leather rings up ropes to tighten wet skins. Then, as the cheer caught like fire in the ranks, the sticks started their tattoo again. Like a monster, lurching and shuddering, driven by the heartbeat of the drumsticks, and bright with bayonets, and given courage by a brave general, the column marched forward. One of the German riflemen, his left arm bandaged, played a flute. The tune came thin through the pouring rain to fill Sharpe with melancholy. He'd always wanted to play the flute, but had never learned. There was small comfort in such thoughts, so he dismissed them, wondering instead whether the boats had reached the shore to pick up Minva's men. But he couldn't see from beside the breach, nor could he spare the time to go and look. The French column, swaying left and right as it marched in step, was halfway to the fortress. Sharpe's men knew not to fire, but Sharpe guessed half of the rain-sodden rifles wouldn't fire at all when the time came. The rain dripped down his sleeves, soaked his overalls, and squelched in his boots. Goddamn, bloody, treacherous, mucky rain. Harper, Frederickson, and a dozen riflemen were crouching high on the breach, just behind the Cheval de Frise. Frederickson watched Sharpe, who shook his head. "Not yet. Not yet." The German flautist carefully wrapped his instrument in wash leather, tucked it into his jacket, and picked up his rifle that had layers of sacking wrapped round the lock. The French 12-pounder guns had ceased firing. The gunners, knowing that this was no weather for riflemen, had come outside the mill's sheltering walls to watch the assault. The rain glittered like polished blades. It seethed down vertically. Water flowed in great swathes off the battlements to flood the inner ditch. A bolt of lightning, sudden and scaring, cracked to the east. The French were 100 yards away. They shouted their "Vive l'Empereur" in the drumbeat's pause. But the great shout was drowned by the hammering silver rain that bounced in fine spray from the scorched and battered stones of the fort. Sharpe turned. The west wall was ready. He could do no more there. That was his refuge, the place where he must hold the French just long enough to get his men down to the boats. He turned back to see the French skirmishers, red shoulder wings darkened by rain, running clumsily up the glacis slope. He wondered if Calvé had sent men to the north who might cut between the west wall and the water and so bar the riflemen's escape. The French were nervous now. Some would be hoping that the rain had destroyed every rifle charge, but the veterans would know that even in this rain some guns would spark. They began to hurry, eager to get this first shock over. The skirmishers were spreading on the glacis, and the first muskets banged smoke from the lip. "Charge! Charge!" Calvé roared the words like a challenge as he led his grumblers, his veterans, through the gap in the glacis. They charged. The column lost its order now. Some men, the timorous, sheltered in the outer ditch and pretended to fire upwards. But most, the brave, swarmed along the road towards the chaos of stone that was their shattered bridge to revenge. Sharpe looked at Frederickson. "Now!" Frederickson's men, ripping rags from locks, stood to fire directly over the breach's summit, while from the ramparts every man who could fire a weapon knelt or stood. "Fire!" Perhaps half the guns fired, while on the other weapons the leather-gripped flints sparked onto damp powder. Sharpe's rifle kicked back. Then he was shouting at the men who guarded the broken edge of the battlement. The lead torn from the church roof, and not needed for bullets, had been piled on the ramparts with cobblestones, dead howitzer shells, and broken masonry. It was all hurled down at the attackers. The French muskets were as useless as the defenders' rifles. One carefully protected charge of dry powder might spark, but once that was gone, it was hopeless to think of reloading in this rain. Riflemen stood and hurled missiles, and the attack faltered. They were dead at the breach's foot, put there by Frederickson's volley. But then the living, roared on by Calvé, surged over the bodies. A lead sheet sliced into a man's skull, and a howitzer shell bounced on the stones. "On! On!" Calvé was alive. He didn't know how many men had died, but he felt the old joy of battle, and his huge voice plucked men up the ramp of stones. He swung his sword at the cheval de frise and staggered sideways as a cobblestone hit his skull. "The Emperor! The Emperor!" A tide of men scrambled on the breach. An officer armed with an expensive percussion-cap pistol that was proof against the rain fired upwards, and a rifleman toppled from the ramparts and was torn apart by bayonets. "Push!" Calvé was shoving the cheval de frise forward, forcing a gap. A howitzer shell thrown from the ramparts hit his left arm, stunning it, but he could see a space at the end of the spike beam, and he jumped for it. His sword arm was still good, and he pointed the way as he breasted the breach's summit. "Charge!" The flood of men pushed from behind, and desperate to escape the rain of missiles from above, flowed over the breach. Harper watched them. He saw the general, saw the gaudy golden braid, and plucked the rag away from the 7-barrel gun's lock. He pulled the trigger, and 3 Frenchmen were hurled backwards on the inner face of the breach. Calvé, who'd been leading the dead men, survived. "Fire!" Frederickson, given the blunderbusses, bellowed the order, and 3 of the 6 guns belched their stone scraps at the enemy. A Frenchman was impaled on one of the bayonets, jammed between stones, and despite his desperate screams, was trampled further onto the blade by his comrades. Other men, sobbing and struggling, had been forced onto the cheval de frise that now lay canted on the breach's inner face. Yet most men survived to leap down onto the courtyard's cobbles. "Back! Back!" Frederickson's men were not there to contest the breach, but to guard the ramp. They went backwards, appalled by the scrabbling tide of men who surged into the fortress. Sharpe, seeing that the breach was lost, blew a 2-fingered whistle. "Back! Back!" His men ran down the ramparts. At the foot of the stone ramp, facing the collapsed gateway, was the single cannon. Its cap square was broken, but the barrel was charged with the last of the garrison's dry powder, and rammed with metal scraps, stone fragments, and rusty nails. A trail of powder had been trickled into its vent, then covered with a patch of oilcloth. Harper stood by the cannon. Beside it, sheltered in a hole beneath the stone ramp, was a torch made of twisted straw, rags, and pitch. He plucked it out and whirled it through the air, so that the flames were fanned into a sudden rain-sizzling blaze. "Now!" Frederickson, halfway up the ramp with his men, shouted the order. Harper plucked the oilcloth free and jammed the burning concoction of dripping pitch and straw onto the vent hole. He saw the powder spark and threw himself sideways. The cannon fired. It recoiled viciously, and the barrel, ramming with all the force of the dirty powder inside it, tore itself off the carriage, but not before the charge, spreading like duckshot, emptied itself into the courtyard. The stones and metal scraps flayed into the French.
A shower of blood momentarily rivaled the rain. Then the barrel clanged down onto the carriage's right wheel, snapping spokes as if they were matchwood, and Harper was scrambling up the ramp and shouting for his axe. Men screamed in the yard. Men had been blinded, eviscerated, torn ragged. Calvé had instinctively thrown himself flat, and now listened to the horror about him. "Charge!" He scrambled up. "Charge!" He could see how few defenders were left to face him, but at least they were riflemen, the British elite, and he would capture these last few as a token of his victory. "Charge!" Men, made courageous by the paucity of the defenders, and roused to gallantry by the general's voice, obeyed. From among the wounded and the dead, from the clinging smoke of the cannon, a pelting, yelling mass of men emerged. Calvé led them. "Now!" Fredrickson had the last 7 lime barrels at the head of the ramp. Sergeant Rossner threw one. It bounced, split open, then, spewing powder that was turned to instant whitewash by the rain, slammed into the first rank of Frenchmen. A man screamed as the barrel pinned him against the broken gun carriage, and his limewash frayed at his eyes. Fredrickson looked behind him. Sharpe's men, using the dry cover of the citadel, where captured French ammunition had been stored, were holding the southern wall. Minver's men, with agonizing slowness, were being rowed towards the Thuela. A second lime barrel thumped down the slope, then a third. More Frenchmen were scrambling onto the walls to attack the citadels. But the men in those small fortresses had the last dry charges, and they forced the attackers into the cover of the embrasure. "Now!" A fourth barrel bounced and struck a man full in the chest. A pistol fired from the courtyard, and Rossner grunted as the bullet hit his arm. "Go!" Fredrickson pushed him towards the sea. "Go!" More Frenchmen were coming, clawing at the ramp, fighting past the smashed gun carriage, over the broken barrel strakes, and across the bodies of their own wounded. The foot of the ramp was a grotesque mixture of whitewash and blood like a painter's accident. "Now!" The 5th barrel went, then the 6th. Sharpe had come to the head of the ramp. He could see Minver's men scrambling up the Thuela's side, but the French could not be held for long. Some were trying to climb the inner walls to the ramparts, using debris from the burned offices as scaling ladders, and Sharpe ran back to stop them. He drove his sword down once, twice, and a man screamed as the blade raked his face. "Now!" The last barrel was thrown by Harper. It didn't bounce, but flew full tilt to smash into a fresh charge of men. The Thuela's boats had still not started their return journey. "Swords!" Fredrickson shouted the order. The French, exhilarated by their victory in the breach, and seeing that no more barrels could plunge into their ranks, charged. A single rank of riflemen, saw bayonets in place, awaited them. Then Harper broke the line. With a shout that filled the whole courtyard with its echo, Patrick Harper charged down the stone slope. He carried the great, bright-bladed axe, and in his veins there was the keening of 1,000 Irish warriors. He was shouting in Gaelic now, daring the French to have at him, and the leading Frenchman dared not. Harper was 6'4", a giant, and had muscles like a mainmast's cables. He didn't attack cautiously, feeling for his enemy's weakness, but screamed his challenge at the full run. The axe took 2 men with its first blow. Then Harper turned the blade as though it weighed less than a sword, brought it back, blade dripping blood, while his voice chanting its ancient language drove the Frenchman backwards. A French captain, eager for glory, and knowing that the ramp must be taken, lunged, and the axe blade slit his belly open to the rain. Harper screamed triumph, defying the French, daring them to come to challenge his blade. He stopped a few feet from the bottom of the ramp, victorious, and the rain dripped pink from the broad-bladed axe that he held in his right hand. He laughed at the French. "Sergeant!" Sharpe bellowed. "Patrick!" The longboats at last were pushing back to the shore. "Patrick!" Sharpe cupped his hands. "Come back!" Harper shouldered the axe. He turned, disdaining to run, and walked slowly up the stone ramp to where Fredrickson waited. He turned there and stared down into the courtyard. The officer with a percussion pistol, its barrel charged with powder from a dry horn, slipped a percussion cap over the gun's nipple. But Calvé, who recognized bravery when he saw it, shook his head. That rifleman, Calvé thought, should be in the Imperial Guard. "Citadels!" Sharpe's shout was sudden in the odd silence that followed Harper's lone attack. "Retreat! Retreat!" The riflemen who had guarded the extremities of the west wall scrambled from their strongholds and ran to the ladders. Calvé, seeing it, knew his enemy was finished. "Charge! Back, back, back!" Sharpe pushed his men away. Now the French could have the fort. But now came the worst moment, the difficult moment, the end of Sharpe's battle and the race for the boats. The riflemen had no time to queue at the ladders. Instead they jumped from the walls and fell headlong in the sand. Sharpe waited, standing in one of the embrasures with his sword drawn. Harper came to his side, but Sharpe snarled at him to go. The French charged over the bodies of the dead. They wanted revenge, but found an empty rampart. Empty but for the one officer, sword drawn, whose face was like death. That face checked them for a few seconds, enough to let Sharpe's men scramble towards the sea's edge. Then Sharpe turned and jumped. The landing knocked all the breath from him. He pitched forward, rifle falling from his shoulder, and his face hit the wet sand. A hand grabbed his collar and hauled him up. Harper's voice shouted, "Run!" Sharpe's mouth was filled with gritty sand. He spat. He stumbled on the body of one of the Frenchmen dumped on this strip of sand the day before, sprawled, then ran again. His shako was gone. Frenchmen were standing on the rampart above, while to his right, from the north, the cavalry appeared. The two longboats, oars rising and falling with painful slowness, inched towards the small breaking waves of the channel's beach. The first riflemen were in the water, wading towards the boats, reaching for them. Cornelius Killick, in the leading boat, bellowed an order, and Sharpe saw the oars back, saw the clumsy boats swing, and he knew that Killick was turning the craft so that the wider sterns would face the shore. "Form line!" Fredrickson was shouting. Sharpe swerved towards the shout, pouring sand from his eyes. 30 riflemen were bumping into a crude line at the very edge of the sea. Sharpe and Harper joined it. "Front rank, kneel! Present!" Fredrickson, as if on a battlefield, faced the cavalry with two ranks that bristled with blades. The leading horseman, an officer, leant from his saddle to swing his sabre, but the light blade clanged along the sword bayonets like a child's stick dragged on iron palings. "Back! Back!" Sharpe shouted it. The small line marched backwards step by step into the sea. Waves drove at their calves, their thighs, and the shock of the cold water reached for their groins. Horsemen spurred into the sea. The horses, frightened by the blades and waves, reared. "Come on, you bastards!" Killick shouted. "Swim!" "Break ranks!" Sharpe shouted it. "Go!" He stayed as rearguard. His rifle encumbered him, and he let it drop into the water. A horseman swung a sabre at Sharpe, and the rifleman's long sword, used with both Sharpe's hands, broke the man's forearm. The Frenchman hissed with pain, dropped his sabre, then his horse jerked back towards dry land. Another horseman was twisting his sabre's point in a rifleman's neck. There was blood, splashes, and more yellow-teethed horses plunging into the foam. Harper, still holding the axe, swung it at the horseman, who sheered clumsily away, while the body of a rifleman was tugged by the tide. Harper dragged the body towards the boats, not knowing that the man was already dead. The infantry had jumped from the ramparts and shouted at the cavalry to make way. Sharpe, teeth snarling, dared them to come. He taunted them. He stepped towards them, wanting one of them to try, just one. "Sir!" A voice shouted from behind. "Sir!" Sharpe stepped backwards, and seeing it, the French attacked. A sergeant led them. He was old in war, toughened by years of campaigning, and he knew the Englishman would lunge. Sharpe lunged. The Frenchman jerked his musket aside, parrying, and bellowed his victory as he thrust forward. He was still shouting as Sharpe's sword, which had been twisted over the bayonet's stab, punctured his belly. Sharpe turned the blade, pushing, and the blood spewed into the breaking foam as the blade seemed to be swallowed by the big belly. Sharpe stepped back, jerked the sword, and the blade came free in a welter of new blood. "Sir!" He went backwards. Another horseman drove into the water, and Sharpe swung his blade at the horse's head. It reared, then a man came from his other side, an officer in a darker uniform, and Sharpe turned, parried a clumsy thrust, and drew his sword back for the killing thrust. "Not him! Not him!" Killick shouted it. Sharpe checked his thrust. Lasson, knowing that he would not die on this day of rain and savagery, lowered his sword into the water. "Go!" Sharpe went. He turned and plunged further into the sea. The longboats were already pulling away. Men clung to the transom of the nearest boat, while other men safely in the craft reached hands and rifles towards him. A pistol bullet spat in a plume beside Sharpe's face. He was up to his chest now, half wading and half swimming, and he reached with his left hand, lunged, and caught an outstretched rifle barrel. "Pull!" Killick shouted. "Pull!" A last cavalryman charged into the sea, but an oar blade slapped down onto the water, frightened the horse. The French, their muskets made useless by rain, could only watch. Sharpe clung to the rifle with his left hand. The weapon's foreside dug into his palm. The sword in his right hand was dragging him down, as was the heavy scabbard. He kicked with his feet, water slopped into his mouth, and he gagged. "Pull! Pull! Pull!" Killick's voice roared over the clanking of the Llewellyn's windlass that dragged the anchor clear of the channel silt. The sails were dropping into the small wind, and the Llewellyn was stirring in the water. The boats bumped on the ship's side, and men pushed the rifleman towards the deck. Someone took Sharpe's collar and hauled him dripping and heavy into the longboat. "Up!" A ladder was built into the ship's side. Sharpe, unsteady in the rocking longboat, thrust his sword into his scabbard that squirted water as the blade went home. He reached for the ladder, climbed, then American hands hauled him onto the Llewellyn's deck. He had swallowed seawater, and with a sudden spasm he vomited it onto the scrubbed deck. He gasped for breath, vomited more, then lay chest-heaving in the scuppers. He heard cheers, German and Spanish and British cheers, even American cheers. And Sharpe twisted, looked through a gun port, and saw the coastline already sliding past. French gunners were wrestling the 12-pounders through wet sand, but too late and to no avail. The longboats were being towed at ropes' ends. The Llewellyn's wet sails were filling with a new easterly breeze, and the French were left behind, impotent. They had escaped. Epilogue. Cavalry was nervous on wet fields. French horsemen would summon courage, ride a few yards forward, then swerve away from a threatened British volley. Unseen artillery, firing at unseen targets, punched the drizzling air, while infantry shivering in the February cold waited for orders. Sharpe's force, pushing 4 handcarts loaded with wounded, came to the skirmish from the north. A squadron of French cavalry saw them, wheeled right, then drew curved sabres for the charge. "To the ranks! Fix swords!" Sharpe sensed the enemy would not press the charge home, but he went through the dutiful motions, and the enemy officer, seeing the waiting bayonets, and not knowing that there was not a single loaded musket or rifle in the twin ranks, dutifully withdrew. The battle, if battle it was, seemed too scattered and tentative for a cavalry charge that might leave the horsemen exposed to a sudden counterattack. Besides, Sharpe could see that the French were dreadfully outnumbered as heavily as he had been at the Teste de Bouche. The enemy, scarce more than a heavy picket line, was everywhere being pushed back before a burgeoning number of British and Portuguese troops. A mile ahead there was a sudden rushing sound like a huge wave breaking on a beach, and Sharpe saw a rocket rise into the air and plummet towards the east. It had been over a year since he had seen the rocket artillery, and he supposed it was as inaccurate as ever. Yet somehow the odd sight made him feel at home. "Remember those?" he asked Frederickson. Sweet William, who'd been with Sharpe when the rockets were first used against the astonished French, nodded. "Indeed I do." A mounted infantry captain, red coat bright, galloped up the track towards Sharpe. His voice, as he curbed his spirited horse, was peremptory with a staff officer's vicarious authority. "Who the devil are you, and what are you doing here?" "My name is Sharpe, my rank is major, and you call me sir." The captain stared with incredulity, first at Sharpe, then at the dirty, draggled mixture of riflemen and marines who stared dully towards the rocket-smoking trail. "Sharpe?" The captain seemed to have lost his voice. But he checked. "You've come from the north, sir?" "Yes." It seemed too difficult to explain it all, to explain how an American privateer captain had agreed to rescue a garrison, and to land that garrison as close as he dared to the British lines, to explain how the Llewellyn had flogged her way south through a wet night, and how riflemen and marines had thumped the schooner's pump handles till their muscles burned in the cold, or how Sharpe, his turn at the pumps over, had drunk brandy with an American enemy in a small cabin, and promised that when this damn fool war was done, to drink even more in a place called Marblehead, or to explain how, in the rain-misted dawn, Cornelius Killick had landed Sharpe's men north of the Adour estuary. "I wish I could take you further," the American had said. "You can't." A strange sail had been spotted to the south, merely a scrap of ghostly white above a blurred horizon,
but the sail meant danger to the Thuela, and so Killick had turned for the shore. Now Sharpe, marching south, had met British troops north of the river, which could only mean that Elphinstone had built his bridge. "Who are you?" Sharpe asked the staff captain. "First Division, sir." Sharpe nodded towards another racing plume of rocket smoke. "Theodore?" "Yes, sir." They were safe. There would be surgeons for the wounded and a precious bridge across the river, a bridge leading south to Saint-Jean-de-Luz and to Jane. The bridge was there, the miraculous bridge, the bridge that only a clever man could build, a bridge to outflank the French army, a bridge of boats. The bridge was made from chasse maree. A whole fleet of the luggers was moored side by side in the wide river mouth, and stretching from deck to deck and supported by vast cables was a wide roadway of planks. Over the bridge marched red-coated companies, company after company, an army outflanking an enemy and going further into France. The divisional headquarters, the staff officer said, was still south of the river. Sharpe took his men to the northern bank, where a surgeon had erected a tent and waited for customers. "Best of you wait here," Sharpe said to Fredrickson. "Yes, sir." Sharpe looked at his marines and riflemen, at Harper and Minver and Rossner and Palmer, and all the men who had fought as no men should be asked to fight. "I'll come back for you," he said lamely. Sharpe left them. He walked against the tide of the invading division, edging his way across the plank bridge that rose and fell with the small waves of the estuary. It was for this bridge that his men had taken the Teste de Bouche. They had drawn the enemy to the wrong place so that the bridge could be built undisturbed. The bridge was nearly a quarter-mile in length, and had to resist the massive rise and fall of ocean tides. Seamen, under naval officers, manned windlasses that governed the anchors of the moored boats. The windlasses balanced the long bridge against the currents of river and ocean, and against the vast surging tide that swept into the Adour. The bridge, guarded by a fleet of brigs, was a miracle of engineering, and the man who had built it waited on the southern seawall, where a vast capstan built into a cage of wooden beams could compensate the roadway's cables against the estuary's tidefall. Colonel Elphinstone, standing on the capstan's platform, watched the dirty, blood and powder-stained rifleman approach. The expression on Elphinstone's face was one of sheer disbelief that slowly turned to pleasure. "He said you were captured!" The small rain stung Sharpe's face as he looked up to the colonel. "Oh, sir." "Bamfyled!" Elphinstone's eyes took in the blood on Sharpe's thigh and head. "You escaped!" "We all did, sir. Every last goddamn man that Bamfylde abandoned, except for the dead, of course. There were 27 dead, sir." Sharpe paused, remembering that more had died since his last count. 2 of the wounded had died on the Thuela and had been slid into a grey sea. And Sharpe supposed that the American rifleman Taylor must be numbered with the dead, even though he lived and was even now sailing westwards. "Maybe 30, sir. But the French sent a brigade against us and we fought the bastards to a standstill, sir." Sharpe heard the anger in his own voice and knew that this honest man did not deserve it. "I'm sorry, sir. I need a horse." "Well, you need a rest." Elphinstone, with surprising agility for a heavy middle-aged man, swung himself down the cage of beams. "A brigade, you say?" "A demi-brigade, sir," Sharpe said. "But with artillery." "Good God Almighty!" Sharpe turned to watch a battalion of Portuguese infantry scramble down the seawall towards the rope-held planks. "I see Bamfylde brought you the chasse maree. The bastard did something right." "He says he took the fort," Elphinstone said. "He said you went inland and were defeated." "Then he's a pox-lying bastard. We took the fort. Then we went inland, beat the frogs by the river, and came back to find the fort abandoned. We beat them there, too." "Not too loud, Sharpe," Elphinstone said. "We're right flank." Sharpe twisted round. Yards down the river bank was a party of some 24 officers, both Army and Navy, who had come to see this prodigy. A floating bridge that crossed an estuary. With them were ladies who'd been invited to witness the far smoke of battle. Gleaming carriages were parked on a marshy road 200 yards to the rear. "Is that Bamfylde?" "Gently now, Sharpe," Elphinstone said. "Bugger Bamfylde!" Sharpe was streaked with mud, spattered with dried blood, salt-stained and scorched with powder burns. He walked along the seawall's narrow path towards the spectators, who clustered about 2 tripod-mounted telescopes. A spatter of applause and admiration sounded as another rocket arched towards the grey clouds. Two naval lieutenants blocked Sharpe's progress. One of them, seeing the soldier's tattered, dirty state, suggested that Sharpe make a detour. "Go down there." The naval officer pointed to the swampy mud inland of the wall. "Get out of my way! Move!" The sudden command startled all of the spectators. A woman dropped her umbrella and gave a small scream at Sharpe's bloody, dirty appearance. But Captain Horace Bampfylde, explaining at length how he captured a fortress and brought these chasse-marées south to help out the army, fell into a terrified silence. "You pox bastard," Sharpe said. "You coward!" "Sir?" An army officer touched Sharpe's arm in remonstrance, but Sharpe rounded on the man, who stepped back in sudden fear from the savage face. Sharpe looked back to Bampfylde. "You ran away. That is not just as you did not take the fortress, you bastard. I did. And then I held it, you bastard. I held it against a goddamn brigade of crapo troops. We beat them, Bampfylde. We fought them and beat them. I lost some of your Marines, Bampfylde, because you don't fight a demi-brigade without losing men. But we won." There was an embarrassed silence among the elegantly dressed party. A cold wind stirred the water to Sharpe's right, then a dull cough of artillery thumped its noise across the river. "Do you hear me, Bampfylde?" The naval officer said nothing, and there was nothing but terror on his fleshy young face. The other officers, appalled by Sharpe's face and by the anger in his voice, stood as if frozen. "Over 2,000 men, you bastard, and less than 200 of us. We fought them till we had no bullets left. Then we fought with steel, Bampfylde, and we won." Sharpe took another step towards the naval captain, who, terrified, stepped backwards. He told me," Bampfylde began, but could not go on. "Who told you what?" Bampfylde's eyes went past Sharpe, and the rifleman turned to see the Comte de Macaire, a girl on his arm standing with Colonel Wigram. The Comte looked at Sharpe as though he saw a Rivenal come from the tomb. Sharpe, who had not expected to find the Comte, stared with equal disbelief. Then to both minds came the shared knowledge of treachery, and the Comte de Macaire panicked. He ran. The Comte ran towards the bridge that led to the north bank of the Adour, where a handful of French troops retreated from the 1st Division. There should have been more French troops there, Calvet's troops, enough troops to turn the river into blood, but de Macaire had been fooled by the story of a landing, and so Calvet's troops had been frittered away at Arcachon. The Comte de Macaire had unwittingly served Wellington well, but he was a traitor, and so he ran. Sharpe ran after him. Colonel Wigram raised a hand as if to call for prudent decorum in front of ladies, but Sharpe pushed the man down the seawall and into the mud. De Macaire leapt down the sloping wall, miraculously kept his footing on the slippery river's edge, and climbed onto the bridge. "Stop him!" Sharpe bellowed it. Portuguese infantrymen crossing the bridge saw a tall, distinguished officer in British uniform being chased by a dirty, tattered wretch. They made way for the Comte. Sharpe banged his wounded thigh as he clambered onto the roadway. Blood ran warm on his thigh as he snarled at men to make way. "Stop him!" A jittery horse, made nervous by the strange road across which it was being led blindfolded, checked de Macaire's panic flight. It swerved its rump into the Frenchman's path, and the Comte was forced to leap for the safety of one of the moored chasse-marées. He turned as he landed on the deck, saw he could run no further, and drew his sword. Sharpe jumped forward from the planks onto the boat's deck and drew his own sword. The Comte de Macaire, seeing the filth and blood of battle on Sharpe, sensed that the fight was lost before it began. He lowered his slim blade. "I surrender, Major." "They hang spies," Sharpe said. "You bastard!" De Macaire glanced towards the water, and Sharpe knew the man was contemplating a leap into the cold grey tide. But then a voice drew the Frenchman's attention back to the bridge. "Sharpe!" It was the petulant voice of the mud-smeared Colonel Wigram, who with Elphinstone was forcing his way past the Portuguese troops on the crowded roadway. The Comte de Macaire looked at Wigram and gestured towards Sharpe. "He's mad!" "Major!" Wigram stepped down to the chasse-marée's deck. "There are things you don't understand, Major. He's a traitor, a spy." Wigram stayed by the cable-taut roadway. "He was supposed to tell the French we planned a landing, don't you see that?" Sharpe stared at the tall, thin Frenchman. "He works for a man called Pierre Ducos. Oh, you fooled him, Wigram, I understand that. But this bastard tried to trap me." De Macaire, sensing survival in Wigram's alliance, gestured again at Sharpe.
"He's mad, Wigram, mad!" "I'm mad enough," Sharpe said, "to hate hanging men." The Comte de Macaire could step no further back. His retreat was blocked by two naval ratings, who crouched nervously beside the anchor's winch. The Frenchman watched Sharpe's sword, then Sharpe's eyes. The boat shivered as Elphinstone leapt onto the deck from the roadway, and the movement seemed to prompt de Macaire into a burst of pleading French directed at Wigram. "In English, you bastard!" Sharpe stepped a pace closer to the frightened de Macaire. "Tell him who Ducos is! Tell him who Favier is! Tell him how you offered to make me a major general in your royalist army!" "Monsieur!" De Macaire, faced with the rifleman, could only plead. "Sharpe!" Colonel Wigram made his voice very sensible and calm. "There will have to be a formal inquiry before a properly constituted tribunal." "And what will they do, hang him?" "If found guilty, yes." Wigram sounded uncertain. "But I don't like hanging men," Sharpe said each word slowly and deliberately. "I've discovered a weakness in myself, and I regret it, but I can't bear seeing men hanged." "Quite understandable." Wigram, convinced he was dealing with a madman, spoke soothingly. The Comte de Macaire, sensing a reprieve in Sharpe's words, tried a very nervous smile. "You don't understand, monsieur." "I understand you're a bastard," Sharpe said, "and a spy, but you won't hang for it. But this is for the men you killed, you pimp." The sword lunged as Sharpe shouted the final word. The blade, pitted with the rust of water and blood, twisted as Sharpe thrust it. Twisted as it took de Macaire in the upper belly, still twisted as the blood sprayed 2 feet into the air, and still was twisted so that the body's flesh would not stick to the steel as the Frenchman, blood drenching his white breeches, fell into the river that Calvé should have defended. The sound of Sharpe's voice faded over the water. The two sailors gaped, and one of them, spattered by blood, turned to retch into the scuppers. "That wasn't wise." Colonel Elphinstone pushed past an appalled Wigram, who watched as the body of a spy, surrounded by diluting blood, floated towards the sea. "He was a traitor," Sharpe said, "and he killed my men." The tiredness was washing through him. He wanted to sit down, but supposed he should explain. Somehow it was too difficult. "Hogan knew," he said, remembering his friend's fevered words. "Michael Hogan?" He looked for understanding into Elphinstone's honest face. Elphinstone nodded. "It was Hogan's idea to let the French think we planned an invasion." "But Wigram sent de Macaire, didn't you?" Sharpe stared at the grey-faced colonel, who said nothing. "Hogan would never have sent that pimp to risk our lives." "Hogan was ill," Wigram spoke defensively. "Then wait till he's well." Sharpe glowered at the staff officer. "Then call him before your properly constituted tribunal." "That can't be done." Colonel Elphinstone spoke gently. "Hogan died." For a second the news made no sense. "Dead?" "The fever. May he rest in peace." "Oh, God." Tears came to Sharpe's eyes, and so that neither Elphinstone nor Wigram could see them, the rifleman turned away. Hogan, his particular friend, with whom he had so often talked of the pleasures to come when peace brought an end to killing, was dead of the fever. Sharpe watched de Macaire's body turning on the tide, and his grief for a friend turned into a fresh pulse of anger. "That should have been Bamfylde!" Sharpe pointed at the corpse and turned to Elphinstone. "He ran away!" The grimness of Sharpe's face made Colonel Wigram scramble back to the plank bridge, but Elphinstone simply reached for Sharpe's sword and dried the wet, bloodied blade on a corner of his jacket. He handed the sword back. "You did well, Major." He tried to imagine a handful of men facing a half-brigade, and could not. "You need to rest." Sharpe nodded. "Can you get me a horse, sir?" He asked it in a voice that suggested nothing had happened, that no blood trickled on the rain-slicked deck. "A horse? I'm sure we can." Elphinstone saw in Sharpe the weariness of a soldier pushed to the edge of reason. The colonel was an engineer, knowledgeable of the stresses that could shatter stone or wood or iron, and now he saw the same fracturing tension in Sharpe. "Of course." Elphinstone made his own voice redolent of normality.
You're eager to see your wife. I had the honor of dining with her 2 nights ago.
Sharpe stared at the Colonel. You dined with her?
Oh, my dear Sharpe, it was entirely proper. At Lady Hope's there was a ragout and some very fine beef.
Sharpe forgot de Macaire, forgot the bridge, and forgot the ragged skirmishers that flared and died across the river. He even forgot Hogan.
And Jane's well?
Elphinstone shrugged.
Well, shouldn't she be?
She did mention a cold, but that was soon gone. The winter's sniff, nothing more. She was distressed for Hogan, naturally. Sharpe gaped incredulously at the Colonel. No fever? Your wife? Good Lord, no.
Elphinstone sounded astonished that Sharpe should even ask. She wouldn't credit you were defeated, of course.
Oh, God.
Sharpe sat on the chasse-maree's gunwale, and because he couldn't help it, more tears came to his eyes and ran cold on his cheeks.
No fever.
He had let Killick live because of Jane's fever, and he wouldn't contemplate surrender to Calvé because of her fever. And it had only been a cold, a winter's sniff. Sharpe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A gun banged over the river, and a rocket wobbled into the sky to plunge uselessly into the river's mud. A French cavalry trumpet sounded the retreat, but Sharpe didn't care. He wept. He wept because a friend had died, and he wept with joy because Jane lived. He wept because at last it was over. A battle that should never have been fought, but a battle that, through stubbornness, pride, and an American enemy's promise, had come to both this victory on a river's edge and to this vast relief. It was over. Sharpe's siege.